Morning, everybody. We're going to wait a couple minutes till we have quorum and we'll get started. Everybody, I'll call this meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services to order. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for their warm welcome and on the long path to reconciliation with us here at the city, helping us on that journey. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Robertson, Councillor Louis, not in the chamber, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Deals in the chair, Councillor Jang, Councillor Reimer, Councillor Meggs is on leave of absence for civic business, Councillor Ball, Councillor Carr, Councillor Affleck, and Councillor DeGenoa. You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. As chair of this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers or consideration items, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. There are currently no speakers for items 2, 4, and 5. Does anyone wish to hold any of these items for consent or for questions or consideration? Clerks, can you please give us the appropriate screen? Okay, Councillor DeGenova, did you want to hold something? Items 2, 4, and 5. You're good to go? All right. Okay, so we have items 2, 4, and 5 on the agenda. No one has pulled anything for separate consideration. So we need a motion to adopt items 2, 4, and 5. So moved, seconded. Seconded by Mayor Robertson. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We have now passed the following items. Item number 2, a grant request for Street to Home Foundation. Item number 4, the 1759 West Broadway Northlands Property Corporation liquor primary license and outdoor patio application. And item 5, 3296 Fraser Street liquor primary license and outdoor patio application. Those have all been passed on consent. We will now move on to the regular reports on the agenda. We're going to start with item number 1, False Creek Flats Plan. And I understand we have 2 presentations, one from staff and one from the Vancouver Economic Commission. Come on down. This is a big item and it's lots of complicated moving pieces, so we look forward to this presentation. So staff, welcome. Mr. Kelly.
There we go. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council, Mayor Robertson. Gil Kelly, General Manager for Planning, Urban Design, Sustainability. We're here to present you an effort that's been in the works for some time in planning, the plan for the False Creek Flats. And I'm going to just make a couple of introductory remarks and then turn it over to Corey Dobson, who will take you through this. I'd also like, though, to acknowledge right off the top, our partners in this effort, the Vancouver Economic Commission. We have 2 representatives, including the director here today, as well as Brian Buggy. I think Brian will probably be giving that presentation. Is that right? Or, okay. And so there'll be a presentation immediately following the planning staff's presentation to sort of give you the full view here of both the plan coming forward and the economic development strategy authored by the VEC for the same area. I'm often here, at least lately, talking about housing. Today I'm principally talking about jobs. And I think that's really, really important to keep as the frame for what you're going to be hearing here, the employment opportunities for Vancouver. And that is really thematically the strong point of the False Creek Flats plan, although you'll be hearing lots of other things about other ancillary uses. Really the theme here is staking a claim in the future economy for Vancouver, right in the city core, including the flats. Today we're presenting you and hoping you will adopt the False Creek Flats plan. This is the primary policy document governing the subsequent implementation activities that we'll be bringing back in either July or September, which will require public hearing for those. And those include the district schedules, in other words, the zoning bylaw changes to implement this, as well as design guidelines that will help, And thirdly, what we're calling an urban design and development framework particularly for the southwest corner of this district, the so-called creative hub, to make sure that we're really getting the qualities of that space right so that it becomes a really exciting center as part of this new economy. So those three pieces will be coming back subsequently on. It is a balancing act in this plan, and again, the reason for asserting that the focus here is on employment. There are other ancillary or other uses that are important to the health of the district, including some amount of residential and of retail, and a gradation of employment spaces. And so we'll be walking you through the details of those. There are some sub-districts, particularly in that creative hub, that require a kind of fine grain approach to some of that, getting that mix right. So you can let us know at the end of today whether we've stricken the right balance there. And we'll be here to answer questions and to follow up as needed. Again, remembering that a lot of the fine grain work will occur in the subsequent effort on the district schedules and design guidelines. So again, sort of putting this in a larger context, and maybe we've got an image or two here we can throw up. Here's an image of the flats, usually from the direction you're not looking at it from. This is not from the city side, but from the east side looking back. And you can see the massive rail infrastructure here, which will remain for the foreseeable future. And thinking about, in many ways, the False Creek Flats, for a number of reasons, really requires us to turn the standard Vancouver economic, or I would say the standard Vancouver development paradigm on its head. And so, again, the temptation here is to sort of convert it to what we know how to do and what we've done well. We're positing a very different kind of approach here. So I would say that standard paradigm, its zenith is really recognized in the downtown peninsula under the Living First policy, which really was brilliant in the way that it leveraged new high-value residential for a whole suite of community benefits, including seawall, parks, community centers, affordable housing, and so forth and so on. And in many ways, the industrial lands that existed on the downtown peninsula, including Yaletown and much of the False Creek lands that were formerly industrial, as well as the Cole Harbor industrial lands, are exactly that, the turning of industrial land into high-value real estate for a Living First policy. The paradigm here, I think, needs to shift to a working first paradigm as opposed to living first for a couple of reasons. One is that any city, mid-sized city, particularly in North America, needs to reserve some of its land base for employment. And we're going to talk about, this is a broad range of employment activities here. It's tempting under the old paradigm to view industrial land as a land bank waiting for the sort of new high value, primarily residential and high-end office uses to claim that in the way that we have normally developed. And while that's been the case, as I mentioned before, with some of the downtown peninsula, we're really looking at this as a scarce resource now and one that we really need to maximize for employment. And that is also indicated by the pressures we're seeing, frankly, on our remaining industrial lands. The Joyce Street plant was one where we converted. There's pressure on the other industrial lands, both along the TransLink lines, the Skyline, the SkyTrain, as well as the Fraser lands, continuing pressure to convert those industrial lands. Those only occupy 10% of our land area, and so we've got 95% of land, including 4 recent area plans that we've done that have the capacity, although not all the zoning's in place, to accommodate another 135,000 residents in those plan areas. So we're really taking quite a different look here at this and not using the standard approach of using residential development, particularly condominium development, to leverage other benefits. So what have we asked of this 10% land area? And of course, the flats is only a portion of that 10%. And we think this is really the place to cement the innovation sector of the economy for Vancouver. Vancouver's economy is somewhat shallow compared to its competitor cities in this regard. And we, for some time, probably won't have the heft of a financial and service sector that some of the other competing cities have. But we have a real opportunity in the innovation economy to gain ground really quickly. So you'll see here there is a mixed office, their general office, creative manufacture, and some back-of-house continued space for manufacturing and other back-of-house uses embodied in the plan. And we'll ask staff to go through that in detail. There's also housing here, and housing particularly geared toward sort of fit-for-purpose description, which is to say the area here is already surrounded by housing, and we're bringing on a whole new supply in the Northeast Falls Creek area. So housing here is primarily geared toward rental and toward the working population here, either students or nurses and other administrative staff at the future St. Paul's Hospital complex. I would also acknowledge that part of our thinking here has revolved around two key kind of mother institutions, if you will, Emily Carr and the new St. Paul's, and the opportunity to really grow jobs around those institutions. And I think, again, acknowledging that we need to keep the focus of new space and existing space on serving those industries is really critical to that success of the innovation economy. We have also explored, so let me just go through this here. Corey will describe this in more detail, but I think it's important to keep in mind that we're not treating this as one sort of bland expanse. We've actually found 4 sub-districts here that really have framed our planning efforts and the subsequent detail you'll be hearing about. One of those in the northwest corner is the Health Hub, which will revolve around the new St. Paul's. You'll note on the southern end, including the portions along Great Northern Way and around Emily Carr, but also extending toward Main Street area, which is a housing edge. We're really defining this as the sort of creative campus idea, and Corey will go into this in more detail. But again, a complementary effort to the Health Hub in terms of more intensification of a mix of office uses as well as creative space and some retention of light manufacturing and artist uses. The so-called terminal spine, a term I'm not wild about. We may have to come up with a different term here. It's not a spatial term other than if you think of the human body, but it's not really a geographically defined term, is really where we see rail-dependent uses and a mix of both kind of new manufacturing and traditional workspace, including city courtyards and so forth. And then the back of house district is really a combination of some of the food uses, which has a real hold here. That's probably the other third economic driver, are the food and the emerging green building practices here, as well as artist space in the northeast corner. So I think just as a sort of a overall diagram for what we're talking about, this is what it looks like in spatial terms. In terms of the diversity of employment we're seeking here, we really have avoided the either or kind of mentality. We are, for the most part, wanting to preserve and enhance what it was generally termed as manufacturing space for a broad set of uses, including from distribution and repair uses through artist studios, and what you saw in the Rail Town, which is a creative manufacturing, which is a combination within that of everything from design to prototyping to office and marketing and to pilot manufacture. And then services, and you'll see in a few moments how we want to leverage some of these somewhat higher paying uses in service and in office to help subsidize some of the other uses in new space with cross subsidy depending on the arrangement of floors and FSR. And just here an image of something that might have seemed whimsical or fantastical just a few years ago, that we actually could generate new structures that pencil out at moderate heights, and some of the heights here are in the district are higher than what you're seeing here, where we actually do have uses as I described, whether it's light manufacturing, some modest amount of retail, artist space and others on the ground floor or on some of the floors occupying a portion building, and then either general office or creative manufacturing subsidizing that new use with upper floor uses, and really prioritizing, and particularly in the creative hub, a very active kind of street environment, but distinct from what you know as a downtown retail environment. So it's sort of a working and eating and socializing space, as well as accommodating deliveries and all the things you normally see in a grittier industrial area. So part of the urban design work is ahead of us here. The reason I said it's no longer fantastical, and we have seen a spike of land prices, there's no question, in this district, is that we now have a couple of developments just coming online in Vancouver, one in Mount Pleasant, another one in the earlier stages in the Fraser district, where new manufacturing space and new construction is actually penciling. We have a couple of projects at 2 FSR. They wish they'd done 3 SFR because that space is in very high demand and actually being stratified for local entrepreneurs using creative manufacturing space. So we see there's a real market here. We have de-emphasized, again, the traditional uses other than at the western edge of market rate housing to really keep the focus of this district, which we think is a substantial acreage close into the city center, as a precious resource for that purpose. So I just wanted to kind of frame the economic purpose here in, I hope, relatively clear terms, and then turn it over to Corey to walk you through the details of the plan. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Gil. My name is Corey Dobson with Downtown Planning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. So what I'd like to do is just walk you through some of the details of what we have before you for the Falls Creek Flats area plan. At a high level, I think the vision which Gil has started to really bring out through his opening comments was really about seeing this area as a key driver of our future local economy. In terms of the plan's approach, we're taking two rather complementary approaches, if you will. One around seeking to intensify the role of a real Vancouver-made innovation economy within the western edges and the better served by transit locations. And the second big priority of the plan is to secure space for the core industrial and back of house services moving forward to support a healthy, sustainable, and complete Vancouver. What I'll do today is I'll walk you quickly through the context of the Falls Creek Flats, summarize briefly our planning process that we went through to get to the plan, provide a bit of an overview on some of the key directions and plan summary, set up what we're putting forward as a framework to support a more vibrant and active public life in the area, set out some of the key targets and public benefits that would be associated with delivering on this plan, and finally just quickly touching on implementation and next steps. So in terms of the context of the flats, Gil's already illustrated this, but the area is bound on the west at Main Street, on the east at Clark Drive, to the north at Prior Venables, and to the south at Great Northern Way. The area makes up about 450 acres of primarily employment land. It's home to over 600 businesses, 8,000 employees, and is less than a kilometer to both downtown and the port. As illustrated, the Flats has long been defined by its original function, economic function, as a location of transportation and rail service. And today the rail continues to leave a mark covering 20% of the area's land with rail and freight and passenger service. The plan sees that as an important asset for us, it's connecting to the broader federal economies and moving and supporting growth at the port. So the plan seeks to accommodate both the intensified employment opportunities while still maintaining that critical role. Gil's touched on as well the importance for this area around food economy. There's a broad spectrum of businesses in the area, from the produce wholesalers down to the commissaries, food production, and a whole suite of food economy jobs. There's also a major role for this area in terms of our city's arts production, artists and cultural production, with 40% of our city studios landing in the flats. While there's not a lot of residential within the Falls Creek Flats today, it is surrounded by about 50,000 people within a 10-minute walk, and we anticipate that number to grow to 90,000 by 2045. As Gil started to outline, what we've used as the real structure for what we put before you today is looking at building off of the unique sub-areas that in many ways are defined by the various areas that have been cut up by the different rail tracks. Many of these areas are recognizable by some iconic buildings, which we're looking through this plan to anchor in the area. And there's also a series of assets and an emerging economy, which we're trying to support as well. I'll get into more details of sort of how we're addressing those moving forward. Another lens I think that's important for understanding is that as a starting place of this plan, we really look to the broader sort of regional policy context of the Falls Creek Flats, recognizing our commitments in the regional growth strategy. A little over half of the area is identified as industrial land in that strategy, with the remainder on the transit-oriented western and southern edges being mixed employment and general urban. At a high level, what those definitions mean is industrial is fairly straightforward. It's industrial land for municipalities to define as they see appropriate in their context. Mixed employment is a variety of job uses, and general urban provides a more whole suite, including residential uses. As you can see in the green, a large percentage of our general urban in the Falls Creek Flats is larger parks as well. With that division, as I've already noted and Gil's touched on as well, we're taking these two sort of approaches, one around really supporting that Vancouver-made innovation economy, and the second is looking to support that core and back-of-house industrial through this planning process. In terms of the process itself, I think one of the things we highlighted at the outset was it's a very different context to our typical planning exercises. As an area really devoid of substantial residential, it's much more of a business-focused environment, which we recognized had its own challenges. Many of the businesses, while interested, had a lot of their day-to-day operational needs to really address their challenges as a business and had limited opportunities to engage. So we've tried a number of different approaches to better engage those folks. As an outset, prior to launching the plan publicly, we reached out to the area businesses to replicate a business survey which we had conducted roughly 10 years prior to, which gave us a really good overview of some of the transitions that we've seen in the last 10 years, which helped set up the conversation. In the early phases, we launched really looking to touch on some of the high-level framework and whether we were getting whether the council-approved principles that launched the plan were aligned with the vision of the stakeholders as well. On this slide, we're just showing a variety of the different suites or different tools we use to engage. And I think in total we had over 4,000 participants engage at various stages along the way. As illustrated here, we really tried to gauge devise a strategy with this engagement that allowed businesses to engage at key moments in very time sensitive or quick ways with online tools and the like, but also opened it up to broader, more focused conversations through stakeholder meetings and topic-specific workshops throughout the process. Running parallel with this, we also convened an area state advisory committee, which included over 35 people and was a real broad range of representatives, including the transportation interests, businesses, landowners, some of the surrounding residential neighborhoods, as well as others with specific economic interests around food economy, culture, and the like. We met with that group at key moments as we were about to take information out, and it was really about information sharing versus a generation of content. So we really used it as a moment to share where the plan was heading. In addition, we met with a goods movement committee, which comprised of the rail stakeholders, TransLink, Board of Trade, BC Trucking, and the like, and really to discuss how the plan addressed some of the challenges around continuing to move goods through the area. One of the things we tried to do, is illustrated in this image, is we tried to invite people from the general public into the flats to experience some of the industrial areas and some of the buildings and spaces in the area. Recognizing this as a citywide asset, we were really trying to reach out to the public and bring them in and celebrate some of the role of the area. At the launch, really the goal was to identify some of the key issues and ensure that our guidelines that were sort of our principles that were guiding the process were aligned with where stakeholders were looking. One of the exercises we sought clarity on that was through a kind of an open-ended question of I wish my flats. We had great response there, and what we heard from the public really followed up with where council's draft principles were that set off this plan. So it was good to see. Another question we asked, and I apologize that the blues and the reds here are kind of blending into one another, but we asked folks, what are some of your favorite places and what are some of the biggest challenges moving forward for the area? Not surprisingly, I think a lot of my favorite places in the flats were located around some of the higher amenity areas in the parks, the open spaces, and some of the character buildings that support some of the diverse economic functions. The red dots illustrating some of the big challenges were largely clustered around some of the barrier and some of the lack of connectivity through the area. On our online tool, you're able to provide comments with these dots, roughly half of which address that issue of lack of connectivity as one of the big challenges for the plan. So we used that as a sort of framework to move forward through the various phases, and now what we'd like to do is present a summary of where we've landed on these various topics. So in looking at some of the keys to unlocking the kind of vision that we've laid out at the outset of this meeting, we see these 5 keys really as essential to achieving what we're trying to in the flats. It's establishing some of the key programs to better connect businesses, building the right spaces, places, connections, and environment. And as Gil's mentioned, we worked in close collaboration with the Vancouver Economic Commission, who will provide an update on their economic development strategy, which addresses a lot of the programs and some of the programs that they'd like to put in place to help deliver on the vision. In terms of programs, some of the things the plan looks to do is support new ways of working, recognizing some of the emerging clusters, looking to enable interim uses and mobile businesses on some underutilized or in-term land, and looking to establish more of a coordinated business voice for area businesses. In terms of spaces, it's largely about building a flexible building stock that can accommodate not only the business needs of today, but also into tomorrow, looking to intensify around the transit locations and deliver, as Gil said, additional ground floor industrial space where possible. And again, also looking to expand and retain some existing affordable and new arts and cultural spaces in the area. Places, I think, was a repeating theme throughout the process, where a lot of the stakeholders and a lot of the people who provided feedback highlighted a real lack of amenity in place in the flats as one of the big barriers and big challenges. So the plan really looks to establish a strategy that puts in place a framework to support the kinds of active the active sort of public life, the meeting of minds, the collaboration, the spillover of ideas, and the kinds of things that make a lot of these types of districts really successful in other cities. As we've highlighted, the transportation role of the area has long defined the False Creek Flats, so building connections that both continues to serve the expanding port, but also better connects the various assets in the area is a key to the plan. And finally, as an area that was once water, and is made up primarily of fill, there's a recognition through the plan that we need to establish an environment that sets up the flats as a long-term sustainable and resilient environment, looking to reintroduce natural systems where possible, integrating an appropriate rainwater management strategy and building seismically resilient infrastructure to support not only the area today, but in the event of an incident. So in terms of some of the key directions, I'll now just sort of quickly walk through some of the sub-areas of the plan. And I think in starting that, I just kind of reiterate on the points that Gil made, is that we're not necessarily looking at a singular sector of the economy that we're looking to accommodate. It's really about looking at the broad sector of employment that could support a thriving and healthy innovation economy, and back-of-house industrial and core industrial, and looking at how we address these various uses throughout the various sub-areas. We've got labeled DEICT on this map in the office, which we probably should have added a bit more, but that's essentially the digital office definition, which came out through the Mount Pleasant conversation as well. So in the health hub, as Gil has alluded to, this is really anchored around the future St. Paul's hospital and health campus. Here we're looking at really intensifying employment, recognizing its close proximity to transit, looking at additional heights, support of additional heights and densities. And in terms of the detailed policies, the St. Paul's policy statement will be coming forward to Council in June and will align with these directions as well. To the south there, the Creative Campus, which runs from Main Street to Clark on the southern end of the study area, this is really looking to create a sort of a center of our innovation economy in the Falls Creek Flats area. This will be anchored around the future home of Emily Carr and the existing campus at Great Northern Way. And again, we'll be looking at additional heights and densities to support increased employment. As Gil indicated, this is one of the more kind of fine-grained sub-areas. There's a series of different district schedules, which we'll unpack in a bit more detail when we come back to council. But this one is one of the areas where we will be looking to leverage higher value uses to deliver some of the industrial and artist space that Gil alluded to in his intro. And again, this is just reiterating that image of the types of spaces and the types of environment that we'd be looking to achieve there with higher densities and a support for a variety of economic functions. In the central, the terminal spine, it was sort of constrained between the passenger rail to the north, the Glen Yards to the east, and the CN Yard to the south. We're looking to intensify the industrial uses while introducing some additional creative products manufacturing as well, recognizing its central location and close proximity to some of the transit and an ability to potentially intensify employment here while supporting some of the industrial functions. A couple of the moves we're looking at in this district is minimizing the ability for standalone auto retail and removing mini storage as a use in this sub area. The back of house district is really one of our in terms of the functioning industrial space in the Falls Creek Flats. We see this as a very healthy and thriving production, distribution, repair sub area in the flats. This is where produce row wholesalers, a series of city-serving distribution companies, a number of artist studios, and a variety of arts and cultural economy presence. Here, what we're looking at is really supporting an ongoing evolution of that within the context of current policy, looking to support the core industry and those other uses as I've identified. Another role here is a fairly critical and central component of city service in this area with a number of civic facilities in this area as well. As we've touched on here, while it's predominantly industrial land, employment land, industrial and mixed employment land, one of the things we've also looked at is within the regional context statement where we do have general urban, is how can we better utilize those opportunities to help support some of the economic functions we're looking to establish in the zone. So this map is illustrating the various locations where either existing or new residential are being proposed as part of the plan. The yellow is essentially no change to current, current policy. The orange is looking at modifying what is already residential within the area and the regional policy, and the red is looking at an introduction of new residential proposed in the plan, which currently wasn't there. In areas where we're introducing new residential uses, as Gil's alluded to, we'll really be looking to target rental housing that addresses some of the tenets of need around the workers, the artists, and those that are supporting the economic role of the area. While consistent with our regional growth strategy, with the intent of the regional growth strategy and our ability to accommodate minor amendments through the municipal flexibility, there will be a requirement with the policy that comes forward to council for some minor amendments to our regional context statement as illustrated here with these three areas. In total, it's a 1 hectare area of land going from industrial to general urban, and roughly 1.5 hectares going from mixed employment to general urban, which will bring more details forward when we return in July or September. As we've indicated, one of the key challenges that have long sort of been highlighted for this area is a lack of public life and public amenities. So a key part of this plan is about looking to establish that type of framework to support public life in the area. As we've touched on, there's a major asset here in terms of the two institutional anchors, and the plan will look to connect those into the larger framework, recognizing that these will both contain significant places for public life and amenity to land on those sites. The next piece of the structure that we're looking at is establishing 3 what we're calling amenity-rich public nodes at key places where we see significant character assets. So what we're looking at in these locations is embedding some of the historic buildings and the character buildings of the area and starting to really create areas that support an intensified presence of other employment uses, but really supporting an amenity-rich and active ground floor to support plazas, gathering spaces, the public life, and the ability for business to sort of spill out into these areas. The other thing these nodes will contain is some additional green tree canopy and rainwater management, as well as a number of other details which we'll outline through as we come forward as well. With that in place, the other piece of that network, recognizing that to supporting business function in the area, there's a whole range from very social and collaborative, high energy type environments, which we're looking at establishing at those nodes, but there's also a desire to have connections to some more passive reflective areas. So we're looking at embedding and enhancing the local parks and tying into ecological corridors. With those pieces in place, there's a few key moves where we're looking at establishing some active public connections through the area. One of the ones is illustrated on the western, sort of running from Gore down through kind of running parallel with Main Street, is looking at getting a complete street off Main that connects Railtown in the north through the downtown east side and the clusters through the flats and into Mount Pleasant, seeing this as a real opportunity to connect a complete street, tying together the various elements of that innovation economy. From the seawall, we'll be looking to pull in a key link at Central that ties through the center of that innovation hub. Another element is looking to connect an arts walk that ties the train station at Main Street into the Emily Carr campus. And on the eastern side, you can see a couple of green lines indicating some desire lines and placemaking opportunities. One is connecting the Central Valley Greenway in to the BCC Clark station, overcoming the challenges around the escarpment and the rail, and looking at that as a major gateway opportunity to celebrate the arrival into the area for bikes and pedestrians. And down at the other location where you see the circle and the various arrows from there is looking at connecting 5 sort of dead ends or points on the map that we'd like to tie at this place where the 2 freight yards meet. With those pieces in place, what we're looking to do is establish a looped network that ties the various assets, public life assets together in what we've called Walk the Line. The concept with this is the red dots are sort of illustrating the provision of small amenity nodes as well along that line that would allow for business showcasing, tied into some of the work that the VEC has been looking at, provides local amenities and the ability for accessing some small little gathering places. The goal here is to sort of establish a 5-minute walking distance between the various nodes. Here's just some illustrations of what that looks like, and the real origin of the idea came out of a desire to sort of retrace, not exactly, but in a sort of figuratively retracing the old shoreline that used to be in the area, recognizing real opportunities to celebrate some of the historic places of memory and some of the names associated with that. And the illustrations here just are showing some of that rainwater management opportunities and the types of public spaces that we could support along that line. This is just illustrative. There's a lot on here. You don't have to take it all in, but essentially this is a packaging up of the resulting structure plan and those various sub-areas and land use changes that we've touched on. In terms of the targets and public benefits, we see this plan as delivering a number of real opportunities for this area over the next 30 years. A series of programs that start to tie these businesses better to one another, provide a local voice for business, establishment of other programs to deliver and support the delivery of affordable industrial spaces, and new opportunities for local procurement, as well as landing, which we haven't touched in detail on, but there's also a component of a Center for Food Excellence that celebrates the role of the food economy in a very public location. In terms of spaces, we're looking at establishing over 20,000 additional jobs by 2041 in the area, securing expanded artist production space and places for industrial, while also at the same time introducing a significant amount of housing in areas that accommodate it. A big piece, as I've touched on, is providing those places to support the public life as outlined. And again, with the rail and the need to better connect, another key move in the plan is starting to tie these various assets together, all within the delivery of a more resilient and sustainable environment for those businesses to locate. In terms of packaging up in the plan that you have before you, the public benefits package, we recognize this as a very unique location in the city of Vancouver, as one of the few inner-city industrial areas. It really presents a lot of opportunities as a city serving district, so we recognize that some of the benefits are really to support the vision that we've painted for you here. But there's also a big role for this area to play in terms of district serving and city serving assets. So the public benefit strategy that you have in the report before you outlines some of those various assets that would be needed to implement the vision of this plan. In terms of implementation and next steps, as Gil indicated, we'll be looking to come back at some point in the summer with the amendments to the existing district schedules and the policy to support the development of those schedules. As well as an ongoing implementation, and you'll hear very shortly from the Economic Commission. We'll be reporting back on the economic development strategy. As well, there's ongoing discussions around the prior venables replacement, which was a key part of this work originally. And just as an update, that's something that currently the Parks Board and Transportation are working with consultants to start to understand some of the other options of potential routes, and that's something that will be returning to Council. And I think that in summary sort of wraps up some of the key next steps. And with that, I believe we'll pass off to the Vancouver Economic Commission. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to introduce Ian in just a second. I wanted to make one additional point that I neglected to make at the beginning, and that is that we have heard or we've seen in some of the communications that you've received over the last 48 hours or so about it kind of plays into this notion of just reserving space for industrial at low scale and not taking full advantage of the district. We actually do really intend to intensify employment in the district, and you've seen some numbers that I think took the whole 450 acres and averaged what they saw from zoning as a fairly low number of employees per acre. When we looked at that again and set aside the sort of back of house area and focused more on the real intensive areas of the creative hub and the health sector and took out the rail lines, which we can't really count in the mix, but still included the street network and so forth, we ended up with a job density perspective in 2040 or 41 of something like 283 jobs per acre. The only area of the city that's higher than that is the Central Business District, which is at about 460. So most of the other existing industrial areas, whether it's Mount Pleasant or even the Broadway corridor, which is not industrial, have much lower job densities than that. So we're really talking about a huge intensification of employment here. We're clearly not having 300 or 400 foot towers as you do in the Central Business District, but we are intensifying the employment hugely. So it will be the second most dense employment area in the city when the plan is realized. Just wanted to make that point. With that, I wanted to, and again, the mix of employment opportunities here is something you don't find in the CBD. And to that end, I wanted to introduce Ian McKay, who's going to come forward and talk about his perspective from the Vancouver Economic Commission.
Thank you, Gil. Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of Vancouver City Council, thank you for the opportunity to have us present today. And we're pleased to be here to present a plan developed by the Vancouver Economic Commission on what we feel are significant and high impact opportunities for economic development as it relates to the False Creek Flats. Our plan is the result of a tremendous amount of work done by a small but mighty team at the VEC, of course in collaboration with the city. Years of research, consultations, surveys, interviews, site visits have gone into what we think is a comprehensive, forward-thinking, necessary plan for the flats. It's also a step beyond our normal day-to-day economic development activities in the sense that it is the first sort of district-scale plan that we have been engaged in. VEC, of course, has worked very closely with the city on the Greenest City Action Plan, the Renewable City Plan, and in this case, the Falls Creek Flats Local Area Plan. We're excited about the opportunities that the flats present to us, and we are convinced that the future of Vancouver as a healthy, vibrant, livable community can be greatly enhanced by the implementation of a forward-looking economic development strategy for the Falls Creek Flats. Before I hand it over to Petra Basili on my team for the presentation, I'd like to take an opportunity to do a very quick update on what others are saying about Vancouver these days and some of the key metrics that reflect our city's economy. We continue to focus on our mandate as positioning Vancouver as a globally recognized leader for creative, innovative, and sustainable business. And I can assure you that each of those sectors of our economy are thriving, in many cases world leading, and we're getting a lot of recognition for what's happening in the city. Most recently, Vancouver was recognized by Startup Genome in San Francisco as the #1 technology startup ecosystem in all of Canada, moving up 3 ranks from the study 2 years prior. We're also the #15 technology ecosystem in the entire world of the 200 cities they surveyed. We've known for a while we're the #1 visual effects and animation cluster in the world, validated, of course, by Sony's move to position their headquarters here 3 years ago. Notably to this file, of course, we're the top clean tech cluster in Canada and one of the top 10 global clean tech clusters. Vancouver for the last 3 years and projected for the next 2 years is the #1 job creating economy in Canada. I don't think there's a time, certainly in my lifetime here, where we could say that, but to have that leading job growth metric 5 years in the trot is quite a statement, and we need to seize the opportunity to continue on that plan. And even more important, I think, is the fact that we're recognized as the most diverse economy in Canada. This is all studies by the Conference Board of Canada and the OECD. So we feel that we're on the right track to not just lead in the creative, innovative, and sustainable sectors, but to become the most diversified economy in Canada. And finally, as we consider the future of the flats, imagine if we replace the word industrial zone with innovative zone. It doesn't take much to view this incredible parcel of 450 acres in our city's core literally as a gift that's been bestowed upon us as an opportunity that we can't forego, an opportunity to create a world-leading center for innovative thinking, innovative infrastructure, and innovative economic development. In your package today, there is a document that we have put together. It's called The Flats. It's the Economic Development Strategy. I strongly encourage you and ask you, please, to read the document when you have some time. It's a very good background, rich with data that adds some further color to the presentation you're about to see from Petra on my staff. So, Petra.
Don't meet the height requirement for the front row here. All right. So thank you so much for hearing about the Flats Economic Development Strategy today and taking some really careful time to consider it. As Ian mentioned, this is the first time we've really developed a district-scale economic development strategy of this scale and scope. And we've poured a lot into it because we really see an unprecedented opportunity from an economic development perspective in the Flats to support region-wide prosperity, job growth, and innovation. We have this really unprecedented opportunity because we have this rare, large contiguous employment district in really close proximity to downtown with lots of leverageable city-owned land and increasing connectivity to transit. There's new anchor institutions taking root in St. Paul's and Emily Carr that can serve as hubs and supports for economic activity. And we have a rapidly growing population and rapidly growing tech sector that are creating increasing opportunities for job growth in the area. With this unprecedented opportunity, however, we also see an unprecedented number of challenges facing the Flats, and for that matter, our inner city industrial areas more generally. In the last 3 years, we've seen massive leaps in land values extending from the housing affordability crunch into our commercial and industrial spaces. We've seen increasing congestion on the road and an increasing need to move more and more people across town at peak hours. And we've also seen a pressing need to help businesses adapt to disruptions and risks associated with climate change and extreme weather. So we've really developed this strategy to address both the opportunity and the challenges present in flats today and the ones that we see coming in the future. We're very aware that there are lessons that we should be learning from our peers in San Francisco in particular, where the innovation economy has really taken off, but in many cases at the expense of the greater community. And so we want to make sure that we're doing this right and that we're trying to avoid displacing many of the light industrial businesses that are so important to the community currently, like this one, the saw and knife store near my house that recently moved to Port Coquitlam. So, before we jump into the elements of the strategy itself, I want to take a minute to note all of the people that engaged with us throughout the process and thank the ones that are here today as well to speak. The VEC has really synthesized and articulated this strategy, but the content is really a reflection of the incredible leadership, insight, and engagement we've had from the community, from business leaders, landowners, students, local and international subject matter experts, citizens, employees, and students alike. Working with such an inspiring group of individuals has helped us articulate an economic vision for the flats that we think does justice to the scale of the economic opportunity and challenges before us. It's a vision that not only celebrates industry and innovation, but seeks to enhance the key clusters that are unique to the district and facilitate Vancouver's transition to smarter logistics systems, a more circular economy, and a more resilient and inclusive economy overall. One of the most consistently resounding messages that we heard from the community was that the flats should be a place to experiment. It should be a place to test new approaches to economic development, infrastructure planning, and public space activation. It should be a place to demonstrate new technologies, financial tools, and business models. And it should be a place to facilitate unique forms of collaboration, co-location, and resource sharing to reduce costs and increase resilience among businesses. There's a handful of assumptions that also came out in this public process that we think are harmful to the process of planning for and strategizing for the future of the area. One of those harmful assumptions is that the flats is an unproductive area of our city. In fact, when we look at the role that the flats is playing, it's 15% of the industrial land that we have left in Vancouver, and it represents more than 10% of the total manufacturing, wholesale, construction, and waste management jobs in Vancouver. A large portion of which are the middle income jobs for people without college degrees who maybe don't speak English, and some of whom have social barriers to employment. So it's very important to the diversity of our employment base in Vancouver. The flats is also one of the few industrial areas that accommodates city serving back-of-house operations. The printers, repair shops, wholesalers, distributors, equipment rental agencies, and production houses that are needed to support our downtown office, retail, film, design, and tech sectors. I think sometimes this assumption that the flats does not need to play an industrial role comes from an expectation of a future in which automation and offshoring have reduced the need for industrial space in the city. But in fact, this hasn't been the case so far, and we don't expect it to be the case in the future. Population growth in the surrounding residential districts is driving the need for more back-of-house services. We're seeing a resurgence in artisanal manufacturing to the tune of 400,000 new jobs were created in small urban manufacturing in the United States between 2010 and 2012, and we're seeing that same trajectory here in Canada. We're also seeing that as we attempt to shift to a more circular economy in Vancouver and deal with congestion and fuel costs, that proximity is continually going to be an issue for local distribution businesses. And finally, we're seeing a huge growth in our physical technology sector, smart city technologies, clean technologies, wearables, 3D printing, all of which require light industrial space. The increasing demand for light industrial space is creating a significant crisis of affordability for industrial operators. We see demand outstripping supply for industrial space, lease rates increasing to the tune of $26 per square foot, gross lease rates, and land use policies have been largely ineffective at suppressing land values. And this isn't just a crisis for startups and new businesses. 70% of businesses in Vancouver lease their space, which means that as their leases come up in the next 3, 4, or 5 years, many of these businesses are at risk of being displaced. A good example is Aaron from Sky Harvest, who has developed a vertical indoor growing company for local microgreens that are distributed by bicycle to restaurants and hotels downtown. They're currently being displaced from their space in Strathcona and looking for a space in the flats to land or in another central city industrial area and really struggling to find something that they can afford. So how do we address this industrial crisis? In the past, we've done it with one-off projects, but we don't see that as being sufficient in the future. We need to develop a new system for making sure that affordable industrial space is brought online in pace with other forms of high-value development. So when we've looked at models from our peer cities, New York, San Francisco, Toronto, as well as from other sectors such as affordable housing and affordable art space, we see 4 components of a new system that need to be created. The first is a fund where we can bring together money from both public and private sector investors in affordable industrial space. In New York City in 2015, they launched a nonprofit industrial development fund to the tune of $150 million to be put into affordable industrial spaces, which they estimated would be able to bring on an additional 400,000 square feet of light industrial space and 1,200 jobs. They did this by putting in $60 million of public money and leveraging another $90 million of private investment. We also see the need to develop a nonprofit industrial development corporation to build the capacity to build, retrofit, manage, and maintain affordable industrial space. We have nonprofit development agencies in our housing space now, and we're developing more in our arts space as well, and we need to be doing the same for light industrial. In conjunction with that, creating some clear criteria for prioritizing those projects and those partners. And finally, we need to develop supportive policy to help bring the land and space online to make this possible. One of the models that we think is really worth looking at closely is the model that they're using in San Francisco, where they've tied density bonusing to delivering additional affordable industrial space. So where you're allowed to add additional density on site in exchange for developing light industrial space that can be managed long-term by an affordable industrial nonprofit called PlaceMade. Of course, we recognize these systems will take time to build and even more time to take effect, as we've seen in our affordable housing space. But there's some things we can do in the meantime, and there's some things that we need to be doing in the meantime to ensure that it's not too late. Just to give one example, one way we can do this is to help businesses create co-location partnerships and share industrial insights with landowners that are out there. So just last week, we took 2 light industrial businesses that are at risk of being displaced from the city down to the Vancouver flea market to take a look at their space, where the landowner is now considering condensing the operations into 3/4 of their building and opening up an additional 5,000 square feet of light industrial space for these industrial operators that are at risk of needing to leave the city. So another dangerous assumption that I just want to address, because it arose occasionally throughout this process, is the notion that innovation equals tech and tech equals office. This idea that industry and technology are at opposite ends of the spectrum is not helpful, and it's not true. And in fact, it ignores the really exciting innovation and invention that's happening in our industrial areas. For example, in the flats alone, we're seeing many companies taking up deconstruction and remanufacturing challenges. We're seeing industrial organizations take on smart packaging challenges and test alternative vehicles and alternative fuels. We're seeing new ways of food growing, processing, and distribution, and we're seeing huge numbers of clean tech companies prototyping, testing, and conducting R&D in our industrial areas. In fact, gritty light industrial areas are supporting many of our most interesting and also our most impactful innovations and entrepreneurs. It's important to note this because the fact that our tech sector is growing like gangbusters doesn't mean that there's a diminished need for industrial space. Yes, there's an increased need for tech space, but there's also an increased need for light industrial. And there's other districts in Vancouver that support office-based technology firms. Our downtown is serving as a major destination for technology headquarters. Gastown and Mount Pleasant are serving as major destinations for the digital entertainment based technology and design firms. And the False Creek Flats and Strathcona really need to serve this light industrial innovation sector. The other reason this assumption is dangerous, this assumption that an industry and innovation are two different things, is that it actually separates innovation from our established industrial businesses. It excludes them in many ways, and we're not seeing that that's the reality. Increasing commodity prices, increases environmental regulations, and major technology disruptions are really creating an attitude among our industrial business operators that they need to innovate or die. And they're taking this challenge very seriously. The problem that many of our industrial businesses are facing is that although they recognize the need to innovate and have the leadership to do so, they lack some of the R&D resources, expertise, and facilities to be able to take that on. So this is where we see a relatively simple set of interventions playing a huge role, including creating social programming that matches industry challenges with R&D capacity and subject matter experts from academia and the community, as well as simplifying the process of capitalizing on existing funding and resource programs for R&D projects. We're already working with engineering to secure an unused portion of Scotia Street for a shared demonstration site to support startups that need space to showcase, demonstrate, interact with the public, and refine their products and services. And finally, we need to solve some of the digital connectivity gaps in the flats. In particular, there are some areas of the flats that still don't have high-speed Wi-Fi. So this is a real challenge for innovation-based firms, obviously. So the third section of the Flats Economic Development Strategy is all about addressing lack of connectivity, amenity, and identity in the flats. And one of the really powerful messages that came from the work with the community is that there's an incredible opportunity for education, experimentation, events, and public identity to be built around the anchors of existing and emerging clusters in the flats. Take 1000 Parker Street, for instance. It's become a critical anchor for arts and artisans in Vancouver, and it's been around for more than 35 years now. It's the crown jewel in the Eastside Culture Crawl. It's the most well-known production facility in the city. And even so, we find it's relatively under-celebrated. There's limited evidence in the public realm that it exists, and people only interact with the makers inside one time per year during the Eastside Culture Crawl. The challenges that face 1000 Parker are the same ones that face our industry clusters across the flats. It's got a relatively unknown identity. It's disconnected from the surrounding residential neighborhoods by a kind of network of orphan spaces or dead zones, which may give the illusion that this is an area that's unfriendly for pedestrians or unfriendly or unsafe. And these are the same challenges that are facing other industry anchors in the False Creek Flats. This underrepresentation in particular, we're seeing a huge amount of need for representation from the businesses on Produce Row to ensure that new road construction is done in a way that allows them to continue to operate within their 40-year well-established food cluster in the flats. And we're seeing a need for representation for the businesses on Industrial Ave that are struggling with issues of safety and security and have concerns over possible siting of a new neighborhood energy utility. So in order to address these gaps in connectivity, amenity, identity, and advocacy in the flats, we've outlined a series of recommendations that essentially hinge on the development of a unique industrial BIA or community development corporation, whereby business needs can be collected and projects and programming can be developed to solve those needs. One of the most exciting roles we see for this industrial BIA is actually creating and activating mobile amenity sites. We've heard a lot from particularly the more intensive sites in the flats, the need for spaces to eat, shop, hang out, that sort of thing in the flats, which are vastly missing at this point. This is an example from Las Vegas, from the Las Vegas downtown project that we see as a really good model to emulate. whereby inexpensive modular development, similar to the temporary modular housing that we've just put in on Main and Terminal, has been erected to house retail, service, and restaurant startups that need a small, inexpensive space and a flexible lease to test their business model. It has the added benefit of providing test space to startups while creating a vibrant amenity space and public realm in an otherwise underserved area. So the last section of the Flats Economic Development Strategy is really all about addressing climate risk and resilience. When we actually started this project 4 years ago now, this was our main goal. We started with the mandate that came from the Greenest City Action Plan to create the greenest place to work in the world. And it's our work in the area has changed shape over the years. But when we started this inquiry, we started really when most cities were looking at sustainable district development only in the context of residential, office, and retail live-work districts, and not in the context of active industrial districts. So we started by asking the question, what does green mean for an active industrial district, and what does it mean for the people who are here right now? And what we realized is green means very different things for the one-person shoemaker versus the 100-person food distribution business, but that ultimately the Flats has the potential to become an engine for sustainability and innovation for the entire city. It's the place where we see businesses taking up the challenge of helping us shift to a more circular economy. It's a place where we see businesses open to and already establishing smarter logistics systems and transitioning to alternative vehicles or alternative fuels to move goods and services around the city. It's a place where we have a huge opportunity to retrofit old industrial buildings and reduce our GHG emissions from building stock, and a huge opportunity to create the spaces and the support mechanisms for small green startups. Again, we kind of had a false assumption going into this. We assumed that businesses would need to be convinced of the business case to address climate risk. And what we realized is we were all wrong. There's a huge amount of leadership coming from the business community in the False Creek Flats around climate change. Industrial businesses are primarily, or industrial areas are primarily sited in low-lying areas of the city that are liquefaction zones, so they're aware of the fact that there are challenges, or possible challenges around earthquakes that need to be addressed. Industrial businesses tend to be the most heavily impacted by climate policies such as carbon pricing and by climate risks such as volatility in commodity markets. So we see a huge amount of leadership in taking on sustainability challenges, and where the real issue comes in is again, once again, in addressing the capacity issue. So many of our businesses, 90% of our businesses, in fact, in Vancouver have less than 50 employees, which means that they don't often have the capacity to act on all of their sustainability initiatives. In particular, many of the challenges that are being faced by industrial businesses are ones that need to be tackled collectively. They're not challenges that one individual business can take on. So we've actually been experimenting with a model for proactively addressing climate risk with industrial businesses over the last couple of years, whereby we've used interviews, sustainability targets, group discussions to identify collective challenges in the False Creek Flats and address them through infrastructure advocacy and training and education programs. So for instance, in our very first interviews with businesses in the Flats nearly 4 years ago, one of the biggest challenges that we heard from operations managers and business owners was the need to address their fleets. There was a resounding notion that we know there's something that can be done with our vehicles that will help us save costs and reduce our GHG emissions, but we don't know what and we don't know how to get there. So we've put together a project team that specifically is addressing fleet issues in the Flats now. We're looking at opportunities to put in fast charging stations for electric vehicles. We're working on a pilot project this summer for vehicle sharing for commercial delivery vehicles, and we're developing driver training and education programs for leveraging new technologies in the fleet space. And this is just one of a handful of those collective challenges that we've identified and are now addressing over the coming summer and the coming year. So before we wrap up, I just once again want to emphasize that we're operating in a new industrial era. It's the industrial area that the World Economic Forum would say in advanced economies like Vancouver is in a fourth industrial revolution, one that combines physical, digital, and biological systems. We're already seeing this in the flats, in the growth of wearable technologies, remanufacturing, agri-tech, clean tech, that type of thing. And we really have 450 acres to get it right. This piece of land is extraordinarily important to the city and extraordinarily important to our industrial innovation economy. That said, it won't be enough. It's only 450 acres. We can't land everything here, but we can definitely experiment with new models of industrial mixed-use development that can be emulated throughout the city based on successes in the False Creek Flats. So, before we wrap up, what's needed? We've put together a very ambitious vision for the False Creek Flats, one that creates low-barrier jobs close to home, 24-hour economic activity, high employment density near transit, and more resilient and efficient business community. But it's not something that can be led alone by the Vancouver Economic Commission and not even by the Vancouver Economic Commission and the city combined. So really what we're looking for is support and leadership on behalf of the city to also help us develop vehicles to create strategic investment in projects, places, and people, and create the vehicles, the financial vehicles that are needed to actually leverage funding from private foundations, investors, and other levels of government as well. And finally, a spirit of innovation. We need a willingness to experiment with new approaches to urban economic development in the flats, and occasionally that will mean loosening the rules to make sure that we can do that. So I'm going to end it there, and we invite any questions.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of very good presentation. Before we move on, just a little bit about the run of show today. We do have a total of 38 speakers registered, plus I'm sure a lot of questions from on different issues, plus a lot of questions from the council potentially. So a couple of things. First of all, before we get to speakers, each speaker will have up to 5 minutes, and you may have questions from councillors afterwards. And also, I wanted to let people know that at 12 p.m., we will be taking a lunch break until 12:45, so 12 to 12:45, hard break. And at 2 p.m., we will start working on the 10th Avenue issue, regardless of where we are in the agenda, and then we'll come back to where we were in the agenda afterwards if we have not completed our other items yet. So with all of that background in place, I will now move to Mayor Robertson.
So I'm going to suggest, rather than having in the next hour of questions from council to our staff, that we go right to hearing speakers. I know we got lots of speakers here on this item, and that we email questions to staff and they can answer them maybe right after lunch. And we can have a round of live questions from council to staff after we hear from all the speakers, but I think better use of our time, and certainly for those who are here to speak on this issue, it'd be great to hear from them as soon as possible, if that's okay with the chair.
I think that's a great idea that we move straight to speakers now, and the councillors could email their questions to staff as recommended by the mayor, and we'll come back to live questions after all of that process.
Which staff should we email?
Yes, who should we send them to? Gil, should we send them to Corey? Corey Dobson.
Okay.
Okay, so on to our speakers list, and there are 25 speakers to this item, starting with our city representative, the chair of the Active Transportation Policy Council, Tanya Paz, who is right there. Welcome, and you know the rules, up to 5 minutes. The timer's right in front of you, and welcome aboard.
Shalom. Good day, city councilors, chair, and mayor. My name is Tanya Paz, and I chair the city's ATPC, or Active Transportation Policy Council, which advises city council, park board, and sometimes school board on behalf of pedestrians, bicyclists, skateboarders, transit riders, anyone on a hoverboard, what have you. In general, this is a very broad plan, a very long-term plan. I'd like to thank the staff for recognizing the importance of keeping industrial lands, what we've got left of them, and for showing us all what industrial means in this century. It's innovative, it's innovation, it's creativity, and it's green jobs. So that's great. The one thing I would like to note, we would prefer to know what we, ATPC, would prefer to know what the main arterial or the replacement arterial in the plan would be at this point. But don't let that be a delay at this, to you. Don't let that delay you. We just wanted to note that. Obviously, that's a big part of the transportation aspect. We especially look forward to a new train station and the opportunities to design a train station with safe, active transportation connections to and from it. Can you imagine? Concept. We would like to thank the staff and all the other stakeholders who participated in this project for being so comprehensive, my goodness. And we encourage continued connection, continually connecting this plan to the others nearby, such as Northeast Falls Creek, the Digital District, and St. Paul's. Thank you.
That's very concise. I don't see questions. I'll ask just one brief question. I know that getting over the rails is a huge issue. As ATPC, I believe, is already in conversations with staff about 2 different potential ramps, one up the escarpment and one over the rails for pedestrians and cyclists and hoverboards.
That is correct, yes. So there are, depending on how many years in the future you look at the plan, more and more, maybe they only showed it to us, but more and more bike routes are added within this plan, and it all starts to look pretty green in the end, when we're all gone, I don't know. But yes, the rail adds an added complication to this, but yes.
We'll find a way to get people over that. Okay.
Absolutely. Thanks for checking on that.
Thank you very much. You have no other comments? Thank you very much. Great. We'll go now to our citizen speakers, starting number 1 with David Port, the president of Port Communities. David Port? Not here. Okay. Louise Schwartz, Recycling Alternative. I see Louise here. Welcome. Good to see you.
Great. Okay, this is the right height for me. Good morning, Madam Chair and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning, and also thank you to City staff and the VEC for the really diligent and comprehensive work they're doing on this plan. My name's Louise Schwartz, and I have a company called Recycling Alternative. We're a locally owned recycling company situated in the Falls Creek Flats. We've been operating there for over 25 years. So we have seen significant changes in our immediate neighborhood surrounding the flats. To give an example, for the first 15 years or so of our business, we actually delivered all our paper loads to the middle of the Olympic Village, where the Red Salt building is, now a craft beer pub. And that was the recycling plant and where all the paper was being processed. So we've seen the move from heavy industrial into more predominantly residential area. There, we've also seen the challenges that have come on our side of Main Street, the east side, when we start looking at the mix between live-work studios, landing and light industrial zones, and the sort of potential for friction that can create between residential and then light industrial functions. And so while we've adapted to these changes in our own business, it's been important for us to be a voice for preserving the small remaining enclave of light industrial land in this area so close to the city core. It's critically in short supply in Vancouver. The plan acknowledges that, and the plan also acknowledges the types of jobs that light industrial can bring. In particular, we're very interested at Recycling Alternative in inclusive jobs that are close to the city's core. So today, we're in a co-location with United We Can, the downtown Eastside Bottle Depot. Many of you might remember that. It was actually the first of these hub models, one of the first at least, to land in the flats for a co-location between our organizations. And it really was, due to the hard work of United We Can, Recycling Alternative, in the city working very closely together to achieve this. Today, on our 1 acre, we employ 80 plus people, and we've got room to grow, and we've got room to do more of our nitty-gritty work down there. So I see there are some great opportunities that has been highlighted by some of what Peter was saying. You know, most businesses, we all know, businesses, offices, residential development can happen in so many parts of the city. Really, for businesses like our own, Recycling Alternative, other groups that you're probably going to hear from today, we have very few options left in Vancouver, and the False Creek Flats is one of the last options for us. So we see the flats as having an incredible opportunity to showcase local innovation and kind of an emerging green light industrial economy that brings also inclusion in terms of its vision for employment. And we see this as something that is really much in need in the inner city, downtown east side. I've worked in that community now for 25 plus years, and this plan is articulating some of the challenges. As we're looking at this plan, few cities have the opportunity Vancouver has before us to really get this right. We can't afford to go down a wrong road in terms of what the development plan looks like. We really need to look at how this plan can help Vancouver match its sustainability targets, our goals for creating a robust locally based economic development, coupled with a social vision for an inclusive and integrated city. So, as Council is considering this plan and looking at the landscape that is the False Creek Flats, this last bastion of light industrial so close on the edge of the city's core, I really urge Council to look closely and to look at those who are operating in the district, who have their feet firmly planted in the day-to-day nitty-gritty back-of-house fabric of the False Creek Flats community. I urge you to look also to those who are in the inner city, who are in need of inclusive employment and training and jobs development in a flexible and light industrial environment, in an area that is one of the last areas where we can actually do this, close to the neighborhoods where many of these this community lives. And finally, to look towards the future of what it means to be a city with the leadership and the vision to embrace its operational underbelly, bolstering its resilience in terms of local, innovative, light industrial green activities that bring employment. We understand there are pressures coming from all sides in Vancouver's property market. We can barely muster a day in the Vancouver news cycle without hearing mention of the pressures that are prevailing in terms of affordability here. We're going to have divergent interests on this, and some are going to move us closer towards the goal of community and collaboration and green industrial innovation, social inclusion and employment, and others are going to move us further away from that. So I ask Council to consider these elements of our city as we move forward. The plan articulates the importance of preserving local and light industrial. We support that very much. We are concerned about some of the parts around residential and how that's going to be developed.
You are at time, so I'll ask you to wrap it up.
So it's great moving forward. We just can't afford to be complacent with how we look at some of those combinations. So,
thank you very much. You have
thank
some
you very
questions
much.
from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Ms. Wharton. May I first start by thanking you for being a real leader in the green economy in Vancouver and the support of jobs in that sector. So what is going to happen now is that staff are going to go away and come back to council with some very specific changes to land use in terms of the zoning. And the zoning, as you know, lists the kind of uses that will be allowed in each zone. So I've heard very clearly, and we've had other people write to us about this, the concern about mixing certain residential or live-work uses with industrial. So can you either, if you can't do it now, that's fine. Although I'd appreciate any input that you provide. But at the very minimum, if you could inform in the very short term our staff around what uses, what specific kinds of industrial uses you want to see segregated from residential and live-work uses.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, we've been part of this process, and so we're very happy to be continuing to participate. Our first correspondence with the city goes back to 2005 on this, when the Finning lands were sold,
Right.
2003, 4. So absolutely.
Yeah, because maybe there's ones that it would be helpful too that you could point out that say, we, from our experience, don't have a problem with this. Maybe creative manufacturing is fine, or maybe there are other forms of light industrial use that
Yeah,
as I say.
absolutely. And the trash trenches is always a challenging one. Someone's living next door.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. Okay, we are now on to speaker number 3, John Stavell from Reliance Properties. Mr. Stavell, welcome.
Morning, thank you. So I'm also chair of UDI. Council has received a letter from UDI, I think, last night, and I'm happy to speak to that. Just in summary on that letter, I think there is some disappointment on behalf of UDI about what we think is a lost opportunity to create a much more dense and diverse mixed-use area for the Falls Creek Flats, which could be based on an inclusionary zoning approach, such as was recently done in the West End to ensure the requisite employment space is generated while also providing a lot more affordable rental accommodation. And this has been done successfully, and I hope this is maybe the first and last maybe underzoning of land, in my view, along what's going to be the first stop on the new Broadway corridor line. I think we could do a lot more here than we're doing. We're being too cautious. For Reliance Properties part, we are a property owner in the area just west of Emily Carr. We're a big believer in the area, so much so that actually we gave a $7 million donation to Emily Carr to help them meet their capital funding requirements for their new campus. And we did that 2 or 3 years ago, long before we were looking for anything particular to be happening in this area. But I'm very much, as a property owner, along the same lines as where UDI's position is, that we see maybe a lack of retail amenities, a lack of residential, which I believe could easily be accommodated with all the job space that's being sought. And probably that job space would be delivered sooner because of the economic diversity that comes out of that type of mixed use and takes risk out of taking these steps towards creating this space. And we're already hearing anecdotally that some of the larger innovation tenants who are being shown this area as it emerges are walking away from it because of the lack of residential and because of the lack of ground floor amenities, which are at risk here too because of the notion of putting industrial under office. And office doesn't particularly want to be under industrial either, or over industrial. So I think we could do better. I think we could be much more diverse. If we are going to go this way and do this plan, I'd certainly like to see council ensure that the existing rezoning policy for the I3 area, which allows rezoning to 3 FSR of general office, be supported for any existing applications, one of which we have. And so happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. I'm trying to pull up the letter right now, but I know that you did send it. I was hoping you could elaborate a little more on the underzoning and how you see that affecting us in our plans here at the City of Vancouver in sustainability, affordability, I suppose planning for population growth, and I think that even fits into the greenest city goals.
Well, I mean, a greenest city, in my view, is the best way to be a green city is to build self-contained communities. Which we could do with the residential. What we had been advocating was an inclusionary zoning approach where we would build the requisite commercial space, job generating space as a precondition of building any residential. And further, we were proposing, and a number of developers in the area were proposing that residential would be rental only. And I suppose could go on further and contain an element of affordable rental or income tested rental, and to the idea of being able to take the elevator to work in these large floor plate innovation spaces in the same building, or just walk across the street. Similarly, Emily Carr, with close to 2,000 students, is going to continue to experience growth, I think, and they're going to grow into some of these job spaces we're creating, as they always do, and where all their students going to live. The flip side of creating all this employment space here without the requisite residential is that everybody's going to have to commute into this area.
I'm not sure that we're going to get baristas commuting from Chilliwack to Vancouver, but I suppose there's a concern that Vancouver's working class won't have a place to live.
Yeah, I think that this was an opportunity to provide more space. And, with an affordability crisis in rental, the particular that we're having right now, 3 units per acre on 450 acres in the city is in my view, just not the best plan.
I know you've also come to council before wearing the Reliance Properties hat to advocate for inboard bedrooms and micro suites. Is that something that you would like to see in this plan?
Yeah, I mean, anywhere where we're building residential, I think that's just widening the spectrum of what's possible and making affordability easier to achieve. It's sort of a more general goal that I have.
Not to put you on the spot, you don't have to answer
I'm on
my
the spot.
questions, but can you elaborate a little bit more on what you would have liked to see? Or you had mentioned that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this might be a missed opportunity in looking at...
I just think that the inclusionary zoning approach has been very successful in the West End, where you, as an example, where you have a facility where if you build 100% rental, you can build higher and build a higher FSR, or you can do social housing mixed with strata housing. That type of inclusionary zoning approach, in my view, could be used in False Creek Flats to say you have to build 3 FSR of the type of job space we want, and if you do that, you can, and you have to build that before you can apply to build any residential under rezoning. And I would be quite supportive if that housing was required to be 100% rental throughout the area.
So would it be fair to say that you'd like to see something a little stricter, like for instance, what is prescribed in the Downtown East Side plan and what needs to be built?
Well, I think there's an area of the False Creek Flats plan between Great Northern Way and First Avenue that already kind of is setting out what I would suggest, which is that you can upzone if you build 100% rental, secured market rental housing. I just don't think that there's enough of that in the plan overall. It works out to about 3 units per acre, or 1,400 units for the whole plan, and I think that could be 5,000, it could be 8,000 units quite easily.
Okay, and then just speaking to part of the recommendation, I only have a few seconds left here, but Part B of the recommendation states further that council directs staff to continue to work with the Vancouver Economic Commission to analyze and assess the recommendations of the Flats Economic Development Strategy and report back to council on the results of such work. Do you think that this is something that you could see yourself and others and UDI participating in to perhaps come back with a plan that you feel is more robust?
Yeah, of course. As a property owner or as a representative of UDI, we're always willing to work with anybody who wants to keep working on the plan.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You do not have any other questions. Thanks for being here. And thanks for your company support to Finley Carr. Okay, next up we have Bob Laurie, representing the Northeast Falls Creek Stewardship Committee. Come on down. Good to see
you. Madam Chair, Chair Deal, Mayor Robertson, Deputy Mayor Louie, and councillors. The gray hair gives me a little bit of leeway, so I'm going to make a quick comment. I've followed Deputy Mayor Louie's career, the path of his political career over many, many years, and I'm very pleased to see he's come in from the dark side as far as his property tax position is concerned. Split assessment is really the answer and the place to go.
Your clock is ticking,
We have
Bob.
so many tenants that don't own anything.
Your clock is ticking.
That's what the gray hair allows me to do, Deputy Mayor. Anyhow, I'm going to start in with why I'm here, and that is I'm here as an individual, but sitting with the Northeast Falls Creek Stewardship Committee. And the second reason I'm here is it was 25 years ago last month, working with Finning, that we started on the False Creek Flats. So it's really interesting to look back over a period of time. So that gives me 2 perspectives. The first, according to NEFC, is you can't develop and work with a plan in isolation. It has to be connected to, and that's why the Flats and NEFC, it's absolutely vital. And I welcome and recommend what Tom and his team have done. I think they've utilized a combination of caution with flexibility to create the frame, and now we're going to get into the particular task of bringing some meat on the bone. But I would say, if you're going to listen to anybody, listen to the people that work there and listen to the end users. Listen to the development community last. They should be listening to the people that require the space and working accordingly. In other words, following the process, not leading it. What we did while working with Finning and the city, we put together a report that was called High Tech in the Urban Context. That what it was is to go out and listen to what people in the business in that industry, and at that time it was emerging, what they needed. And it was reported, and I don't know if the report, Tom, you've probably seen it, I hope. If not, I've got my own copy because we were involved. It was under Larry Beasley's watch, Ian Smith. Anyhow, I've got a copy because we sometimes find ourselves at the same place, but in the future, and having some of that material would shorten the space of decision making. I do support this report. Again, I think it's cautious, it's thoughtful, and it sets the base and pattern to begin to build. I would also suggest one of the things that while working with Finning, I also, under Graham Stamp's leadership, we purchased the, I guess it was the Schroeder property. It's now the St. Vincent's Medical Precinct. We purchased it for, it was Tapestry Foundation for Healthcare, the old recycled St. Vincent's Foundation, and we are the ones, or under Graham's watch, we were the ones that purchased it, and it went to Esperanza. So again, part of that vision is, it's like a flower that's slowly opening up. In conclusion, I'm going to make a small observation because I've watched city process. I've been in the business for over 40 years. I want to say that I've watched your planning department blossom under Gil and Kay's arrival. For the survivors, and there are many, they really are coming into their own now, and I cite Kevin and his team on NEFC, Karis and Randy Pekarsky. These are valuable assets to your community, and I didn't know you were going to be here today. I'm kind of sucking up a little bit, but I should have guessed. I should have guessed, but no, I say whoever's responsible for that, take a bow, because we're so full of bad news that every now and then a good news is nice to hear. Anyhow, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. And you don't have any questions. Thanks for being here today. Next on the list is Mark Marshall, Vice President Development of Hungerford Properties. Mr. Marshall. Followed by Celia Brower and Sarbund.
Madam Chair, Mayor, members of Council, thank you for providing this opportunity for me to speak today. Hungerford's a longtime investor and property developer in Vancouver, and we currently own several properties in the False Creek Flats, one in the terminal, aptly named Terminal Spine, and one in the Creative Hub. We're excited by the high-level aims of the plan, and we firmly believe it will positively impact the future of the False Creek neighborhood. In particular, the efforts to encourage a mix of employment uses with a focus on the creative industry along with residential and retail will lead to a vibrant community. I do echo John's earlier statements about missed density opportunities, particularly on the terminal spine. Having said that, we have been working with the team that wrote this plan, and I just want to reiterate some of the feedback that we've given to them. It's always exciting to encourage mixed-use development and to promote the vibrancy of people working, living, and socializing together. There are challenges to mixed-use development that often get lost in some of these higher-level discussions and policies. And one of the cautions I would like to deliver today is that it's a difficult task to incorporate the needs of all of these uses on small or medium-sized sites. Mixed-use development is easy when you assemble land and on larger developments. But as an example, the plans include residential bonuses in conjunction with both industrial and creative product manufacturing uses. And land values in the False Creek Flats have already started to reflect these higher density forms. However, accommodating the needs of all three of them on one site is sometimes difficult. On smaller sites where street frontage is limited and site access is tight, one is often faced with dilemmas of satisfying the needs of one use over another. It's a tall task to try and fit in typical loading and garbage requirements for all three different uses. The mixing of residential, industrial, and creative product manufacturing users and their needs vis-a-vis visitor entrances, elevator cores, and the list goes on, leads to compromises that often lead to less than ideal solutions. Parking requirements and levels of security differ and make it hard to satisfy all parties when it comes to vehicular access. Let me emphasize, I am talking about smaller and medium-sized sites here. Valuable street frontage gets chopped up by loading, garbage, use-specific entrances, and parking access, and devalues both the value and the reality of the street presence. Mixed use works on large sites and thus encourages investors and developers to assemble land into larger parcels that can be transformed into vibrant buildings. On smaller and medium-sized sites, mixing too many uses together does cause headaches in terms of servicing and functionality, and makes these spaces tough to lease or sell. My point here is to encourage the city to reflect carefully on what it means to promote mixed-use communities and to not get too demanding or prescriptive on how an individual site should achieve these forms. Asking for 3 different uses on one small to medium site sounds good in theory, but can often fall apart in the technical details. A neighborhood's fabric should include a vibrant mix of all sorts of site sizes, and policy should not be written in such a way that encourages only large mixed-use development at the expense of smaller and medium-sized projects. Having said all that, I do want to commend the authors of the report who have already incorporated the idea of allowing on-street loading and unloading, which I noticed in the draft. I think this type of outside-the-box thinking and flexibility will allow the full vision of the plan to be brought to realization. But without these accommodations, mixed-use development on smaller and medium-sized properties that can take advantage of the intensification targets being outlined will be very difficult to achieve. On another note, I would like to point out that on one of our properties in particular, general office is not allowed on a higher density site with an allowable FSR of over 5. For such intense projects in which employment intensity is important, and assuming industrial and creative product manufacturing tenants have already been incorporated to requirements outlined by the city, it seems too prescriptive not to include at least a modest component of general office. With respect to the fact that the city wants to encourage general office tenants to focus on the downtown core and other office nodes, we respect that fact, but the reality is on higher density projects, it's often very challenging to get employment uses other than general office users on some of the higher floors. As well, the reality is that many of the small and medium-sized innovation businesses that we're talking about that will be based in the False Creek Flats, they want access to these business services. It seems odd that all the residents and businesses in False Creek Flats won't have local access to the general office services that they require to support their business. So in conclusion, I'm just here simply today to convey 2 points. The city needs to be flexible. I think someone referred earlier to loosening the rules on the technical requirements of servicing, parking, and the other technical side that comes with development on smaller and mixed-use sites, which I think you'll see a lot of in the False Creek Flats. And as well, some modest amounts of general office should be allowed in some of the higher density mixed-use sites that are dispersed, particularly on the south and west areas of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do not have any questions. Thanks for being here. Next on our list, we have Celia Brower, followed by Sarb Mund, and then Madeline Shaw. And I'm hoping we can get through at least number 13, Mark Rebin, before the lunch break at noon. Celia, I thought I saw Celia here earlier. Celia Brower, are you not here? No. Okay. Sarb Mund, there you are. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of council, thank you very much for having us come in and speak today. We're basically talking in support of the plan. We own Commissary Connect, which is a commercial kitchen on Industrial Avenue. Started off as a place for food carts to get started and kind of almost become like a business incubator for them. But now we have 35 businesses that work out of the space. We're actually looking at taking on another space. Actually, sorry, we've already taken on another space on Industrial Avenue, and we've purchased a building out in South Vancouver, still within Vancouver limits, of course. But basically, what we're trying to do here is create a platform, a local food platform for business to get started, business to grow, to be able to streamline their supply chain and to increase distribution. We've actually worked on some tech features. One of them being shared use technology, and we're patenting that now. But really, I mean, the whole purpose of this talk is to understand that this would have never have happened if we didn't have the Falls Creek Flats in the industrial area there. We are looking to expand and grow in the space. We have roughly 70 employees that work out of our building now. I mean, it's not a big building, but I mean, it's just the pure efficiency of the space makes it so that there's tons of businesses, there's tons of vibrancy, and I would say hundreds of jobs that are helped by the space that we have here. But looking forward in the plan and seeing that we are in the creative campus or the creative hub, it makes sense for us to be able to push forward and help be a lead on the Center for Food Excellence with it too. So that's us.
That was very concise. I know you've got some really exciting ideas down there. I don't see any questions for you today, though. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
All right, next up we have Madeline Shaw, followed by Andrew Grant.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Madeline Shaw, and I'm one of the founders of Luna Pads, an established East Vancouver-based business that employs 11 people and sells its locally manufactured line of sustainable menstrual products to customers in 40 countries. I'm here today to speak in support of the VEC's Flats strategy, as outlined earlier. Luna Pads is an inspiring example of a successful 7-figure profitable business that has grown modestly but steadily over the last 17 years, supporting the local economy through multiple supplier relationships. Notably, we work with 5 local garment manufacturers to produce 100% of our proprietary products, which are responsible for the diversion of over 20 million disposable products annually. We have a long-standing practice of mentorship, public speaking, and other forms of leadership in the green, social impact, and women-owned business scenes in our great city. We may be a relatively small company, however, we have remarkable impact, both locally as well as around the world through our menstrual health initiatives in 17 global South nations. One of our long-standing business practices has been to rent out spare offices to other smaller businesses, typically also product-based and women-owned. Over the years that we've done this, we've provided countless hours of peer learning and support, essentially acting as an informal incubator to dozens of other ventures. Recently, we learned that the building where we lease our 2,700 square foot office and warehouse space on Commercial Street has been sold to a property developer and that we will need to relocate in approximately 14 to 18 months. Our current lease rate is $20 a square foot triple net, and we've been in the space for 7 years. Having to pay current market rates of approximately $40 a square foot for comparable space, if such a thing were even readily available, would have a highly unfavorable impact on the business. Most of our staff live in East Vancouver, while my business partner and I commute in from Deep Cove and Richmond every day, respectively. Given that we're a product-based business that requires us to store raw materials as well as finished goods, and further that we're growing, downsizing would be a destructive option. The company's success is thanks largely to the hard work and dedication of our staff, who are deeply connected to our mission and values. Many of them have been rent-evicted and forced to downsize in their personal spaces. Working from home is inefficient and uncomfortable and also deprives them of the energy and community that a vibrant workplace brings. As I pointed out earlier, Luna Pads is more than a business. It is a valuable nucleus in Vancouver's small business ecosystem, particularly as a product-based enterprise. While the specter of having to leave our space, find another comparable one, and raise the funds to be able to afford it is daunting, my friends, being entrepreneurs, we actually see an opportunity to leverage the situation for the greater good. Faced with the challenge outlined earlier, instead of assuming a contraction in our operations, we instead considered the possibility of a much larger space, an expanded version of what we've been doing informally for so very long, creating a community of loosely like-minded small businesses to offset the increased costs. What if we asked ourselves, by finding efficiencies and shared economies, we might be able to create something that offered us more tools, amenities, and space to not only grow our own business, but those of others as well? This is the key concept behind Nestworks, a not-for-profit co-located workspace that could work seamlessly with the vision for the False Creek Flats as an innovation district. Nestworks proposes the following amenities: private offices for individual companies, shared kitchen, boardroom, video and photography suites, meeting and event spaces, a co-working space for service providers and other consultants and entrepreneurs, shared warehouse and storage space for raw materials and inventory, an R&D makerspace designed for textile-based soft goods, including garments, bags, household linens, and screen-printed items, body care product R&D and small batch production lab, shared services like order fulfillment, bookkeeping, and tech support, education, mentoring, and training programs and events, and retail space to sell Nestworks entrepreneurs merchandise. Finally, we also imagine Nestworks being partnered with a licensed childcare provider to offer its services not only to the parent users of Nestworks, but also to the community at large. There are several additional benefits that we and the VEC has laid out in its list of recommendations foresee in such an arrangement, including opportunities for collaboration and circular sustainability initiatives. LunaPads is not alone in facing this dilemma, and I can testify that there are hundreds of designers whose talents are not being supported due to lack of space, access to tools, mentorship, and community support to make their visions into viable businesses. The False Creek Flats would be an ideal location for a not-for-profit like Nestworks. We are in full support of the vision for its future as outlined in the VEC's plans and are ready to roll up our sleeves to expand our role in supporting the continued emergence of Vancouver's design entrepreneur community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do not have any questions. Thanks. Next up, we have Andrew Grant, followed by Blair Quinn. Mr. Grant. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Committee members, I'm Andrew Grant, president of PCI Developments Corp., and together with Low Tide Properties, we're constructing an office building on Great Northern Way campus, as well as doing the public space around Emily Carr. In addition, we own an existing office building at 887 Great Northern Way, which was formerly the QLT building, and we have a few other development sites along Great Northern Way. All of these are within the creative campus zone, and that is where I will direct most of my comments this afternoon. The flats are an important area for our city, and we regret the short response time that's been made available to the report. However, having said that, we support the goal in the plan that is contained on page 14 that this could become a center for, quote, a thriving, flexible, and diverse economic zone. And then further on page 23, it outlines, and I'll paraphrase, to be an attractive for young, well-educated workers in the innovation economy, a dense urban environment with amenities including open spaces, restaurants, and informal gathering spaces and proximity for knowledge spillover and ensure flexibility and diversity today and into the future. And while this is a good measuring stick for the policies for the creative campus sector, we are concerned about whether the plan will actually deliver a flexible or thriving environment because of some of the details that are contained in it. Just give you a couple of examples of experiences that our company has had in our experience so far in the area of Great Northern Way campus. A leading Vancouver technology company considered locating to Great Northern Way campus, but ultimately declined, and their CEO referred to the flats as, quote, an industrial wasteland, end of quote. Also, a very large technology company, a Fortune 20 grade, that we believe or understand may bring as many as 7,000 jobs to Vancouver. Within the last few weeks, they looked at locating to Great Northern Way some of their job requirement, and within the last
be maintained. Some observations. Commercial does not necessarily equal creativity when introduced to industrial settings. A good example of this is the Brewery District of Toronto. This is a hollow, commodified, and sanitized commercial space that caters to a very narrow segment of the community. I'm concerned that some of the plan desires that type of zone. And this is what will happen if the rents continue to climb. Allowing the inclusion of public parks, public squares, commercial zones into the False Creek Flats area will destroy what we like about it. Keep it on the main arterial roadways only. Trying to mix industrial and public will only drive rents up and push existing businesses away. The remaining cultural commercial activities will be retail of imported goods. Housing should not extend past Western Avenue off Main Street. The current plan calls for a non-market housing to extend into the newly labeled Innovation Hub. In the Vancouver context, of which many people have spoken about, housing and industrial do not mix. Trying to include housing into the area is a very thin edge of the wedge. There is no value to this beyond the short-term capital gain for current existing landlords, of which I know the city to be one. Real leadership would come in maintaining the exclusion of housing in the area and allowing long-term gain through continued employment and industrial innovation. And now, I speak on behalf of the Arts Factory Society and Facility. The Arts Factory is in many ways a result of the pressures that this draft plan is attempting to mitigate. These are the scarcities of inexpensive land and access to appropriate building stock for artists and small to medium-sized businesses to develop and sustain their activities in the face of this scarcity. The Arts Factory was conceived in reaction to the increased costs of industrial buildings, which in turn is continuing to limit and the ability of artists and arts organizations to create their art, sets, props, their work. The idea was to pool our resources and share a facility that would become a means to generate art, and in so doing, become a magnet for artists from outside of our community to travel here and create more work. I like to think this is a public good. I want to thank this council and staff for enabling the Arts Factory to have a home and some small measure of success by investing in the Arts Factory and helping to provide a sustainable, affordable industrial building and providing some, but not all, of the financial capital to renovate the building to suit our needs. The model has and will prove to be successful. The Arts Factory is now open and provides industrial studio space for approximately 30 small businesses and artists, creating 30 to 40 full-time jobs, another 50 to 60 part-time jobs in 24,000 square feet of industrial aging space. That relates to approximately $3 million of annual economic activity within that building. And if allowed to remain in place, it will pay back the initial municipal investment by the end of its lease. I like to think this is a public good. This is a public good because it creates and attracts cultural and intellectual activity that stimulates its citizenry. And it's a public good because it creates a net positive economic activity. The beneficiaries of the Arts Factory extend beyond the walls. A small list of the arts organizations that have and continue to collaborate with the Arts Factory include Instant Art Coffee Art Collective, Touchstone Theatre, Urban Inc., currently producing Children of God at the York Theatre, Pacific Theatre, Presentation House Gallery and Theatre in North Vancouver, Vancouver Art Gallery, Vancouver Opera, and Ballet BC. Our work has toured across Canada, the US, the UK, Italy, Ireland, Netherlands, Denmark, Iceland, and Fiji, just to name a few spaces. What I want to drive home is that this activity is already happening. It may not need intervention. In fact, disturbing this may in fact disrupt and disturb this activity and displace it to another location or another municipality. The False Creek Flats is the last real area of industrial land in Vancouver close to the CBD where emerging and established artists can access inexpensive buildings. If this is not maintained, the slow erosion of artists and small businesses from the city will become a flood. I repeat, industrial must be maintained, digital does not equal industrial, and restrict the inclusion of housing and commercial retail to those streets facing the main arterials only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good timing, and you do not have any questions. Thank you very much. I now have an update on the AV system. It is working again, so if we can continue through a couple more speakers, that will help the schedule for today. Sorry about the mix-up. Is Mr. Rabin here? Mark? Oh, good, you didn't leave. I was afraid you'd left. Is it Rabin or Rabin? I apologize.
Rabin,
Yes,
thanks.
sorry.
I'll make it quick. Good morning. I'm Mark Rabin here from Portable Electric, and we light industrial shop at Raymer and Cordova, so about 2 blocks east of Maker Labs in Strathcona. But I'm here on behalf of the VEC and myself because this is such a wild opportunity for Vancouver, and if it's a missed opportunity, I don't think Vancouver will recover from this. There's a vibrant work-life balance here that needs light industrial space. But also that light industrial space has to incorporate a sort of like a vibrant street culture also. So we see that in Strathcona. So there is a community event there, or community happening that makers need to sort of, all right. Anyway, so the point is that if Vancouver misses this opportunity, we're all going to basically have to leave the community, and we want to work and live in this community, and that's a big part of our business relationship. So, anyway, I just wanted to come in and say that, and I support the VEC and all their good work they're doing here. So,
Thank you very much. No, you have no questions. Thank you very much. Okay, we have time for a couple more speakers. Adam Corneal from Naturally Crafted Contracting Limited. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Much like Mark, I'm here to represent my own company, but also support the VEC's vision. So I'm the founder of Naturally Crafted Contracting. We're a certified passive house builder. We also deconstruct homes and remanufacture the wood from deconstruction and put that back into our builds. So we used to be located in the False Creek Flats until about 6 months ago, when we had to expand and the cost of the space was no longer in our budget. So we almost moved to Burnaby. Luckily, we still stayed in Vancouver in the south, but it's less than ideal. So we're trying to get back into the False Creek Flats, and in doing so, we're trying to create a co-working hub to do so. It's the only way to kind of drive the prices down. I'm cohabitating right now with another business, Chop Value, who's using upcycled materials to build home decor products, and that collaboration works out really well. So we're trying to scale that up to include about 10 other businesses. So what we're trying to do is really create a upcycle materials hub, primarily looking to do it in the False Creek Flats, where it's central to all of Vancouver. These hubs exist in cities such as Portland, Seattle, Oakland, and we're lacking that. So as the city has pushed the green demolition bylaw forward, there's been a huge lack of space to start storing those materials. So we're seeing houses now that used to be demolished, they're being deconstructed, but those materials are still getting chipped up and put into recycling facilities as opposed to being upcycled and put back into the market, which is exactly what we're trying to do. So we've teamed up with some nonprofits, Habitat for Humanity, Reuse People, Repurpose Vancouver, as well as some other for-profits, in looking at creating this hub. And that's where we're turning to the city to hopefully get some help with that, because at the current rates, $26 a square foot, none of us can afford that. And if we can't find a space that's central, we'll either be out of the city or out of business. As for the False Creek Flats, I've heard a couple of developers say that we really need to create more density as far as residential. But as a business owner, the commuting to that area is actually quite ideal. You have a SkyTrain station close by, bus routes in the area, and a lot of people that live in the area that can bike, walk, or drive. Moving to the south of Vancouver, we've found commuting is actually much more problematic than the False Creek Flats. So in that regard, I won't get into if we need residential or not, but the commuting is actually ideal. Also with the deconstruction services that we provide and the partners we provide, we're looking at some of the companies already employ people from the downtown east side. We're also looking to do that as we scale up, making the False Creek Flats also ideal just for availability for those people with barriers to employment and also barriers to transportation. So basically, in conclusion, the only way that we're going to scale up deconstruction, scale up green demolition that the city wants to see, that we all want to see becoming the greenest city, is to have light industrial space that's affordable to us and that's central to us.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Thanks for being here today. We do have time for one more speaker. Michael Alexander, are you here? There you are. I couldn't see you quite there. Nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here, councilors, and thank you for having me. My name is Michael Alexander. I'm president of Reconnect Vancouver, and I'm on both Northeast Falls Creek stewardship groups, but I'm speaking for myself today. Overall, I want to thank staff for a very good document, and especially for the process, which included a great deal of public engagement over a period of a couple of years. The document recognizes the opportunities for district energy and waste, the importance of the Falls Creek Flats to the city and to Canada's largest port. And I appreciate the recognition that this is something big, even bigger than our city. The strategic directions for good movements and people movement, the value of industry, production, distribution, and repair, the jobs that those bring, and the fact that these are noisy, often noisy operations. The value of artists, and particularly in the northeast corner of the flats, a new road network, bike routes, a streetcar extension, and maintenance for streetcars, and then a recognition that rail is both a headache and a blessing. One of the things, it's a real problem for creating a street grid. We've all struggled with that. But one thing that I haven't seen in the plan is the opportunity to study passenger rail to Waterfront Station, moving it from the underused Pacific Central Station and allowing the repurposing of Pacific Central. For example, that might be a better location than the Heritage Rail District for a Center for Food Excellence and the Farmers Market. And of course, we have the example in San Francisco of the Ferry Building, which is similarly repurposed and is hugely successful. Pacific Central is a great location for that. Waterfront Station should be the best connected transit center in North America. It's got more different modes coming into it than any other transit center in North America. It should be the welcome center to all of British Columbia. Passenger rail would be an ideal addition to that. Seattle to Vancouver is 150 miles. Right now it's a 3.5 hour drive. It's a 6 hour rail trip if you leave at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's 150 miles. At 75 miles an hour and an average train speed, that's a 2-hour trip. What a connection we would have for the hugely booming tech area in Vancouver and in Seattle. I want to shift to an urban design opportunity here, which is just that in the overall look of the flats, one of the things we could do is to create swales for water infiltration, and as a visual identifier for the flats. The plants would soften and balance the industrial character. And again, look to Seattle for this. They're doing some phenomenal work there. Finally, concerns. We went from when I first started with in the public consultation process, it was very clear, no housing for the flats. Now we have 1,400 units being proposed. I think there are inherent conflicts with the nitty-gritty uses, critically important nitty-gritty uses of the flats. And, you know, yes, they're built around the edges, but, you know, that just creates new edges and new pressure to keep adding. Critically important is connecting Clark Drive to the new Pacific Boulevard and and to service Produce Row. There are three options. The city has not taken a position. I understand why. National is twice as expensive as any other option. Malkin would, if you use Malkin, you're going to lose 800 jobs in all of Produce Row. The obvious solution is William Street. I want to thank staff for adding William to the list. I want to thank the Cottonwood people for recognizing that instead of locking themselves into what they have, there is an opportunity for a win-win. William, an extension of William would slice the edge, an edge of Strathcona Park, but there's an opportunity to close Hawks Avenue, which means that there's no net loss of parkland. We could have a much better park.
And that is your time, Mr. Alexander. Do you have a closing sentence?
And that's really it. I'll be speaking to the Parks Board in favor of William Street as well.
Thank you very much. You do not have any questions. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a little bit of administrative business. First of all, can I have a motion to extend the meeting to complete the business today? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? None. They're good to go there. Next up, there's an item number 3 on the agenda, which had one speaker. That speaker is now withdrawn. Would any councillor want to pull that for debate, or can we vote on that? Can you put yourself on the queue? Okay, then it'll go back in the queue, and staff will wait for that for the agenda time when it would normally come. Okay, so in that case, we will now have a recess until 12:45, and when we come back, we will start with speaker number 16, Pete Fry. So see you at 12:45. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your forbearance for a break, and hopefully everyone got a chance to get some lunch. All right, we are going to now continue our meeting with speaker number 16 on item number 1, Pete Fry. Mr. Fry, welcome.
Oh, so this operates that?
No, do you have a PowerPoint?
Okay. I think that's it there, the PDF that I sent in.
There you go.
And sorry, does this operate that?
I am not the one controlling that.
Okay, this thing.
That thing.
Hi, folks. Thanks for hearing me. Before I launch into what I really came here about, I did want to mention that this, for one of the first times, I actually agree with John Stivell. Much as I love this False Creek Flats plan, I think that there is a real opportunity here to consider how we might integrate housing without compromising the industrial base, because I think that on a holistic level, we really need to consider what kind of impacts all this development, St. Paul's, et cetera, are going to have on the existing low-income housing in the downtown east side. And I hope you're mindful of that moving forward, because I think it is a real consideration. And like I say, first time I agreed with John Stivell on anything. But anyway, so the reason I'm here today, folks, is to talk about the Prior Street arterial replacement. As you know, of course, I've been quite active in this for a number of years, fighting to see Prior Street calmed and to see a replacement arterial. From the Okay, does this, sorry, I was trying to pull up this PowerPoint and, oh, there we go. Can we get full screen on that, or? Okay, thank you. So looking at, okay, I'm definitely doing this wrong. Okay, so we have 3 routes that are proposed, one of which being Malkin, which, as we can see, comes down this way. This is my approximation of what the map looks like. Malcolm, of course, does compromise not only the Cottonwood Gardens, but more importantly, the 800 jobs, as Michael Alexander mentioned, along the produce terminal. The second option being National, which was proposed in this plan, which does better address the concerns of both Strathconans and the Cottonwood Gardeners and the produce terminals. It does come at an additional cost to cross the tracks. The third option that's being reintroduced, which was one of 2 quote-unquote throwaway options that were suggested in the original draft, is going through William, which cuts through Strathcona Park, through the tennis courts, destroying mature trees, cottonwood trees, and an eagle habitat. And on a highly personal note, for people who live in Strathcona, it's we're expecting a great deal of density in the neighborhood. We have a lot of people who don't have access to visit some of the other parks in the region because we have a high low-income population, including children and families living at McLean and Stamps housing projects, for whom this is a local serving park, that they don't have the ability to necessarily drive to somewhere nicer or more accessible. We have yet to have any real conversation with, we were promised all sorts of additional bonuses in acceptance for losing our park, including at one point number 1 fire hall, which is now to be housing. At one point it was to include a produce terminal on Malkin, which is now to be mixed use development. About the best that we're going to get out of this proposal is the meager bit of Hawks Avenue there added to the park. Meanwhile, it doesn't nearly compensate for the amount of lost park space, nor the fact that it bisects the park and introduces essentially a 6-lane highway into a local serving park. So the fourth option that was thrown away is this, and it basically runs through city land. And the jog there up at Malkin, that may not be accurate, right up at the top corner, but the gist of it is it runs through the city works yard and the fire training station. Through that downgrading of National, you could sort of compensate for that loss of space. The spaces there are mostly I-beam frames with corrugated tin kind of rooftops, so they're not permanent structures, and I think that they could reasonably accommodate being moved. More importantly, the amount of tracks that have to be crossed, and you can't really see it here, but it's significantly less. It's about on par with Malkin or on par with the William options, but it's far more agreeable. And I will add that on the Malkin option, the concerns of the produce terminal are only partially addressed, because quite a few of those produce terminals will still have the new arterial on their frontage.
this new option goes in behind the produce terminals, does not affect them at all. Really, the only effect it would have is on city engineering property, which we feel could be reasonably accommodated. Again, these are sort of the lot descriptions. It really doesn't transverse any private lots except for one small corner piece there. Again, you can't really see it, but that is the fourth way. And to just reiterate that this is a local serving park in a relatively park deficient neighborhood. Certainly accessibility to parks is a real challenge for a lot of our residents. I'm here representing not only the Prior Street Safety Committee, as a past chair of the Strathcona Residents Association, and working with RACAM and the low-income population there, I can attest to the fact that this is a really important park to us, and the idea of losing the eagle habitat, the trees, the park, will elicit a strong reaction from the people.
And that is your time. Okay, thank you very much. You do have some questions, starting with Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I wanted to start by talking about housing. You had mentioned, I think you should mark down the date and time that you agreed with John Savell, first of all. But just if you could elaborate a little bit. I know that this is right outside of the confines of the Downtown East Side plan, and council set some very lofty development goals for that, with 60% social housing in some buildings that, depending on the rezoning of the site or the land in that area. Speakers before you had mentioned that, you know, there were different ways to do this: inclusionary zoning, the city can prescribe what needs to be built, and then there's housing built not necessarily on top of that, but aside from that. So I was just hoping that you could comment on sort of what you see the community needing for housing.
Okay, well, within the context that I know I can refuse to answer questions, and I'm really here to talk about the fourth way, I will say it was just a bit of an add-on, because I agree with Mr. Stavell in that I think that there's opportunities there, and I fully appreciate the need to preserve our industrial lands. I fully appreciate that the report actually touched on some of the things that have been bugging me about the industrial lands, insofar as we're preserving lands for giant car lots, which I think is highly inappropriate when we're talking about industrial lands. So I think that there are probably some creative solutions there. Certainly, we are seeing a real crisis in housing affordability. I don't need to tell you folk that, but it's especially magnified in the Downtown East Side. I think a lot of the zoning, the DEOD is not fully addressing it. I think a lot of the missing middle housing is getting squeezed out. And certainly, there is creative opportunities there, maybe a covenant that the residents agree and recognize that they live in an industrial zone and they can't therefore complain about noise or whatever the case may be. I know that the I-2 zone over at Burrard Slopes has a more creative approach to mixed-use development, and that's the spot that Concord bought last year. And a lot of the speculation around that, of course, surrounds the fact that the Burrard Slopes I-2 is zoned for mixed use, and I think perhaps that's an opportunity there. But I don't want to take away from the actual flats that need to happen in the preservation of industrial lands. But how about that fourth way?
Thank you very much.
What did you come here to talk about? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Fry, for coming in. I always appreciate your input. Two questions. One has to do also, I'll just follow up on housing. And you said that there are some threats in this plan to housing, or they're intimated that there may be some decrease or some impacts on the housing that's already in the neighborhoods, that come from development that's being proposed.
Well, I think this plan just barely touches on the St. Paul's precinct planning, which of course is coming before you now or soon. That and the surround, the impacts of the new St. Paul's will have profound effects on the housing as it exists in the area now. And of course, as we know, St. Paul's, and I think I came here and spoke about this before, St. Paul's does actually, half the patron population come from elsewhere in the province. They'll need hotels, they'll need places to stay. So we really are going to be challenged to achieve, easy to access housing where it's walkable, cyclable, that kind of thing, close to the hospital, and maintaining the much needed affordable housing that we are in danger of losing, especially in the Downtown East Side, which is sort of the last stop for a lot of people, as we know.
Okay, and in the Strathcona area, do you have a sense of the number of basement suites and rental kind of units that might end up getting converted into short.
Well, I mean, anecdotally, sure. I mean, we hear a lot of Airbnbs that are coming out and that kind of thing. So I'm sure that that's, we don't have, or I don't personally have the data to support it, but certainly anecdotally, we hear that there's a real crisis in affordable housing for people right now, as Airbnbs are starting to take root. So I could only assume that once there's a hospital there and thousands of employees and more visitors, that it's going to be even more impactful.
Right. Okay, I appreciate that. The fourth way.
Yes.
You've talked to, and I know you've worked, obviously, you've been in the lead at times with the Strathcona Residents Association. Have you had conversations with city staff about that fourth way? You said it was on the table before, but then...
So we had a very, very early conversation with staff last summer with a couple of staff members when they first came to pitch this William Street option, because it was along with this fourth way were two throwaway options when the last draft of the plan was being vetted in public open houses. It was basically National or Malkin, and the two other plans were throwaways. We met with staff, and at that point they suggested that we might get Hawks Avenue added to the park, added to Strathcona Park, which would be added to Fire Hall number 1 as a park, which would be added to the produce terminal that was going to get expropriated, and it would become a park land bridge descending down into Trillium Park. The land bridge, the number 1 Fire Hall Park, those have all dropped off the table. They were never on the table apparently after we met with Park Board planning. So Park Board's actually apparently initiating a plan, but we've had no outreach to the community. There's been no consultation as yet with the community aside from a very, very basic overture. And we have some pretty clear aspirations from the community about the kind of stuff we'd like to see in the park if we're going to fix this park up. But frankly, this plan represents a significant loss of park space, and I think that's the big sticking point. And I will add that, you know, I know the city manager frequents the park and knows the park well. We have some mature cottonwood trees there. We have nesting eagle pairs that return every year. Those will all be lost when this road goes through there because it's directly going through the cottonwood trees. And I can't understate how important that is to the community. Those eagles represent a great deal to our community, and you'll have people tying themselves to trees and protesting strenuously if those habitats are threatened.
Well, that's a good heads up. Yeah, and this plan doesn't, as you know, decide, but there is language in it that says that staff are going to continue working and land on the option for the new east-west arterial because it won't be prior, as you've said. Moving forward, what would you like to see in terms of engagement between you and others in the region, those very concerned about the Strathcona Park, with staff in this interim period before they come back?
Well, I think we'd like to see the fourth way reintroduced to the plan. So it was dropped off the plan, and we'd like to see it brought back into the plan so that at least it's given equal weight along with the other three options, and that we can have an informed conversation about it. I think the door has just been rather abruptly shut on this fourth way, and seeing as we're considering actually removing park space, and I get the politics about shunting this over to Park Board to make a decision on if they want to give up net park space, but I think it's a more, there's, you know, we're all, you guys were all part of the Downtown East Side local area planning process, and you know how much population increase we're expecting for that part of the city, and we do have a dearth of park space there, and we're bringing a lot more population there, and I think thinking about the future and thinking about the next generations and the children and families that we're expecting there, that we need that park space.
And that is your time. Thank you very much. Those are all your questions.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to our next speaker. I flipped my page over. There we are. Rosemary Larson, followed by Rasil Semi and Bill Tam. Welcome.
Okay. Oh. Thank you.
Magic.
Is this the mic here? Can you
Yes.
hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Falls Creek Flats plan today. My name is Rosemary Larson. I'm a long-time gardener at Cottonwood Community Garden, and I'm on the board of directors serving as the treasurer. I speak for our 140 gardeners. Is this loud enough? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, good.
140 gardeners and the many thousands of citizens of Vancouver, including a substantial number from the Strathcona area, who have signed our petitions, supported us in different ways to protect the garden from being encroached on by a wide and Malkin Avenue. As you know, we've been here several times to speak about that, how we don't want that to happen and why. And we participated in every opportunity at the study level with planners to make our views known. And we created some opportunities of our own to create awareness in the city. And I'm here to say that we are encouraged by and feel grateful to the planning staff for initiating a process with the park board whereby a third alternative for a road from Main to Clark, the Williams option, could perhaps become something that council could settle on. And without prejudicing the public consultation which the park board will undertake and which we will all participate in, we think that the Williams option, if done right, could become something that would be something that actually would benefit Cottonwood, because it would eliminate the Malkin option. And it could be something could actually enhance the park. If it's planted right with berms on both sides of the road, if the road is designed in such a way that it doesn't look like an autobahn straight cross, it doesn't have to happen. It's been done differently in different cities. It could become a place where native shrubs and trees are again reintroduced. A lot of the bird habitat and pollinator habitat are disappearing from the city because of the development. Old gardens are not replaced, or it takes a while to grow them. So this could be, again, something that could fit in with the greening of the city the way we see it. So I don't think I have time to recap much of the description of the garden. Some of you have heard it before, new councillors who are not here or have not heard it. People, it's a 3-acre area, but it's not just little plots where people get a great deal of joy out of growing things, but it's also really, because we planted it from the beginning 25 years ago, as a park. We have a nation garden in honor of and to connect with the first gardeners of Cottonwood, who were Chinese from the Strathcona area. We have lots of fruit trees that we have planted from all over the world, actually. And it's a park. People think of it as the treed part of Strathcona Park, where they go to recharge and feel better after they walk through it. Now, the previous speaker mentioned that there will be significant loss of trees if the road is taken through the park. We think that there may not be as many as first appears, and they could be replaced with new trees that will enhance the park over time. Eagles also nest in different nests every year. They nested right above my garden just a few years ago, before that cottonwood tree got rotten or was cut down, but they move around. They won't necessarily move out of the park if the road goes through it. So to recap, we want to again thank staff for going to extra lengths to listen to us. I mean, they were really good. They came several times to the garden and heard us, we feel. They made a point out of going into the garden and canvassing individual gardeners, because a lot of people can't, unless they're retired to me, can go to meetings and make their views known and take in the latest. So we applaud introducing this process. We hope the park board we will speak, and we hope the park board will settle on making the Williams option one for council to consider.
Thank you very much. You've perfectly timed that.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr has some questions for you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, and I really appreciate the number of times you've come to council to speak to us about this issue in Cottonwood Gardens. So you are stating an opinion that is different from the previous speaker, Mr. Fry.
Yes.
And he did state that there would be, if the William Street option was pursued, some loss of the Cottonwood Garden, right?
No, not the Cottonwood.
Trees.
The trees in the Strathcona Park, I think. Am I correct?
Well, that was one of the points, but the route that I saw projected showed a little tiny corner. It wasn't much, but it was a corner.
Oh, I might have missed it, but I don't think so. It's going north of the garden. The way we scrutinize it, we haven't seen any loss.
Oh, okay.
And we are protective of every inch. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, and you are hoping that you will be able to work with Park Board. Has Park Board, have you sat down with anybody from Park Board or staff from Park Board yet?
We have written a letter to Park Board saying pretty much what I said today.
Okay.
That we think it could be a viable alternative to, of course, Malkin. But there's going to be a process, we understand, where anybody in the city, and we will participate in that process of public consultation and make our views known.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and those were all of your questions. Thanks for coming out today. Thank you. And to many meetings. Next up, we have Rachel Semi and Bill Tam from the BC Tech Association. Excellent.
It's just Rachel here today.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all. My name is Rachel Semi, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the BC Tech Association. We would like to emphasize the importance of supporting the growth of the technology and innovation communities in Vancouver. Critical to this is ensuring a holistic view to designing and developing dynamic neighborhoods that attract business and talent, and ultimately exemplify the global tech hub that Vancouver has the potential to become. We recently participated in the Railtown zoning proceedings, and we were appreciative of the city's willingness to work with us in extending additional time to support the consultation efforts with additional stakeholders. We're asking for a similar accommodation in this instance and requesting a deferral of the decision to allow more time to consult with tech companies and stakeholders who have reached out to us recently to ensure this False Creek Flats plan is truly optimizing the potential of this fast-growing area. For context, the BC Tech Association is a member-funded nonprofit. Our purpose is to help tech companies to grow and to support Vancouver's quest to becoming a top 10 tech ecosystem. As it happens, our home for the past 2 years, the BC Tech Innovation Hub, is located on 887 Great Northern Way in the Creative Campus section of the False Creek Flats plan. So we have a vested interest in ensuring that the proposed plan and zoning developments serve the long-term needs of tech companies as they expand and grow in the area. On May 4th, city planners and VEC met with us for the first time to share the draft economic development plan for False Creeks, and we appreciate the effort and are keen on continuing that discussion. We applaud the ambitious scope and the thoughtfulness of the plan. However, the time frame from that discussion to today's meeting was insufficient for us to fully understand the scope of the plan and consult with these stakeholders to assess its merits. The False Creek Flats represents arguably the last big and key plot of land in the city, and ensuring that it is done right is of critical importance to the tech sector. We believe the plan should employ a model that integrates communities and creates a true neighborhood. So allowing for more amenities, including retail, coffee shops, restaurants, etc., as well as potentially some more rental residential options in the area, particularly along the entirety of the Creative Campus section, could be considered. This will be crucial to create the vibrancy required for the area to thrive and attract more tech companies there. Again, we applaud the effort to create cost-effective spaces for small business, and we feel that this needs to be intermixed with the option for larger companies to also locate in the area. Already, companies like Mountain Equipment Co-op and soon Lululemon have taken up residence in the flats, and we need to ensure a strong balance of large and small to create the much-needed stability in the area in the long run. So creating a truly vibrant neighborhood also requires key amenities, which we'll stress again, and these are key ingredients to ensuring that it's a neighborhood and not a park. So again, we ask for some more time to consult with stakeholders and would be happy to engage in further consultations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Thanks so much. All right, next on the queue, we have both Devin Knight and Mira Melatestenik have withdrawn and have sent in their comments by email, which I think we should be receiving at some point. John Steele and then Marcus Lowe. John Steele, are you here? No, going once, going twice. Marcus Lowe followed by Con Lee. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
You can.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council, thank you for this time today. My name is Marcus Lowe, and I'm here. I've been actively involved in the development and management of self-storage for nearly 20 years. It is my understanding that self-storage has been stricken as an allowable use from the Falls Creek's flat plan, and I would like to take a brief moment to provide you with some comments for your consideration. As the city continues to become more densely populated and housing prices continue to rise, forcing people to move into smaller dwellings, self-storage fulfills an important function and service for local residents and commercial businesses alike. Self-storage has become a part of our day-to-day lives and allows us to better manage many of life's changes we encounter. There is no shortage of examples of why one would need to use self-storage. From renters, new homeowners, growing families, to those downsizing or facing marriage separations or even death in the family, all utilize storage at some juncture in their lives. Equally important, self-storage services many small and medium businesses. With costs of retail and leasing spaces continuing to rise, commercial clients need to seek alternative, cost-effective solutions for record retention, inventory management, and delivery logistics. Furthermore, commercial clients generally represent 30 to 40% of the tenancy. So in an average 1,000-unit self-storage facility, just to put in perspective, 300 to 400 local small medium businesses are utilizing this service. There's a rapidly declining amount of self-storage servicing the entire downtown peninsula, and this plan would push it even further away from the residents and businesses that need this important service. Some key benefits of self-storage for the city, which I would like to highlight, are self-storage is a higher density use that generates high property taxes for the city while requiring limited amounts of water, sewer, etc. Point being, it doesn't burden the city's existing infrastructure. Secondly, it can often fit or work on challenging sites that are not suitable for other uses, or even contaminated sites, which is an ongoing challenge in the Falls Creeks area. Thirdly, self-storage doesn't generate high traffic counts. In an area where you've got continuously increasing traffic counts, self-storage would not add further stress to that situation. In fact, on average, there's only a handful of customers at any given time on a self-storage facility, and this has already been recognized and supported by the low parking requirements in the current bylaws. Lastly, self-storage is an industry that has greatly matured and become far more sophisticated. Not like the old times, but today these are now very modern retail-style buildings that have a strong street presence and appeal. In conclusion, I encourage the city to retain self-storage as an allowable use, particularly in the neighborhood of the Terminal Spine area, which provides and supports many of the residents and businesses that live and operate in the Falls Creek Flats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You have some questions from Councillor Ball.
Thank you.
I am aware of the use of self-storage by artists, and I'm wondering if you are aware of how critical that need is to artists in the community who do not have places to support large canvases that are waiting to be painted or that have been done. So I'm just wondering if you have connected with the arts community, because I am aware of the great use of them.
So I've had the benefit of being involved in self-storage projects, not only here in Vancouver and on Terminal Avenue, for fact, but also across Canada. And so there's really no shortage of different clienteles that I've encountered with or worked with to provide storage solutions. And artists is certainly one. In fact, we've even worked with various art schools and institutes where they don't have the, there's already such a constraint at some of these schools or some of these community places that provide artists an opportunity to explore the creative side, but don't have the ability to either store even the equipment to stretch frames, to even storing the works of art after the fact. And to my earlier point about how these storage facilities have become even more modern, the new facilities are also now quite commonly referred to as climate controlled. So they create an environment where not only is it safe, but it maintains the integrity of the art as well, where you're not susceptible to lots of change in moisture or temperature and such. So point being is that we cater to a lot of different clienteles, and artists is certainly one of them that we have, yes.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your mention of the climate control, because as somebody who has stored art in old, damp, leaky basements and in storage facilities, I do know the difference and know how valuable they can be. So I will ask about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all of your questions.
Right.
Thanks
Thank
for coming
you for your
today.
time. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up we have, let's see, Conley, followed by Tavis McCallum. Welcome.
Hi. Hi. Thanks to City of Vancouver and City Councils to have me this opportunity to speak up a little. This is first time I'm speaking in front of all of you guys. I'm a little bit nervous, so please be patient with me. I'm an artist who has a studio on Industrial Avenue, mainly working on sculpture types of work. I just wanted to make a few comments about people who's already making these great works and a lot of other business who's on the street there. I think it's really important for us to find an affordable space to be able to do what we have been doing for the past 20, 30 years. I think we're a really great part of, important part of making the city the greatest city that we're living in nowadays. And without that support or without that sort of written plan or policy about how we can deal with some of the people who's already there, it's going to be really difficult for us to keep doing what we're doing in the city. This year, I already lost quite a few colleagues due to the increasing living costs and the studio costs to other cities. And those are really amazing artists who's been making the city more beautiful. And we also lost the, for example, and then a lot of us really need the access to ground floor and then loading bays and sort of all these things due to heavier things and different kind of production activities that we are working with, and we have already lost railway due to all these loading bays and other places taken over by new shops, restaurants, design offices, and headquarters for a lot of different brands and whatnot. So it will be really important for us to be able to have some kind of ideas about what can be done about this. And it is really important for the cities to have mainly industrial area for us to continue doing the things that we've been doing. Another comments that I would like to make is that yes, the building that I'm in may not be the most energy efficient building in the city, but at the same time, due to the age of the building and due to different issues like that, it is something that we can afford. Without that, I have concerns about all these new developments and new buildings raising the cost of the affordability. I really believe that older buildings and newer buildings can coexist, and because it's been around for such a long time, they may not require all this energy they're going to spend, all these funds they're going to spend trying to make it into something more greater and more eco-friendly. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I'll just have a quick question for you. So I'm interested in heritage as well, so those are some of my own questions. So you're very concerned about making sure that we don't displace the artists who are already in the flats?
Yeah. Like the reason why we're saying that the 40% of artist studio is in the area is all because of the 1000 Parker, which hosts a lot of artists. It's pretty much the only building that you can find an affordable studio, and there are lines of people who really like to go in there. which may work for a lot of different trades, but some of us, we need a sort of like more easier access to the building to do what we need to do.
Okay, okay, that's useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Tavis McCallum, who is our last registered speaker. You made it.
Hey, we're almost done.
Welcome. Oh, no, there's plenty to be done still.
Oh, boy, really? Well, I'll just leave. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yes, my name is Tavis McCallum. I live in Mount Pleasant. I've attended a few of the planning meetings for the False Creek Flats plan. I think it's largely a very good plan, actually. A lot of great ideas. I think the concept of intensifying housing redevelopment in the creative campus requires a bit of a reevaluation, however. We do have a housing crisis in this city, but we also have to consider that we're running out of industrial land. And I simply do not think that it is worth to intensify housing here when we have the ability to intensify housing in all these other areas of the city that are already set aside for residential use. You know, I think we heard a lot in the earlier Vancouver Economic Commission presentation about how important innovation is and how important startups are, but I didn't get a sense from that presentation how housing intensification is really required to do that. And so my concern here is that intensification could actually undermine some of the goals of making the city better for startups. You know, as an earlier presenter mentioned, when this first got started, planners were saying housing was not in the cards whatsoever, was not on the table. So it was interesting to me, a bit disappointing to see that it appeared sort of tacked on at the end of the list eventually. And this is a problem for me because I live nearby, and so I know that from my own experience that industrial and residential, they do impact one another. For example, you know, a few years ago, I phoned the city and complained about the noise coming from a nearby bakery, which you would think a bakery would be pretty innocuous, but it's an industrial bakery. You know, so it works late at night, has huge fans blowing. You know, so something was wrong with their machinery, and it was making a dissonant whine that was driving me nuts. So I called and complained. You know, and I felt really guilty actually because, you know, the reason industrial exists is so businesses that would be a nuisance in a residential area can operate. And I'd hate to think that these folks were, you know, had to spend a bunch of money because my neighbors and I may have complained about this, but that could have been the case. So this story serves to me as an example of how residential activity can influence, can affect industrial businesses. So I think we have to be, if we're thinking of putting things together, we have to be a bit wary about how that can limit the flexibility of industrial space. You know, primarily the area that I think housing incentives are least needed is in the rental incentive artist live work mixed use zone in the creative campus, quite a mouthful. Principle 5 of this plan is to secure and strengthen economic presence for arts. You know, I think as the previous speaker said, the best way to do this is to ensure there's industrial space for art production. I'm not sure that artist lofts are as effective at meeting this goal. Personally, I have several friends that live and have lived in artist lofts in Mount Pleasant, and they're, you know, high income earning non-artists. So I'm not sure if that's really going to work. Sorry. I mean, essentially, my deepest concern for the creative campus is that by incentivizing and potentially housing in that eastern little part of it, you could result in a sort of singular redevelopment toward residential, and then residential really dominates industrial use. And I don't think this seems like a very good outcome to small startups that need flexible and affordable industrial space to do anything. You know, so like Vancouver's economy really needs these sort of spaces. You know, it needs places where people can make noise and build things. We need to ensure that it's possible for, you know, a bunch of young mechanical engineering grads to weld something somewhere, you know, so they can try out ideas. So I think if we undermine that too much, we close the door on all sorts of startup opportunities. And I think that goes against the broad goals of the plan. I mean, additionally, I mean, that area of the creative campus has a lot of businesses that support artists, and those could potentially be disrupted or displaced by new housing development. The plan actually notes there's lots of contemporary art galleries that have appeared, and they've done a lot to increase the vibrancy of Mount Pleasant. So, you know, finishing up, I mean, affordable housing is a super serious problem for the city, but this is a problem that can be dealt with wholly independent of the flats. You know, south of here, all the way to the Fraser, we have residentially zoned land, and we know from this census that there are some tracts of this land that are underutilized and decreasing in population. So there's lots of room to grow here. So my suggestion to council would be to increase housing for flats workers by intensifying residential in neighborhoods around the flats that are already zoned for residential. And I would urge council to put the needs of startups and artists first. That's it.
Your
Yeah,
time.
thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You don't have any questions. I appreciate you coming out today. Okay, that is all of our speakers. I'm now going to invite staff up to answer the questions that have been emailed to you, some of them quite late. Sorry about that. Guilty. Okay, then I'm not the latest. Perfect. All right, so Mr. Kelly. And then after this, we'll do a round of live questions from council.
Sure. Let me start with some general ones that I heard both in testimony and then we got through your questions, and I'll ask staff to come up and answer some of the specific pieces if that's all right. And if we miss something, please follow up. We'll catch it in your questions. I wanted to address a few upfront issues that were kind of larger issues raised by the plan that may or may not be directly in the plan policy. One was about eventually looking at the rail system that occupies a bunch of space in the flats and tying that into assuring long-term health of the port, as well as potentially getting passenger rail to the waterfront station. Those are long-term aspirations that ourselves, engineering, and others have been working on with the port and other entities. Those are longer-term conversations, and so we're not trying to tackle that issue in the plan. A second concern around transportation came up around what will become the preferred alignment for the Malkin extension. And again, I think the plan can live with any of the outcomes, and that's part of a separate process that is going on now between engineering and Parks Board. My understanding is that they're working on a preferred option that may be close to going to public consultation soon. But I think you can be assured that in adopting the plans that we can, I'm not sure about the fourth way alignment, which may have some land use implications, excuse me, but the others I think that we've anticipated we could live with in terms of the plan adoption. A speaker who couldn't stay but left us a letter that was addressed to you, and I think you may have gotten it, was from the East Side Culture Walk, and that raised the issue, I think, with one other communication about whether we had correctly assessed the amount of artist space that's on the ground now in the flats, maybe undercounted it. That could be true. We're certainly open to getting better information on that. We probably do have a conservative number in the plan. The point I would make is just our policies call for augmenting and assuring long-term space for artists in the plan policies, regardless of what the exact number is right now. Again, we're happy to be corrected on that baseline number. I also wanted to emphasize a point that came up through a number of the speakers, that the land use policies alone are not sufficient to make this plan come to life. And we think that two key features in ensuring that long-term viability will be the creation of a healthy bid for this area, business improvement district, where businesses actually do get organized within this area to speak for themselves and to organize a number of the implementation activities. And secondly, the innovation that VEC mentioned in terms of having actually some kind of entity, third-party entity that might curate and oversee the affordable rental space for startup businesses as well as potentially artists is another good vehicle for implementation. So just wanted to acknowledge that we don't pretend that, but just by adopting policies and zoning, that it's all going to come to life in the way that we want. Let me see here. So on to some specific points that were raised. One was, and I want to note parenthetically, a couple of the people from the development community are very well-regarded entities that we work all the time with, Related Properties and PCI, both very, very credible, great developers. And one of them is actually concerned with the Emily Carr campus zoning, the CD1 zoning. And so this plan is not overriding that zoning. That remains a CD1 district that could be amended on its own. So just to let you know that piece, we're not suggesting anything different than what they have, but there's a process that they can appeal to us on about making adjustments there. And then the second party raised the notion of whether if they already have a bona fide rezoning inquiry in the system, which they do, whether that would be honored as an application. Without assuring an outcome, we would say yes, as long as they perfect that application by the time the new district schedules are put in place. So just wanted to clarify those two pieces. But on the larger question of housing, and staff can augment these comments, the notion of a figure of 1,400 units as an outcome of the plan is noted in one section of the document. That's only a piece of the total, so we're actually projecting at build-out about 4,600 housing units. So that's a pretty substantial amount in the district. And by the 2041 sort of midpoint, we're projecting about 2,600 housing units. So we can remove that reference to the 1,400 because it's probably just confusing. It's only a piece of the puzzle there. That said, we do want to be cautious on the amount of sort of rental over office that we're suggesting, and so you can ask us about the detail of that, and Corey can explain where we're talking about incenting more housing and where we're saying not so much. I think that's come up both from a housing supply point of view and also as a kind of pro forma exercise by some of the development committee that says this would help us build the space you want sooner if we could do rental on top. And we're just, we appreciate that argument, but are urging exercise of some caution outside of the areas that we've already designated for residential use in order to prioritize the employment space. There was a concern that came up around there may not be enough office, and we wanted to clarify, and Corey can go through the details on this, but we're essentially in much of the area, we're actually increasing the amount of general office allowed, not decreasing. That is to say, we're going from 2 FSR to 3 FSR and bonusing an additional floor if you provide the ground floor light manufacturing space that we want. So we're actually increasing the amount over the current substantially. And secondly, the notion of whether we've too narrowly restricted the definition of office came up. And I guess what I would note is that we've actually broadened the definition of what counts as general office. We do have restrictions against certain sort of downtown-like uses, if you will, including attorneys, accountants, and the like, trying to preserve most of the office space here for that innovation economy. Not that there aren't some amount of innovative attorneys and accountants on the earth, but really the preference here is for the kinds of firms that were described by the speakers. And again, Corey can give you the detail on that piece. We're certainly sympathetic to the notion of trying to attract technology firms that want to use high floor plate, large floor plates, and that's exactly the kind of real estate that exists here. And so we think we've landed that through the office. We're happy to go back and again explain some of our thinking in more detail to some of the parties. We've done that a few rounds, but we can do that again with a broader audience. And then the notion of retail and whether we were being too restrictive, the ground floors of all these buildings would be very dead space. We wanted to note that while the prototypical building might have one full floor on the ground level of manufacturing or artist space, it doesn't need to all be on the ground floor. And in fact, we've actually called for retail on many of the streets. And so I think this is an issue that's a fine-grained one. We certainly have signaled that we want active spaces and retail. I think this can be worked out in the district schedules that we come back with. So just that as an overall policy, we're sympathetic to the speakers and to the council questions we got on having some activation. We don't want necessarily whole ground floor of retail throughout the district, but to be able to, and the plan language actually calls for cafes and small restaurants and other uses that will serve the daytime and nighttime population of the district there. So again, we can get into the finer grain as we bring back the district schedules. And then the question on the more active kind of street space, I've noted that in my opening comments that we'd like to come back with that in the design guidelines and in the urban design framework in more detail. But we do see streets that are not the same kind of street character that we find in the rest of the city there. And finally, there was a notion about how much housing is actually walk-to distance or commute to. The stations here, and there'll be new one at the Emily Carr campus, actually bring a pretty heavy ridership of commuters in by non-automobile, but there is a large housing supply that surrounds False Creek Flats, and I think we're getting a map and some numbers for that we can show you. But again, in some ways, you just have to kind of zoom out a little bit and see how much housing potential there is already, and then potential future through the Northeast False Creek plan, for example, very close by to the district. So I will stop there and then ask Corey to pull up a map, and I think you have another graphic on the job densities as well.
Already. And just a reminder that at 2 o'clock we will be taking a hard break to move to another item and come back to this. And the clerk has made note of the councilors who have signed up on the queue in what order, and we'll re-enter you in that order once we come back to this item.
So a couple of images here. Maybe start with the first one. I don't know if we can get a full screen up. This is the number I mentioned in the beginning about the 4 plan areas that we've done recently have added a lot to the potential housing supply in the city, but we have a closer zoom in of the False Creek Flats. And as you know, we're very busily looking at that again through the affordability lens. Here's the 5 and 10 minute walk sheds from the Flats area. I'm not sure exactly if those are housing units noted on the arrows there. Corey, you want to help me out here?
Yeah, certainly. So this is just reflective of 2 of those scales. One is the kind of proximity to a variety of different residential neighborhoods surrounding the flats, which is the numbers that we cited of up to 90,000 within a 10-minute walk to 2041. And the other is just sort of indicating the number of riders that can connect to this neighborhood from the various transit lines. That we've included a Millennium Line extension as well, but as you start to look towards 2041, and without any further changes to policy further out in the region, just within the city boundaries, we're looking at ridership of residents within a 10-minute walk of stations or the flats in the range of sort of 500,000 people by 2041. And this was really sort of setting up our larger premise around trying to better connect these various folks to the places of employment within the area. And again, back to that previous slide that we'd looked at, is also recognizing that this is part of that 10% of the land that provides 50% of the jobs. So looking to some of that other 90% to accommodate some of that residential growth.
The only other general piece, and again, we'll take your specific questions, that I would refer to is that there were some speakers who asked for delaying your action and to do further consultation. That's entirely your choice, of course. We did have a fairly robust consultation process, which most of the speakers did acknowledge. I think a lot of the issues, frankly, other than the obvious ones we've just mentioned, can be dealt with in the subsequent phase of the doing the district schedules and so forth, and clarifying some of what we've just told you about the FSR, essentially density bonus program that's embedded here in the regulations. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Dobson, you had the specific answers. Mr. Wenklin?
I should probably admit that despite the great idea, I'm not sure I've been the most efficient circulator of these, but I'm not sure how best to kind of get through the specifics of some of the questions were still coming in as we return. So is it better to kind of go counselor by counselor, or do we want to work through my emails, I suppose?
You can go counselor through counselor.
And I apologize that it was a bit of a fail on the administration of that email chain. So
I've got various counselors speaking recommendations out from the floor. We had agreed that we would email our questions and that we could try to get them answered most efficiently that way, rather than having each of us go 5 minutes at a time when they can probably answer them in far less than that amount of time. But if it's going to be difficult to do this and everyone's on the queue, I've heard that from 3 people now.
Madam Chair, if we did receive emails, if I might suggest that we could answer those, because they may be repetition.
That's what I'm thinking.
Crank through the questions and then allow, if they weren't covered, for councillors to ask additional questions on the floor. Would that?
That was the assumption, but I'm not sure that staff is prepared to answer them quickly.
I can go through them.
Speakers afterwards. So I just wanted to state that I don't think it's fair to penalize counselors that didn't email their questions.
So that's not a point of order because we're still doing a round of live questions. We're
It's
just
a
trying
point
to
of personal privilege so that I could have a lunch break.
It's not a point of order. Your microphone is off now. Thank you. We didn't eliminate the round of asking questions. I'm trying to figure out what order to do things in to most efficiently expedite the meeting today. So if Mr. Dobson, if you're prepared to go ahead, if not, then I
can go through
Okay.
I may have to lean on colleagues and others, but I think the first questions we received talked a bit about the sort of 50,000 people within the 10-minute walk today and the 90,000 by 2040. There were questions around sort of how those residential units aligned with the demographics of the people we were trying to support in the plan. I'm not sure if we've got specific answers on that, but the numbers are driven really from policy projections. One of the questions was, is Northeast Falls Creek and the future development there included in those numbers? Yes, it is. So those are captured within that number. Does anybody have an answer on the sort of percentage of that would be retail? I may have to come back in terms of the breakdown of that. I apologize that we weren't able to get that.
We'll have some time at 2 o'clock, I suspect.
So there was other questions about, which we've touched on. It was about the sort of proximity to the transit and what types of ridership that brings in. As we showed on the slide, about 500,000 people will be within a 10-minute walk of transit or the flats by 2040. There was...
Mr. Bracewell, did you have something on that point?
Sorry. I've got one. Let Corey, Manager of Transportation Planning, Dale Bracewell, some questions about kind of the active transportation connections. And so on page 106, actually, you don't have to go there, I'll just give you the highlights of kind of what's committed within the first 10 years. So certainly aspiring to do better around the Central Valley Greenway at Clark Drive, and certainly to the VCC SkyTrain station, and perhaps the greater aspiration for more connections. Certainly as part of the overall finalization of the east-west arterial, there's a commitment to do a version of the Adanac Bikeway that could be on Pryor, that could be on Adanac itself. That would be part of our exploration. That's within the 10-year plan. Certainly a lot of renewal, but also just the complete streets of supporting everything from St. Paul's down to Innovation Hub is there. And then there was also just in that question whether or not the escarpment question to Mount Pleasant. So that's not within the 10-year plan, but we would certainly aspire to do a feasibility of that and then better understand, I think, with the Great Northern Way campus, the timing for that.
Thank you. And I apologize, Mr. Dobson. I thought it was the same question you were answering. So that's good on the active transpo.
And just maybe briefly, Mr. Kelly gave a good explanation of the study underway with ourselves and the Park Board for William Street. Just the fourth option has, as was referenced by the speaker, something that was an early thought. There are still some remaining challenges that we're open though to finding the best solution. So we'll go back, and we were actually already arranging to meet with some of the Strathcona residents next week. Some of the challenge around National would remain in that option that was presented. For example, the performance at Clark and Terminal and the proximity. We're not so certain about the lengthening and the shortening of the suggested overpass, but we'll go go back and revisit that. But it would be significant impact to consider any moving away from the city works yard, which we actually moved from to support the Olympic Village into the flats to keep that as a strategic location going forward. So just some early thoughts, and then of course our park board colleagues will probably have something to say about the impact or the suggestion around Trillium Park.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dobson, sorry to have interrupted. I just...
They're my questions. So I think, and I think Petra can answer, there was a question around sort of the role of VC and the link between culture. She's got the details of the questions and we can get that shortly. But I think the other questions, and Mr. Kelly started to allude to it, around the concerns around retail. I think the details of the district schedules will be brought forward, but I think there's definitely a recognition of what we heard from the various speakers of a desire to create the kind of amenity and the kinds of places that we're looking to land in the area. We're looking not only, I think, to activate these streets and the public places through the uses, but also encouraging businesses to spill out some of their creativity onto the streets, whether it's arts or other manufacturers or that type of thing. So I think the plan really, I think, tries to encapsulate that. There was a question around the name. I think the flats, and we've taken that out to the public because I think traditionally it's been the Falls Creek Flats for a long time, and the flats seemed a little bit, I guess, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I'm the one to blame, I suppose, but I don't have a great answer. That was a couple years ago. But I think we're not, as a planning department, I don't think we're too hung up on the branding of the area. We recognize there's a lot of really creative business operators who we've heard from today. And I think that desire to land a bit of a business voice within the community could definitely lend itself to additional conversations around naming. There was a specific question around the First Nations and places of memory, and understanding sort of how this area resonates for those communities who would have known this really as a tidal flat that would have had a very different role for them. And I think we recognize there's some specific places. I think the concept of the walk the line and the public realm connection through the area, I think, really introduces potential opportunities to work with First Nations to understand how best to recognize that memory. And as well, I think as we get into more of the details around the innovation, what we've termed the innovation hub in the policy document here is the 7 acres of city-owned land. It's at one of those moments of memory, I guess, if you will, the sort of 2 points where Main Street kind of jogs, and that has a specific a reference in that history. So I think those are things that we could definitely look as we move forward in implementing. There was a question around the integration of heritage buildings. There's a significant number of really iconic character buildings throughout the area. The plan seeks to embed some of those as anchors for those amenity nodes, and the policy approach that we're looking at, which we'd bring forward, is a rezoning policy at the two that are not within the city's control. So the 1000 Parker being one of those buildings of interest, which we've heard from speakers, as well as the Canada Packers building on Terminal and the Rocky Mountaineer train station, the old CN repair yard. So we're looking at creating policy that would anchor those as key places of public life in the area through a rezoning policy to support those initiatives and that activation. There was questions, I think Gil's already touched on the sort of general office in I3. There was also speakers that we had heard. I think we've, in trying to cover off, I don't know how many districts we were sort of up to, but I think there's a real set of very different approaches throughout some of these sub-areas. And I think in trying to summarize those in our policy document, we might have missed some of that detail around some of the specific questions we've received today. But I think there was concerns around from one of the landowners about a sort of lack of ability for general office, where we were looking to mix industrial with other workspace and rental housing. I think just to confirm that would be something that's possible. What we're looking at is, again, on that spectrum of uses, trying to support and intensify some of those harder to deliver or the more economically peripheral uses around the light industrial spaces and the artist studio B type spaces. So with the delivery of that and the achievement of the remainder of the density through other types of employment, I think that would be something supportive. I think we've really struggled and we've really sort of there's a number of different use categories when we're talking about employment land, and I think we've over the last 2 years and with the help of VEC and various stakeholders, we've really sort of tried to sort of navigate that path, and I think we've tried to land at a place where we've left a maximum amount of flexibility and an ability to come back in the future should new economic opportunities emerge that that aren't captured today in 2017, recognizing how rapidly jobs and economy switch. Yeah, pass it over to Petra to address. There was a question specific to the VEC's component in the cultural link.
Thank you. So the question was about how what we're proposing in the economic development strategy relates to the arts, culture, and food, as well as the kind of innovation economy that we've broadly been referring to here. And ultimately, at the end of the day, all of these uses are facing the same primary issue, and that is affordability of light industrial space. We see that the policy is one element of being able to deliver that, but it's not the only element. And in fact, policy alone will not deliver affordable industrial space in the False Creek Flats. So really, the set of proposals that we're putting forward, the set of recommendations are about building up our nonprofit industrial development sector or building up an organization to be able to take some of this on and to be able to build up our nonprofit development sector more generally. We have a very, very strong for-profit development community in Vancouver, and we are starting to develop a stronger nonprofit development community in the housing and arts space, and we need a complementary organization that can do that in the industrial space. So really what we're looking at is establishing a system by which we can have a series of nonprofit developers developing on these affordability issues, complemented by policy, complemented by funding. That's not just city funding, but funding from other levels of government, private investors, and community foundations as well. And then prioritizing projects as they come in, whether it's a food project one year or an arts project the next or a startup project the following year. I also want to just address a couple of the other questions because I think we have some insights on those as well. On the naming issue, brand and identity, that is something that's really important to the Economic Commission. It really has a huge influence over how this area is perceived in the city. And ultimately, I think one of the downfalls of the flats currently is that it lacks a lot of identity among the general public, and that's why it's been seen as an area that is kind of a blank slate, which we've heard today, I think, in droves, that it's not a blank slate. We've been calling it the Flats for a couple of years here as well, because when we say False Creek Flats, people tend to conjure up Northeast False Creek, Olympic Village, even Granville Island. And so calling it the Flats tends to bring it on home to that flat zone at the bottom of Main Street there. In terms of demographics and the demographics of who's working in the area, we've done our best to try and sort out where people are coming from to work in the flats. We don't have super fine-grained detail, but we do know we do have fairly good wage data for the False Creek Flats and demographic data. We know that it's a lot of young people. We know that the wages are typically middle-income jobs and low end of middle-income jobs. So again, when we look at how that maps onto our residential neighborhoods, a lot of people from the downtown east side likely are working in the False Creek Flats, as well as Mount Pleasant and east over to Commercial Drive. We also know that a lot of the employees currently working in the flats are arriving to work by active transportation, primarily walking, biking, and on the western side by transit as well. So that gives us a fairly good idea that the 40% of people that are walking and biking to work in the False Creek Flats are coming from a relatively local radius.
That's excellent. Thank you very much. And we are just hitting 2 o'clock, so we're going to do a big shift change here, and thank you everyone for accommodating these schedule today. So for everyone involved with False Creek Flats, we're going to put you on hold until we finish this next item, which is item number 7, 10th Ave Health Precinct Street Improvements. Just wait a second as people move in and out of seats. Okay. Get the podium set up at the right height. I said some of us are just more efficient. We do more with less. Okay, as soon as the doors are shut, because that's a bit of a noise issue. Ms. Paz, you should be ready to move to the podium shortly. There, the doors are shutting. Mr. Starr, now we were going to hear from the speakers. Did you want to do a bit of a setup for us here? Or?
Yeah, great. Good afternoon. Thanks. Again, I'm Paul Storer, Manager of Transportation Design. Before we get to speakers, I was going to answer, or there were a few questions that were sent along by councillors that I was going to answer. So the first one is a specific question about some sources of information on in Appendix 8 on page 71, and who comprised our email and listserv population, and who comprises the invited Talk Vancouver email responses. So Appendix H was about the first round of engagement we did back in 2015. And this is where we heard about the issues that were along the entire corridor. So we had that red and blue bubble diagram where we saw that there were a lot of issues really focused in the health precinct. The breakdown in that table referred to kind of how people had found out about the feedback forms. So it identified that about 3/4 of the people we talked to in that first phase heard about it through Talk Vancouver, and the other 1/4 heard it through other sources. Anyway, there's a full breakdown of all the engagement activities in Appendix B that gives a little bit more detail. But for the round 3 open houses, we received about 1,300 feedback forms, both online and paper copies, and approximately 100 additional comments by email and 311. The next question was about whether the 10 proposed disability spaces on the street will meet the demand. And that's a really great question. And we've done several studies of disability parking in the area. Overall, on and off street, there's about 120 disability parking spaces, and at peak times, about 75% of these are full. But we know that the busyness of those is really dependent on locations because people need to use the spaces that are really close to the facilities that they want to get to. But based on all of those numbers, we wouldn't expect there to be a huge latent demand for the disability parking. We have also, there are a few exceptions to that. The iCare building is a good example where there's only one disability space on site, and they probably need a couple more spaces than that. Along 10th Avenue itself, we generally see between 4 and 8 Spark card holders in the general meter parking at a given time. So we know kind of how many people who have Spark cards who need to be on the street are parking in those general meter parking spaces. So putting all that together, we believe that 10 parking spaces will meet the demand. But we also think that when we get down to the detailed design, we'll be able to provide a couple more spaces than that, which will just give a bit more of a buffer to have a little bit of extra parking there for the people who really need to get close to the buildings. The last question was about whether or not the one-way block between Cambie and Ash impacts access to ER. And access to ER was one of the key focuses of our design work, and we wanted to be sure that it's as efficient or more efficient than it is today. So that was one of the key reasons that the block between Cambie and Ash is one-way westbound, was because it provides that clean, direct access into the hospital district and specifically to ER. We also got a lot of data from BC Ambulance. They gave us GPS data for about a week, and we were able to look at where the ambulances were coming from and how they were getting there. And by far, almost all the ambulances were basically coming from the two Laurel Streets, the two legs of Laurel Street, and along 10th from Oak Street. Very few were coming from farther west than that. So in addition to creating a street that's going to work well for everyone to get the ER, BC Ambulance kind of isn't using that section west of Laurel anyway. In terms of what streets are really prioritized for ER access, again, we'd say that it's really the Laurel and Oak Street entrance are the ones where we expect to continue to see most of that ER access happening. But we're definitely going to get into more detail in terms of the different routing when we get into the wayfinding plan. That if this is approved by council, we're going to get going on that right away with all our key stakeholders to really improve how people get around the campus and how we message to people, where the right place to go to find ER and parking and all these facilities are.
Okay,
Great,
thank you for that. So we will now start with our speakers list, and we'll start with, I thought I had, there we are. We start with Jacques Courteau from the Persons with Disabilities Committee. There you are, at the microphone. Can someone lower the microphone a little bit? There, you got her.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Person with Disabilities Advisory Committee and co-chair of that committee for the City of Vancouver. Let's just say the process, the consultation process dealing with the West 10th Avenue was a contentious issue. At the very first, it was the perception of the Person with Disabilities Advisory Committee that there was a lack of understanding of how the issues affecting persons with disabilities should be considered in planning the West 10th bike route. What we heard was that the same considerations were being given to that part of West 10th as other parts of West 10th where the bike route was located. And obviously this created some problems. For instance, there seemed to be a priority given to trees over the safety of people, which we had some difficulty understanding. So as a result, there were 2 motions passed by the committee in March and December where we were not in support of the project because it required some way to calm bicycle traffic and improve the traffic signals, resolving the parking issues, which were real major in that area, keeping the parking adjacent to the Blossom building, and making sure that the city and the VGH get together to address the shortage of parking spaces. We're happy to report that after December, after that last motion, VGH, the city, and the PSSA, BCCA started to really get their heads together and deal with those issues in a meaningful way. On the 4th of May, the committee received a presentation, a last presentation that the city gave us on this project. And the Persons with Disability Advisory Committee is ready to support this last presentation if it's implemented as presented, because it does address the concerns that the committee had with regards to minimizing and calming bike traffic. For example, developing special protected bike lanes with separation from pedestrians and narrowing the bike lanes at important pedestrian crossings. Also providing, at the same time, an alternative bike route to encourage cyclists simply going to West 10th in a commuting pattern as opposed to working on West 10th to use either 7th or 14th, which is will tend to diminish the number of cyclists on that street. The ways that were identified to minimize and calm car traffic are also important. New wayfinding for car drivers, prominent hospital corridor advisories to warn people that to take special care in that particular area, limiting the access on Canby, the one-way traffic between Ash and Canby, the raised crosswalks, the improved signaling, and the improved intersections at Laurel, Willow, and Heather. And as far as parking, which was a really important issue, and Mr. Story reported on the sufficiency of parking spots for handicapped people, I just want to point out that this may be true during the day, but I'm not so sure after hours, and another speaker will deal with that. But for the general comments on parking, it was a major breakthrough to have VGH actually provide access to their land to move the sidewalk inboard and create additional parking spots, a major breakthrough, and to be commended on that. And also the plan to either pave the empty lot at Ash or find some other way to provide accessible parking for West 10th. There's a lot of detail in that presentation, but again, I repeat, insofar as the implementation is along the lines of the presentation we received, PDAC supports that. We also have a recommendation to make. After the PDAC motion in December, as I've said, real solutions were proposed by the city, VGH, and BCCA, PSSA. All the stakeholders took ownership of the issue and really worked to resolve it. It broke the logjam, and over the next 4 months, the involvement of all stakeholders was the key. Everyone gave a little, and everyone won a lot. And so we would recommend that the collaborative process that was used after December should be considered a best practice in terms of consultation processes for the city. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
Wait till my microphone's on. Thank you very much for coming today and for speaking on behalf of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. I know from sitting in on some of those meetings that it was difficult and it took a long time, and I'd like to applaud the advisory committee that put so much work in, as well as staff who came to the advisory committee. I have a question because this report is, I mean, it's more than just talking about, as you would mentioned, the traffic plan being a huge issue and bicycles versus parking, but it's actually entitled the report's name. I was sorry, I just lost my question in my page here, of course, but because we're going all out of order here. But if I look at it, it's the Precinct Street Improvement Plan. Now currently, and I've brought this up several times, a loading zone, regardless of where it is in the city of Vancouver, only gives a person 3 minutes to drop someone off before they're ticketed in front of a school, a daycare, a hospital. And I understand for persons with disabilities who may have extra equipment to get to their appointments that could be difficult. I don't see anything referenced in this report to extending that period of time, although I've heard from our city manager that could be looked at in hospital areas. But since we are talking about a report that is entitled Street Improvements and loading and passenger zones are on streets, I was hoping you might be able to comment on that either for yourself or regarding the opinion, if any, of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee.
We have not actually debated that within the committee in order to make my presentation today. From a personal point of view, I drive my own vehicle. So basically, I don't use loading zones. I have to go to a parking spot. I'm not sure that the 3-minute limit, I'm hoping the 3-minute limit does not apply to the handy-dart or hospital transfers because they take longer than 2 minutes to load and unload people. But I'm not familiar with the rules on that. I'm sorry.
I will ask staff about that. I've never seen it except for handy dart or hospital transfers on a sign, but I will ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. I'm sure staff will be happy to clarify that for you. Those were all of your questions. Thank you so much for coming in today and yesterday. Next up, we have Tanya Paz from the Active Transportation Policy Council. Welcome back. Seems like it was just a few hours ago.
Oh, you don't even have to touch it. Shalom, Mayor and Council and Ms. Chair. My name is Tanya Paz, and I chair the city's ATPC, or Active Transportation Policy Council, that advises City Council, Park Board, and sometimes even School Board on behalf of pedestrians, bicyclists, skateboarders, and transit users. I will skip all of that. Oh, the only thing, my first time to comment on stuff that happened yesterday, my first chance to comment on the 2016 transportation data. The ATPC members worked hard on our Vision Zero, or Moving Towards Zero Fatalities and Serious Injuries report of 2014, and seeing some of our recommended action items happening is encouraging. We look forward to ambulatory services, GPS data of the location where the traffic-related serious injury took place, as without it, how can we improve design? So we need to design with human error and human arrogance in mind. I heard Mr. Leclerc mention protected phasing yesterday, and ATPC strongly encourages, that's the time that one of the councillors was asking about when, but not in a scramble on all diagonals, just maybe in one direction, of time for pedestrians to cross the street at the crosswalk without any cars turning either way into them. What a concept. So we hope that this is not just going to be in the new Northeast Falls Creek plan and at Oak and 10th, but in other areas as well. We look forward to that. Okay. There has been extensive consultation on this 10th Avenue project, including workshops and another number of workshops. I'd like to thank staff for their hard work on this, with a shout out to Dylan Passmore, project manager, for his work on a very complicated 850 meters here, with many important stakeholders, their patients, visitors, and employees. We love the safer pickup and drop-off points, including shelter from rain and sun, staging areas for handy dart, the raised intersection, say at Willow, and protected phasing at Oak and 10th. We pushed for, after some discussion amongst ourselves, unidirectional bike lanes to slow down bicyclists through this area. One of the committee members said, I want to be able to pass the mom on the cargo bike. And the mom on the cargo bike and I said, no, that's the whole point here. So I can't guarantee you what bicyclists who don't use the protected bike lanes are going to do, of course. I'd also like to mention what ATPC considers to be some of the compromises that were made to get to this point. We would prefer saving more mature trees here. One day I will stand up here and thank the city for a plan that includes safer walking and bicycling and keeps all the trees. We're not there yet, but a lot of effort has been made on staff's part to keep many large mature trees in this stretch. The half block of heather that was proposed to be car-free has been removed. We're disappointed about that. This is at the large health facilities' insistence. Yesterday I heard that City Council is concerned about rat running. Vehicle traffic on side streets increased because people in cars want to avoid the arterial. Canby's busy, so one block over Ash Street has over 8,000 cars a day on it. It's so busy that one block over from that, Heather Street, is allegedly needed for cars as well, the only north-south neighborhood greenway in the health district. If anyone who works for a health agency tells you that encouraging vehicle traffic to take another side street is important to the health of vulnerable populations, which I did hear, this should be a red flag for you. My advice, don't believe it for a minute. Health facilities need to be responsible for the parking for their facility that their facilities require. City residential streets should not be depended upon for these needs. A parking lot is 11 years overdue in this area and will hopefully be provided by PHSA in a timely fashion in conjunction with this project. I look forward to confirmation of that. Here's something that most others won't say. According to retired Vancouver Coastal Health Medical Officer John Carsley, who's just as productive in his retirement, thank goodness for John Carsley. The first 2 floors of the Diamond Center, for example, are reserved for doctors' parking. These are optimal spaces for disabled people. Doctors might now be prescribing walking and bicycling to their patients, but they still want the prime parking spots for themselves. Transportation classism is alive and well in the health precinct. Does the ATPC recommend you support this project? Absolutely. Please, it's currently a danger hotspot in Vancouver. The ATPC also wants you to consider health facilities responsibilities when you're looking at new plans for the new St. Paul's. All 5 Toronto hospitals do not provide on-street parking nearby for their visitors and patients. The hospitals must provide that. Should any able-bodied doctors practicing cardiology get a prime spot? Maybe. Urology? Maybe not. Should parking for the disabled community be easy access on site? Let's sure we're asking, including the press, we're asking the right questions. Thank you.
Excellent timing and very good points. We have questions from Councillor Carr first.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks so much, Ms. Paz, for, as always, your
Candor.
witty comments and input. One thing you didn't mention that surprised me is the report speaking to encouraging alternate use, like 14th Avenue. How do you feel about that? How does the Active Transportation Committee feel about that?
What surprised me was that throughout the workshops of almost 2 years, even by the end of the 2 years, there were still people suggesting that an arc be built from Cambie to Oak up in the air, like an arch, sorry, that the cyclists would take. Now, I don't know about slope, it certainly would cost a lot, but it would also mean that anybody arriving by bicycle wouldn't be able to get to any of those agencies, which of course people with arthritis and others need to use to get to because they can't get there by other means. So not everyone with arthritis, but some people with arthritis find it easier to get around on bicycles, right? For example. So certainly if people want to encourage 7th, if it's going to mean an improvement to 7th and 14th as part of this plan, which it is in the negotiations that happen with these health agencies, that's great. Is a cyclist going to go up 3 blocks and then down 3 blocks? Because this is definitely on a slopey part of Vancouver. In order to go out of the way to avoid 10th Avenue, should we force them all to do that? That's not going to happen. 10th Avenue is a great bike route, which is why from the beginning and throughout this process, that was reiterated by staff. So if it means that some of the really fast bicyclists aren't going to like those unidirectional protected bike lanes when they can't pass a mom on a cargo bike, then maybe they will take 7th or 14th instead.
That's interesting that you say that. I also noted, and I was surprised to see that statistic, that the majority of cyclists actually have that area as a destination.
60%.
Yeah, so maybe it's the ones for whom it's not the destination that might choose to take the other routes.
Well, you know, when you're, if a person is a driver all the time, they think they're not fazed by going 2 blocks out of their way and then 2 blocks back. But if you're walking or bicycling, that adds up. So you need safe bike routes every few blocks, east-west and north-south, to make the bicycle network work.
Anyway, I can't help but comment also on your St. Paul's suggestion about off-street parking. If it wasn't built on a mud flat, I think that's the problem there with underground parking.
In the future, do we need as much parking? And it's also the argument is that the healthcare dollars are then spent on transportation. There's already that shift happening as we close down health facilities around the province. That shift to have to drive like to Prince George instead of having something in Quesnel, that kind of thing.
Right. Anyway, thank you so much for your input.
Thank you. You have questions now from Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. You'd mentioned people who don't necessarily get out of their cars. There were some media reports yesterday. I believe that Global had surveyed some people actually coming down West 10th. And there were cyclists who said, I'm a cyclist and a driver. Or there were cyclists who actually thought that it was more important to have the street parking next to the hospital. What about for patients who, I mean, you mentioned people who are mobile on bikes are not going to go up 3 blocks to park or up 3 blocks to another bike lane over and down again. But what about people in wheelchairs? What about people who are either being pushed in wheelchairs or operating their own? I mean, I've heard from a number of people, even regardless of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, who know myself and Councillor Affleck are the liaisons, who have reached out to me and said, yeah, I don't feel comfortable in my chair going down a street like that. So is it fair to expect someone with lower mobility to do that and to give the right of way instead to somebody with, I suppose, a higher level of mobility?
So nowhere in my speech or in our motions did I suggest that vulnerable pedestrians, such as people in wheelchairs or with uneven gaits or anything in between, should also walk far from where they're parked to a facility. We worked hard to make sure, we're happy to see, normally in this last final stage of a project, more parking gets added back onto the street, and my group isn't happy with it. Most of these spots, all of them will be able to be used by people who have the flash card on their rearview mirror. There are a lot of like accessible or disabled spots that will be available, and they all will also be able to use the residential permit parking spots that have been added back in. So we're happy to see that. I'm saying it's unrealistic for a health facility to count on a city to provide enough street parking within a short distance of the door to get in when people have health problems, and that's why they're there, and the health facility needs to provide that parking.
Would you say that's the argument too? I mean, we deal with housing here at the City of Vancouver, and I mean, many councillors have moved motions or supported projects for rental housing, but actually housing is the responsibility of the federal government. But the city, to make sure that our citizens, you know, and that we're a world-class city, we do make sure that those are priorities to make sure that we're a livable city. Do you agree that although it's not the responsibility of the city, we certainly should be involved?
So in this particular project, the city, in my opinion, has gone over and above what they are required to provide, and they have put in, as I said, on-street parking to help out the situation, knowing that the health facilities didn't plan correctly and are overdue with parking they promised in this case. And so everybody's worked together to make this work. But if you have big buildings on lots and you have a certain number of streets around them, the number of parking spots that are close to the buildings aren't going to be enough for what those big buildings need. Do you know what I mean?
Not exactly. And my last question.
We can't rely on-street parking to cover all of the needs.
Oh, I agree with that.
That's what I mean.
Regarding the doctors' parking, I just wanted to clarify what you said. Doctors want parking close to a hospital. I personally, if I was going into the ER and there was a specialist who needed to get to me, I would want them to park close.
Actually, Councillor DiGenova, that's a misquote, and I'll leave it to Ms.
No, I asked her to clarify.
So
had listened
what
to my
John
question.
Carsley told me as one of the examples he gave was that the first 2 floors of the Diamond Center are totally reserved for doctors parking. So my point is that maybe the first floor should be reserved for disabled parking, accessible parking. And if those doctors are able-bodied, maybe they could park on a different floor of parking so they make it easier for people who are possibly unwell to get into the door.
Okay, that's your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming today and for all the work that the committee did on this. Next up, we have Colleen McGinnis from the chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, whom I shared some airtime with on CBC yesterday. You were better. You ended up with more
I'll
airtime.
tell you, I was surprisingly articulate for somebody who got a phone call and was making comments 3
6:30 or
minutes
whatever.
after I woke up.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I brought with me copies of a letter that we circulated to mayor and council, so perhaps staff would, just as a refresher in case some of you didn't have a chance to read it yet. I want to also add my thanks to staff because we've put them through the wars. There's just no real kind way to say that we were unrelenting in our determination, and it paid. You have the letter. The letter articulates a couple of areas of concern that we still have, and so we are withholding a fulsome support because the devil is in the details, and we're waiting to see what happens as it irons itself out. In our conversations, we were always significantly focused on people with disabilities, and I think we have come to a point where we now need to define disability because designated disabled parking will not be available to anyone who does not have a Spark parking permit. And I took a little bit of time and I researched that, and you have to know that the permit is available, you have to download the application, you have to take it to your doctor who has to sign it, and in many cases I've been told a doctor will charge $100 for putting his signature on the document to attest that you need the permit, and then you have to have it processed for $25. And that's fine if an individual has a long-term disability. We often have people who have a temporary disability, a need to take a family member for short-term cancer treatment, something that would not necessitate an application for a Spark parking permit. So we need to be careful that we keep enough other meter parking available for people who are temporarily disabled or temporarily in need of parking in the neighborhood for medical purposes. In the report, some parking is to come. And as I would say, there are legal hurdles to be overcome. And until that's been accomplished, I think it's misleading to talk about the number of parking spaces that we will have, because there are many things that can happen and many delays that could take place between now and when those parking spaces are available. I'd like to think that we don't remove other options for parking until that parking is confirmed. At our last meeting of the Seniors Committee, we have some incredibly inventive people, and suggestions were put forward like finding a charitable organization that would provide a valet service so that you could take some of the existing parking, find an agency who would in fact shuttle people from A to B, so that if we can release some of those upper floors of parking in the Diamond Center so that somebody could leave their car there, be moved to the cancer clinic or wherever else, that's another opportunity. So we want this next phase, we would like to open people's minds to alternative approaches outside the box and way beyond the box, if that's what it takes to find solutions. We really want long-term solutions because as a baby boomer of the early part of the cycle, I can tell you there's a lot of seniors coming forward, and it's going to be a pressure on this area for many years to come. And I'm only speaking now from the seniors' perspective, but it is critical that we be able to accommodate people as they age and put demands on that medical precinct. Thank you.
Perfectly timed. Okay, thank you. You have questions starting with Councilor DiGenova.
Thank you very much for coming and taking the time yesterday and today.
You're welcome.
I know you've sat through many long meetings. I had a question regarding the handicap decal. It's something that I understood being a previous liaison to the Seniors Advisory Committee and also being the liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Committee. Also had a personal experience where I used to take my grandfather, my late grandfather, to the cancer agency, and I drove, he didn't drive, so he didn't go through all the motions of getting a handicap decal. Exactly. So although he was very handicapped, we couldn't possibly park in a spot like that. Do you see that as being a difficulty for people who really do need access to those parking stalls or extra parking closer to the facility?
Well, that's where we're concerned. We want to make sure that although we have parking for access to the buildings, that it isn't all declared for disability, so that you have to have the decal in order to park there. Because if we do that, we disadvantage people like you when you were delivering your grandfather, because you wouldn't necessarily, for occasional visits, qualify or take the time. I mean, I spoke to my sister-in-law who's disabled, and she said the longest part of the process, aside from the funding part, is getting the decal. Mm-hmm. And if that takes a month and you're talking to somebody who has 5 or 6 cancer treatment appointments in a row, a month they might be finished the treatment. So we need various options.
Now, I will be asking staff about the length and disruption in the construction process here, but it's already very unlucky to be diagnosed with cancer or some of the other disabling diseases that people travel to the hospital because, unfortunately, that's where they need to receive their treatment or see their doctors. But if you're going there in a construction zone on top of this, we're talking about a plan once it's finished. I'm not sure when it will be finished. I mean, the Burrard Street Bridge still isn't finished. So if we're talking about quite some time, is that a concern or something that's been discussed by the Seniors Committee about I suppose, the time that we're in limbo in construction and there might be temporary no stopping or temporary no parking areas that staff will tell me will become available again, but for a while won't be?
It is a concern. But I understand that staff are looking at how it can be phased in. But we would have to be very specific. And, ideally, a particular block would not be unavailable for very long at all. And I'm sure that the amount of work can be done in such a way that it wouldn't be too difficult. But concrete sets in 24 hours, I think. So, if a sidewalk is laid one day, it could be walked on the next, I would think.
Well, I'm excited to see what happens with the Burrard Street Bridge then. But I'll ask you the same question, I hope you don't mind, that I had asked a previous speaker regarding the 3-minute passenger zones. Do you feel that in front of medical facilities, especially for seniors or persons with disabilities, who have someone dropping them off, assisting them into the building, to their appointment, coming back to their vehicle to park it, do you think 3 minutes is sufficient?
I think that the discussion, if I recall, was that it was going to be extended to 30 minutes. 10, yes, because in some cases, if you're talking about assisting somebody with dementia, perhaps. You not only have to park the car, you have to take them into the office to make sure that they are situated so that you can get back to move the car. So a half hour is, I think, what would be required for.
Have you had confirmation as to how many of those spots? I'll be asking staff, but how many of those spots will be available? If there's only 2, then they're coveted spots, I suppose.
That's why we are withholding our fulsome approval of this, because it's that very kind of question.
So the Seniors Advisory Committee hasn't given their full approval. It's tentative. Okay, that's very good to know.
We're saying that they've made remarkable progress.
Okay.
And we're hopeful.
I agree, and I thank our staff and all of our advisory committees for working on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Carr, you're next on the queue.
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks so much, Ms. McGinnis, for all the work that you do and for the work of your committee on this. I know it's been an intense process, but I think a very fruitful one in terms of changes that we have witnessed. I'm just wondering, you've made some very good suggestions. And so those suggestions, is this the first time that staff have also seen some of the suggestions you've made around non-cluttered signage, around trees and the leaves that, you know, I
think they've heard it before.
Okay. Anyway, it's great to see it all in one spot, and I think to provide direction to staff too, because it's an ongoing process. So I'm gathering what you're suggesting. I'm just, yes or no, or give me details. It's an ongoing maintenance of this area with the notion of seniors and people with disabilities in mind.
Yes. If we want to maintain the existing trees, then I think it behooves us to find a way that on a regular basis in the fall, that the sidewalks be cleaned. Because I, as a property owner, am required to remove the snow by 10 o'clock any given morning that there's snow on the ground. But the city, no one is responsible for clearing the leaves, which are actually, I think from some people's perspective, more dangerous for walking. And for all the months of the fall and winter, there is no effort to clean the sidewalks. So if we keep the trees, then we want a commitment that somebody will be out there with a rake cleaning the sidewalks.
Yeah. And some of the trees won't be kept, but we also saw photos in the report about some of them, maybe to your point, already creating difficulties in sidewalks, heating and that kind of thing. So those ones I think are going. But good point about if there are replacement plants that the city is looking at, make it like not very leafy. Rhododendrons, for example, don't shed their leaves.
Exactly.
But in terms of signage, I noticed that some of the signage in the report is sort of big picture signage, like maybe potentially an archway that says Health Precinct, that alerts people, car drivers, cyclists, people that they are entering a place that's, you've got to be careful. Is that clutter to you, or is that a good idea?
We were generally in favor of that, as long as it doesn't look like it's a circus or a fairground. It has to be.
I'm going to trust the designers on that one.
What we're more concerned with is how many images do you put on the bike path? How many images do you put on the street? So that you want enough that people will see what direction, but not so much that they begin to visually tune it out.
Got it. Or get confused.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate your input.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you so much for coming in and for all your work. Can you detail a little bit of your experience in terms of the consultation? Because you've been at so many meetings over the last while, and the depth of consultation that has occurred?
We got to know engineering staff really well. But I was thinking about it today, and I was reminded that I was here, I think it might have been the first week of November, when the Seniors Committee approached Council with the request to change the priority for the planning from bike to pedestrian patient. And although you declined to hear that discussion at the time, we were, with the help of the medical people, who carry a lot more clout than we did, to get that priority changed. And it was at that point that the conversation started to make sense from our perspective. So,
and over the last while, you've had a number of meetings that have been in depth. And
one of the people that I work with has calculated that we have perhaps 300 to 400 hours collectively in consultation. I mean, they went on and on and on, but we were persistent. We will not go away.
thank you. Thank you so much for all your help. And you're still interested in continuing to consult on this issue?
Oh, we will be at every workshop. We are going to haunt you till it's done right.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Thank you very
we will
much.
Continue.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Chang.
Hello, thanks for coming. I'm going to change gears a little bit because we've heard a lot about parking spaces and things like that. But a little background, I've worked out of the Diamond Center for many years, and I've walked up and down that street all the time. I didn't have a parking lot spot on that first floor. I parked at VGH. That's because I'm not very important on that grand level of scales there at UBC. The whole idea, one thing I was really intrigued by about the plan that the staff and everyone came up with was the whole idea of really labeling the area a health precinct. And, you know, I'd like your opinions on that, because in my experience, when people know it's a health precinct, people are a lot more respectful. So, for example, currently I know people, they use those parking spots on 10th to go to the restaurants down on, where they get, you know, because there's a lot of businesses down there. It's not, we're all assuming it's all for patients, but really they're going to Rogue Wet Bar or somewhere else, or Cactus Club. But when you see health precinct, people are more respectful. Well, we better not park there because a lot of patients go there and they look for somewhere else. Do you think that's, you think that's a good idea? What's your feeling on the health precinct labeling, I guess is the question.
I can tell you that in the mid-1980s, I worked in the Economic Development Office for the City of Vancouver when we worked very hard to create the medical precinct. I'm the historical archivist right now on this subject. And I can tell you that we never, in our wildest imaginings, saw this as a bike route. And if we had, I'm quite sure the plan would have been different, because we being the staff of the Economic Development Office, saw that there was a synergy and a benefit to bringing various researchers, research facilities, all into one area of the city. And it was an underutilized area at that time, so it made good sense. I think that times change, but the idea of the medical precinct, I think, is still very, very important. And so if what we have to do is label it to make those people who are going to the Rogue Bar, if they go in the evening, that's perfectly fine, because the patient pedestrian use is not going to be there after 5 o'clock if the doctor's offices are closed. But we must make them aware. The narrow bike lane, I think, is really important, because that is going to slow people down. The notification. A lot of people just don't pay attention to the environment that they're in.
Yeah, that's sort of my feeling as well. I think it's an interesting, like you say, I think the caution you're expressing from the committee is wise until we see how it actually all plays out. But certainly, from my experience, when people know it's a medical precinct, like at UBC Hospital where I generally work out of, people are very respectful about the lots they use, you know, at UBC, for example. So hopefully this will come to the same thing.
Well, and we would hope, too, that they don't yell at a pedestrian if they're slow crossing the sidewalk or the crosswalk. You know, that it just makes them more sensitive.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
You're not quite done yet. You've clearly got people thinking. Next up is Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming in today and for representing the committee so well.
Thank you.
I realize just how far you've come. I remember kind of a no nay never stance a while back.
I decided this was the hill I was going to die on.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of knew that. So it's really good to see, you know, how things have changed and how close you really are on this with staff and how well you've worked with staff. Actually, most of the questions have been asked. The only one I think that's still outstanding is for Jerry and how the Burrard Street Bridge is doing.
It's related to this.
But we'll leave that to asking the staff questions.
Lucky Jerry, he's out of the room right now. Those are all of your questions. Thank you very much. We'll go to our rest of our speakers now, and I want to acknowledge, and I'll come back during our debate section, but the three people who just spoke have spent in numerous hours, as Councillor Ball has already pointed out, Councillor Stevenson and others, helping to form this policy and change it into something that they are speaking in favor with reservations, watching the details roll out, and I want to make sure we acknowledge how much time they've spent. Brent Granby, you are up. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, and thank you for an opportunity to speak to this item. I'm here to speak in favor of the 10 action items for the improvements to the health precinct. I think the current situation is not good. There's a lot of chaos. I ride through that area quite a bit with my kids or with my partner, and I think the status quo is not acceptable. And I'm really glad to see that there's a recommendation for full AAA separation in this area. I think that really affords everybody to have an opportunity to use that way in a comfortable way and in a safe way. And I also think the design really gives this whole area a unique opportunity to do some placemaking. And in terms of, so I'm supportive of this whole notion that we're just talking about in terms of it being a hospital zone or a unique campus or a hospital campus. Some of my concerns is I think that the design itself is really going to speak to the uniqueness of this space. So I'm not sure with all the signage and the paint that's going on there, how much necessary it's going to be to say that this is a health precinct, but that's just my one little thought there. I'm super impressed with the collaboration between all the departments with the city and with all the different agencies, with Vancouver Coastal Health, with VGH, with all the service providers and working together, the first responders. I think that was, you know, something that was really evident in the report and that it was very impressive. In terms of some of the designs, I think a lot of the conflict in this area really speak to a necessity to improve the design, and I think the AAA infrastructure that we're going to put in there will do that, and I think that will signal to cyclists that they need to be a little careful. I think the raised crosswalks are great for both for pedestrians in terms of their interaction with cyclists and also with cars as well. And I think the pinch points in the bike lane as well will be very helpful in terms of like signaling to cyclists that they need to go a little bit slower. And I think there's, you know, a lot that we can do in the cycling community too, to try and foster a better, more respectful culture of going slower and being more polite and respecting everybody else's right too as well. Glad to see the enhancements to the pickup areas. I think that makes sense in this area. The extra signage and the paint are all great. In terms of like some of the issues around trying to divert traffic off of 10th onto the other ones, I have to agree with Tanya on that one, that it's probably, it's going to be a hard sell for most cyclists who come through that corridor. And just a small point on that, I think, you know, there's a lot of pent up demand in the city to see, you know, good AAA infrastructure on high streets. And I'll just make that point. And I know, you know, we need to work on the public transit piece as well, but I think there's a huge pent up demand for that. And I know a lot of people in the cycling community would like to see that on the high streets and having cycling being a normal kind of activity that's supported by the city as well. So I'm really glad to see the collaboration because I think it really helped with making it great results for all the users. Really great to see that there's going to be an evaluation committee, so they're going to do an ongoing assessment of what's going on in this area. And also, really was impressed with how much people were working to preserve the trees in the area, and I think that was really important, and that we're actually going to get 50 more trees in this area too as well. So in closing, it was really inspiring to see all this collaboration between all the different departments and the agencies in the city, and I think, people spent a lot of time on this project in terms of going to open houses and participating online. And I think, it's been a stellar consultative process, and I really, a big report, 220 pages. I'd like to say that it read like a novel, but there was a lot of information in there. And I think it was pretty impressive to see the amount of work identifying all the issues in this area and coming up with these solutions. So in summary, I'd like to support these improvements, and thank you for the opportunity to give input.
Thank you, Mr. Granby. I have a quick question for you. As someone who cycles with children, I've heard it said, I was on the news yesterday and several of the emails, that it's just fine for cyclists now. And yet I know that if the current infrastructure is fine for people now who are comfortable with the current situation. So as a parent who cycles with children, how do you feel that would change if you had a separated lane?
I think the design would really speak that, there would be better lines in terms of seeing pedestrians come across. So I think that's something that I'm always trying to have a conversation with my kids when I'm cycling, and with other cyclists too as well.
Right. So
other cyclists are always reminding me too as well, and I think that's something that we can work on too as individual cyclists as well, as just trying to be a little more respectful of other users, whether it's cars or pedestrians.
So as a cyclist, you think it's better to have the pedestrians better protected?
I think so, yes.
Okay. That's a good point. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have Kelly Taleko. Taleko? And you can correct me. Oh, I got it. All right.
There.
Welcome.
Mayor and councillors, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Kelly Taleko. I am a retiree. I have lived in Vancouver for 40 years. I have never before in those 40 years spoken before council. This is new and a little bit scary to me. I would like to start by saying first that I fully support the concept of separated bike lanes. I would also like to say that I have attended several presentations and open houses, and I would like to commend the professionalism and commitment of the 10th Avenue project team. Nonetheless, I am here speaking today in opposition to the recommendations for an enhanced bike lane in the health corridor, excuse me, and indeed in opposition to any cycling in the health corridor. My concern is the on-the-ground safety and security of vulnerable pedestrians. My objections are based on my experience as the caregiver for my frail elderly husband from fall of 2008 until his final hospitalization until the fall of 2015. In his 7 years as an outpatient, I estimate that we averaged 1 trip a week to the health corridor, visiting almost every medical care facility in the vicinity. We were lucky during those years that my husband could receive 3 different cycles of therapy at the Arthritis Center. This current proposal for vulnerable patients to debark from vehicles and be required to cross a bike lane to reach the Arthritis Center entry sends chills down my spine. And the overall plan to use distinctive signage to designate the health corridor as a special area for patients is, in my opinion, if not meaningless, gravely inadequate. You might have observed me coming to the lectern, rising to my feet, walking 15 paces, handing my papers, gesturing with my hands. None of these activities was within my husband's capabilities. As the result of his 2008 double surgery on his spine, a successful surgery which we were so grateful to have, he was left without a sense of balance. By sheer force of will, he was eventually able to brace himself, to stand up, to transfer to a walker, to painstakingly move one step ahead of the other for a short distance. Painstaking because at the age of 82 then, he was already riddled with arthritis in all his supportive joints, both shoulders, both gripping hands, both walking knees.
We traveled as a pair. My left hand steadied his walker over rough pavement, and that means most sidewalks, and my right hand grasped the back of his belt, the recommended method to catch him if he tripped or fell. You don't get much more joined at the hip than that. And if you have not lived that experience yourself, you cannot imagine what it means to try to get through the day. Like many people with similar conditions, we tried to have, and you notice I say we were joined at the hip. We tried to have his medical appointments in early mornings because by 9 a.m., typically you collectively are exhausted from a sleepless night, from the pain and stress of the mere logistics of living, of rising, eating, washing, dressing, and waiting for a cab or handy dart that might or might not come on time. I've described how we walked together. You would think that this kind of exception in the movement of pedestrian flow would attract attention, awareness, and consideration. It does not. The opposite is true. We became invisible. Twice, we were almost knocked off our feet in the lobby of the Diamond Outpatient Center. And the culprits were bands of medical students who you would think would be highly aware that this was a specially signed, specially dedicated area for patients. In light of that, why would I have any confidence that special signage in the health corridor would have any impact on, yes, we know, the small percentage, the relatively small percentage of cyclists who are self-centered and dangerous. Why would I think that they would slow down at the entryway to the arthritis center to yield to pedestrians? Counselors, you have closed a portion of the Point Grey Road to vehicles for the safety and efficiency of cyclists. There is no reason that you cannot close a portion of 10th Avenue to cyclists for the safety and efficiency of vulnerable pedestrians. It is a great temptation today to check this project off the list. I know simply by being a citizen of Vancouver that the to-do list for these people is endless and that money has already been spent and is destined to be spent on this project. And you have previously approved plans that say, sure, bike lanes and the 10th Avenue
You're
corridor.
well over time. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up with the final sentence.
I leave you with 3 key thoughts. 1, only those with mobility and functional limitations such as I have described can imagine the challenge of simply getting through the day, let alone getting to the health corridor. 2nd, for patients who must use the 10th Avenue corridor for medical care, there are no options. They cannot move 2 blocks over. They cannot have it in their doctor's office. They must report to that section of 10th Avenue. And finally, the key determinants, I believe, in your decision today cannot be measured and therefore cannot be tracked and cannot even be fully identified.
You have questions?
And those key measures are the pain, stress, anxiety, exhaustion, and invisibility of fragile, frightened, vulnerable patients who must travel to this health corridor.
You're a minute and a half over and you have questions from counselors. So we'll let you go to the questions from counselors here. Counselor DiGenova.
I do have questions for you, but can you finish what you were saying in a minute?
Thank you, Counselor. I have finished.
Okay.
My 3 things.
No, I was just going to afford you some of my time to finish because I was very interested in what you were saying. That's what I was.
Thank you.
I have a question. First of all, thank you very much for coming and staying and for sharing your experience. As I mentioned, I've been in the same boat with my grandfather before. I'm not sure what was scarier, driving to the cancer agency with the 16-year-olds at the time or having to try and get into the building. I've seen people double parked there before who have said, tow my car, it's more important to get to the appointment right now. So I'm wondering, with this overall plan, you've heard I'm assuming that you were sitting here while representatives from our city committees were speaking. Do you feel that the plan is wholesome enough that council should be passing it? You don't have to answer my questions. Or do you feel that there's more work that needs to be done?
I feel that bikes do not belong in this health corridor. It's that simple to me. To me, this is like identifying a problem intersection in a neighborhood, putting a traffic circle with flowers, rhododendrons in the middle, and then running a beeline express bus lane through the center of that intersection. It's congested, yes, so let's move a big component of the congestion out of there.
Do you anticipate, just from the crossing of the streets, even if you were able to find parking on a different street other than 10th, one of the other streets that are on the grid, that crossing the cyclist traffic would be difficult for people who are trying to make their way to the appointments, such as the ones you've described?
I will not speak to that, Councillor, because our experience was purely traveling by handy dart and cab.
Did you ever have to cross the street on West 10th, though?
I did. Last year, a neighbor called me and said, I've ordered a cab. I need to go to VGH Emerge. Will you come with me? My eye dropped out. Does that make your knees weak? It made mine weak. She had just had surgery to have an artificial eye put in. You wanted to see two shaky old ladies? We get into the cab. We get to VGH Emerge. They handle her expeditiously and say, you must go to the eye center. She's mobile, so the two shaky ladies go walking down the street. I looked at the map today and I thought, if that happened under this plan, we would be crossing 10th Avenue at Willow, which I think is where it changes from one lane to bi-directional. I don't know how that would have happened. I can only say that it was a scary trip walking down there.
Now, I've heard from people who are quite concerned, and I believe another councillor brought it up. On Broadway, you can't park from 3 to 6. So people do park up on West 10th. Do you think that even further limiting those parking spots right now? I mean, already, yes, there's shared parking spots. If you want to go to Rogue Wet Bar or Cactus, you can park up there. But by limiting those, you're limiting the chances for people who needed to use them, such as yourself?
Again, my experience is traveling by cab or handy dart, and so I leave that.
But a place for a cab to pull in. Do you think that one drop-off zone in front of each building is going to be enough?
Hang on. Oh, sorry. Never mind. We're good. I didn't see Carrie. I thought we were down to quorum. Never mind. I thought we were losing quorum, but I didn't see Councillor Chang. We're
Not
good to
sure
go.
where the mayor is.
Fine,
Sorry. Sorry, I was
Go
just.
ahead. I was a procedural issue, but we're fine. We can keep going.
Overall, can you, if you had to go through the experience again during this plan, either under construction or afterwards, would you feel that it would have put more stress on your situation?
Absolutely. What I have described in debarking from handy dart or cab in front of the arthritis center, already stressed to the max, having to anticipate what is going to happen at that bike lane just to get into the building.
Thank you. I know there weren't a number of patients on the list, but it's nice to have someone representing someone who's been through the experience here with us today, and I appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Now you have questions from Councillor Ball.
Hello. Hi, I'm over here. Thank you again for coming in today. You telling us your personal story is a brave thing to do, and many hundreds of people wrote to us and expressed the kinds of things that you're talking about. And our staff read every letter. They have assured me they've read every letter, as did I. And in terms of looking at their plan, and they have tried to come up to address a number of the issues that people said, this is a problem. And the getting right into the clinic, the arthritis center or the cancer clinic or the eye clinic, that those clinics is critical, and it's critical to us that they're safe. It's critical to me because I go there and I want them to be safe. So the things that you're saying are really important. So for you, the thing that feels the hardest is having to cross over the bike lane. Is that what you're just so that I hear what
that
you're
is the
saying?
personal experience with which I was well familiar and felt that it might be useful for you to hear.
It is. It's very, very helpful, and I know that I saw our staff writing as you were speaking. So when you have this street, and I agree with you, it should be and is the hospital precinct, and the patients are the priority. Anybody coming through should be coming through to go to the hospital or use it the best that they can. If someone's coming through for another reason, then they have to be the most courteous drivers ever. That's the only way it's going to work, is if we make that happen in that street. So we all want to make that happen. And just listening to the pain in your voice reminds me of what it is like to be there when it's extremely difficult to get to your appointment and be on time. And that stress adds to more medical problems. So I'm just trying to think of every way possible. If you've had a chance to look at the changes that have occurred with this plan over the last year, there have been a number of changes that are trying to make it better for people. Have you had a chance to look at the recommendations and see if there are any that you think are good recommendations?
I have looked at all the reports. I can only say that my views are unaltered. People who have feelings about specific things and specific knowledge of, for example, vehicle access, have spoken on that. I except for the signage, which I think is a waste of money. Sorry, I won't say any more.
Yeah, no, I understand completely, but it is helpful. And if you do feel, because this is continuing to evolve, that if there is other suggestions you care to make, please let us know. Please just write, and we do keep them.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Jang is next.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. It's very brave.
Thanks for not being the one to knock us over in the Diamond Center.
Well, it's interesting. I was going to raise that point. At the Diamond Center, I was course director for the second-year medical program, which is there. It's on those floors. That's where the students go. And I recall very distinctly when we moved the medical program there that the med students were knocking people over. They would come in for their 8:30 tutorials, and they had huge backpacks on, and they didn't realize when they were getting coffee or whatever, they'd turn around and knock somebody over, and it was a real problem there. So what we did, certainly with me when I was course director, is we created a separated student lane. And currently we don't have that problem at the Diamond Centers because now they have their own access card that leads up the stairs on the outside of the building. So the number of interactions between patients and our boisterous medical students have dropped to near zero. Noise has dropped off as well, and people have now places to go and have coffees because the students aren't there, and it's worked out very well. And so when you raised that, it brought that thought to me again. So we have bikes already going on 10th, we have pedestrians, we have cars, we have ambulances, we got everything going around, and we know that the status quo isn't working. I mean, I still work out of there, and it's nutty still. And so by what you're telling me, as I understand you, is that what I'm trying to understand is, do you want everything to stay the same as it is now, like the status quo, in your opinion, or, like how we dealt with the med student issues, is that we created lanes and places for them to go that would reduce those interactions and make it much easier for people to look around. So our students, we train them, so, when you're in the main lobby, be more aware. So do you want things, the current status quo to be maintained, or do you think there's some elements of this plan that separates out all these different users of the street, which all have the right to be there, is a better idea?
What I want is for council to take this historic moment to realize that the original decision of many years back to place a bike lane on 10th Avenue through the health corridor was a grave mistake. And as much work that has been exerted by this team, I believe that they were given the wrong instruction. I believe that the whole business of bike lanes in the 10th Avenue health corridor should have a stop put it on the concept, rethink, give our very gifted and experienced planning, transportation engineering department the proper direction to solve the problem, keeping no doubt elements of this plan to do with parking and vehicles, and set to work on the problem of getting a bike lane out of the health corridor. It's,
Okay.
that's my wish.
All right, so no bikes at all, because currently there are bikes on the 10th, bike lane or no, there's still be people using bikes. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, those are all of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
All righty, we are now on to Jocelyn Maffin, from the spinal cord from ICORD. There you go. Welcome.
Thanks for this great desk, by the way.
Isn't that great? Yeah. I believe that was a recommendation from the Persons with Disabilities Committee, if I'm not mistaken.
Excellent. When you're 5 feet tall and you use a wheelchair, you need the desk to do this.
I'm on a lift back here.
So someone mentioned that there were no patients who'd come to speak, and I just wanted to clarify that both Jacques and I are probably at least monthly patients of the Blessed Spinal Cord Center, which is the center of a lot of the concern around parking with this change. My name is Jocelyn Maffin. I work for Spinal Cord Injury BC, a 60-year-old nonprofit that's worked in BC across the province to help people with spinal cord injury adjust, adapt, and thrive after life-changing injury and disease. I'm also a person with spinal cord disease for my whole life. I dare say I'm the most qualified person to bring up this issue and my feedback on it because I worked at ICORD for 3.5 years as a research development facilitator. I was a consumer engagement lead for the Rick Hansen Institute in the same building. And I now organize events, at least 4 every year in that facility because it is the only one in the city. I just want you to think about that. It is the only one in the city that can accommodate more than 6 people in wheelchairs at the same time. So think to yourselves about what that means. There needs to be enough accessible washrooms for more than one person to go at the same time. There needs to be room for parking so that someone who uses a lift vehicle or a ramped vehicle themselves, not necessarily a cab, themselves, to park close enough to the building so that they can make use of the building themselves, whether for health education, for peer support, for fitness, for their own medical care, or for participating as a research participant. All of those things happen in the Blessed Spinal Cord Center, and it was designed for that. So why am I making this point when you've heard from such able speakers before? I'm here to draw the exclamation mark to what parking means to the population I represent, to the population that Blessed Spinal Cord Center was built for. You see all those wheelchair parking spaces, and they're at least half again larger than an average one. That's because I get my wheelchair out of the side of my car. Street traffic on West 10th was one of the reasons I signed up for the Persons with Disabilities Committee, which I'm not speaking on their behalf right now, but that was a concern to me when I worked at ICORD. And that situation is a risk for people with disabilities, for people with spinal cord injury who have power or manual chairs. They don't have a lot of options in that area. Of the parking spaces surveyed in Paul's work, most of them were down a very steep hill. So think about how many of those private spots you're probably counting in your head as available are not available to people with spinal cord injury or to people with acute and chronic back problems like the speaker before me, her husband. You cannot push a chair up that hill regularly if you're a patient at that building. I think we create a beautiful and inspiring image of people in wheelchairs, the Paralympics, Rick Hansen, but we forget that to get there, you start sick, you start with limitations, you start with disability. And for a lot of people, that continues throughout your life. People with spinal cord injury are among the most frequent users of healthcare. It affects every system in your body. So why am I ranting about this? We've all been here a long time, so I want to make my point. And my point is that for my population, parking is part of the healthcare and research that happens. The research grant that funded part of the building at Blessin required that parking to be there because they knew that people could not come to participate in research otherwise. Removing or jeopardizing either of the parking lots next to Blessin Spinal Cord Center, for whatever reason, jeopardizes the entire mission of that building. And you might be thinking, like, it's just parking, lady, come on. Parking is one of the most contentious issues in a city like ours. But for people like me, that interrupts my ability to see my neurosurgeon, my plastic surgeon who looks at pressure ulcers, which is one of the most expensive conditions in our healthcare system today. The urology clinic, all of the different multi-specialist services that happen in that clinic are the only place for people like me in the province. And that's not an ideal situation, but that's what we've got. And it doesn't matter whose responsibility parking is. It really doesn't. And I get that there's a conflict around this, and I really want to thank Vancouver Coastal Health and the city and Paul's team for getting together, especially in the last 6 months, and trying to hammer out an alternative. But without the driveway from West 10th to the east parking lot with a meager 7 spaces plus 1 or 2 for patient drop-offs, without that, people won't be able to go to their doctor's appointments. I have to commend the addition of the street parking that's added for people who are wheelchair users or Spark card holders on the street. But I can tell you that that will be a difficult place to park as a wheelchair user driving a car during the main part of the day, given how busy the street is. I think bike lanes will help. And as a person who has tentatively started to use bike lanes with my own bike, I see the brilliance in them. I commend the city on trying to find solutions in that regard. However, buildings like the Blessin Spinal Cord Center aren't an optional thing for people like me. And I have at least more than 300 people with spinal cord injury go at least 3 times a week to the specially adapted fitness center there. So just think to yourself, this is not just a medical building. It fulfills so many different functions. And without it, if we jeopardize that parking, we jeopardize the research and healthcare that happens there in a unique way that isn't common to other specialties.
Okay, I forgot to
I'm
start
gonna
your
end
timer,
it
but
there.
you've got about 30 seconds left.
I think I'm going to end it there.
Okay, thank you very much. You have questions from Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you for coming and staying. I'm going to ask you a few of the same questions that I asked
Please
others.
do.
One question, I keep seeing sort of a theme among answers and questions and comments just received over the weeks to this. And it's, again, just want to remind you, you don't have to answer my questions, but what I'm hearing you say is that you're not against bikes. You just don't necessarily think that limiting some of the parking here for a bike lane is going to be a positive for many of the users who use that street. Is that correct? And could you elaborate on that? You don't hate bikes. Is that fair to say?
I'd say generally speaking, yes. That's a reasonable summary of my personal and I think my organization's concerns with the changes. I have to commend a lot of the work that's been done by each of the advisory committees and by Paul's team to come up with some solution for this very complicated stretch of road. And I don't think, there's a pain specialist at Blesson who has spinal cord injury who bikes to work. So it's not that we aren't part of the cyclist community. It's that, that doctor can choose to cycle to work, but he can't choose to not receive services as a patient there, right? So I think we've come up with a good option, and unfortunately, a pre-existing issue with off-street parking at VCH properties kind of got mixed up in the bikeway and the West 10th discussion. But in a way, I'm thankful because I don't think nearly as much attention would have been made to that very crucial issue for patient care. And so I'm saying that my organization and some of the ones that I have worked for in the past, our biggest concern is that none of these changes can jeopardize the parking around Blesson because there are no other options. The West 10th driveway has to stay to the Willow parking next to Blesson, and those 7 or 8 parking spaces, until there's another option, need to stay.
And you mentioned that there's a doctor that does bike to work, but it's my experience, and full disclosure, I work with persons with disabilities in my other job to provide housing, and a number of them have spinal cord injuries. I understand that, from the beginning, depending where you are sort of in that, it can be hard just to get out of your home or get out of a rehab center. So being able to have a car but not park it anywhere, can you speak to that?
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. I think I didn't even mention the fact that the expectation, the sort of conclusion that all of the users of those specialist clinics on that street have a loved one to drop them off and pick them up is just a misunderstanding of what it is to live independently as a person with a disability in Vancouver. As Jacques said, and the same is true for myself, up until only very recently, I was a single person with a disability, and every appointment I made, I had no other option. There was nobody to drop me off, and I didn't have the money to pay for a cab every time. And I take the bus wherever I can. I prefer to take the bus, but I cannot wheel up Willow from the bus stop. It's not possible. And I think of many of the people, we estimate at least 12,000 people with spinal cord injury in BC. Most of them live in Vancouver. And for most of them, they need attendant care. And so arranging attendant care just as for someone to drop you off, there's so many more complexities just to getting out of bed. That to put barriers between them and their healthcare team so that they can live more independently is just not in the city's or the hospital's best interests or the patients they serve.
Thank you very much.
Can I speak to your point about the loading zones?
Yes, yeah. Sorry, I just thought I was starting to sound repetitive, but it is one of my favorite questions. You can ask that.
I think you've hit on a really good point, and what we would say is that the vast majority of drop-offs there are patient transfers and handy dart. And without creating spaces for them that they can stay in for a period of time, those are the folks that are going to use those drop-off and loading zones, not the people with the elderly relatives.
Since I do have 5 seconds, I'm just going to ask you, though, in an accessible van to get someone out on average who's in a chair, would you say it would take more than 3 minutes to get them out into the building if they needed that assistance, into the building and back to the vehicle, bring the ramp up and leave?
It would certainly depend on how close that space was, but I would say at least 10, if not 20. Okay. And if the person needed full assistance, 30 sounds more realistic.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the staff are going to clarify what we're doing, making sure that those issues you've raised are not a concern and are properly addressed. So thank you for that. And the 30 minutes, 10 to 30 minutes, not 3. Let's correct the record on that one. Okay, let's move on now. Thank you very much. We next have, we have Kevin McDuff from Hub Cycling. Thank you. Waiting a long time as well. Welcome. And we can raise the podium. There we go.
Thank you. Hi there, my name's Kevin McDuff. I'm volunteer board member representing Hub Cycling, and I'm here to speak in favor of the proposal. At Hub Cycling, our mission is to get more people cycling more often. Hub has participated over the past 2 years in extensive consultations, workshops, walking tours, open houses, and so on, all focused on this stretch of 10th Avenue. And all with the aim of coming up with a design that addresses the valid concerns of all groups who use this route. We believe that the current recommendations do that. We particularly want to thank the health precinct agencies, health authority agencies, and city staff who worked on the last round of the revisions to the plan. In particular, we appreciate the concern for vulnerable pedestrians evident in the design with raised crossings, refuge zones, and traffic calming. The dedicated pickup and drop-off zones, which will reduce road conflicts, the inclusion of protected bikeways for improved safety of all users, the plans to improve both the 7th and 14th Avenue routes to attract people on bikes who want to reach other destinations with a new north-south corridor connector west of Oak Street. The focus on wayfinding signage and efforts to create a distinct health zone so that people know that they're in a unique place, I think, is also really great. On a personal note, and I'm not here to speak on behalf of Vancouver Coastal Health, but I have to say, I work at Vancouver Coastal Health, have meetings at the hospital quite often. The findings of the consultation match with my experience of the issues on 10th Avenue. I ride that route every day. I carried my 2 sons to their daycare on 13th Avenue in a trailer behind my bike, and I do appreciate Councillor Deal's comment about separated bike lanes being much safer for children. My kids are older now. We ride to school together, but I have many colleagues who still work at the hospital, still take their kids to the daycare on 13th, and are moving precious cargo along the street. I was also fortunate enough in my work to be able to plan and build the VGH Cycling Center, which is on 10th Avenue, directly in the middle of this corridor. And it's a great resource for our employees, and it helps to encourage active transportation. And again, I know many people who use that with their kids as well, and trailers get parked in there too. So I'm really pleased with the effort that it's moving forward, and I'm really glad to see the official endorsement from my employer. Again, not here to speak on behalf of them, but very glad. I know they're well represented. Laura was here earlier. In summary, the current street design is one that doesn't work well for any party. The proposed design is for a complete street that considers all users and will be a model going forward. And we urge you to approve the plans this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hang on, you got questions from Councillor Ball.
Thank you for coming in today. As a cyclist, and you've heard some cynicism about the effect of the signage and whether that will make a difference, letting people know that this is a hospital area and that patients have the priority here. Do you think that will make a difference as a cyclist and working with cycling organizations? Do you think that will change the situation as it exists right now? Because right now people do not feel safe walking across the street there.
That's a really good question. I have to say, I think it will help. I'm just imagining I think it was Councillor Jang who spoke earlier kind of to this. I think it may help to change the mindset of people. If you know that you're in this particular zone, I will likely pay a bit more attention. And again, the untenable situation that currently exists there with the amount of pedestrians crossing the street, the jaywalking, all of that, I think it's completely untenable. And I don't think it can do anything but help.
Mm-hmm. That was my question.
Yeah.
Do you think it's not going to hurt, but it could help? It could make a difference.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and you think that information could go out through the bike networks as well, that this change has occurred and that the notes are there, pay attention to them?
Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, I think, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thank you again. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Those were all of your questions. Thanks for coming out today.
Thank you.
All right. And we have one more speaker on the queue, Barbara Pringle from the Arthritis Patient Advisory Committee. You made it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
As you mentioned, my name is Barbara Pringle, and I'm here representing the Arthritis Patients Advisory Committee. The committee represents the patients of the Mary Pack Arthritis Center, located on the corner of Laurel and 10th Avenue. I'm very familiar with the health precinct. I was first diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis 25 years ago, and I've received treatment at Mary Pack once a month for the past 25 years. I was also treated for 2 serious illnesses in 2 other medical facilities in the precinct. And as a result of those, I've been going to the precinct once a week as a follow-up, so I'm there 5 times a month. I'm very grateful for all this excellent care. 25 years ago, I was a senior planner here with the City of Vancouver. And while working, I wrote the Greenways Plan. With my colleague Peter Bremner in engineering, I coordinated the planning, design, and construction of the first Greenway, the Ridgeway. This was the first route through the city that focused on cycling and pedestrians. Now, the Mary Pack Arthritis Center is a regional facility providing unique services, treatments, education, and support to people with all forms of arthritis. Patients using Mary Pack have disabling medical conditions. Many are unable to use public transit, walk short distances, climb a hill, or ride a bike. Most patients rely on motorized vehicles and mobility aids to come to Mary Pack. Kelly and I just met here at the meeting, but I couldn't describe as eloquently as she did the reality of many of the patients coming to Mary Pack, how truly debilitated they are by the condition. We feel that many people coming to the health precinct are like us, seeking treatment for serious medical conditions. We find the journey to get help difficult and painful. What we need is safe and easy access to all the medical facilities in the area. Currently, we're most at risk at the intersections, where with the changes that are being proposed, the intersections will be better delineated and safer. Unfortunately, the risks to us will not be eliminated, they'll be relocated. The new bike lane will be between the vehicle drop-off and the Mary Pack Center. Therefore, to reach our destination, we have to cross the bike lane, and it's here where the risks to both patients and cyclists are greatest. This situation is not unique to Mary Pack. It will exist everywhere there is on-street parking on 10th Avenue. We recognize that everyone has worked hard on the project to improve it over the past 6 months. Our participation has been limited to comments committee members made at the open house late in 2016, and the letter we wrote to you in January outlining our concerns and asking to discuss the project with engineering staff. We were not invited to take part in the stakeholders meetings held in February, and at our request, staff presented the outcome of their work to us in April. Recently, we've written to you again outlining our concerns. Unfortunately, most of the changes to 10th Avenue do not meet our needs for safe and easy access to the area's medical facilities. As patients, we have no choice. We have to use 10th Avenue. However, other east-west cycling routes could be developed. What we'd like to see is a phased approach to 10th Avenue. First, improve the intersections within the health precinct. We feel that these changes on their own would go a long way to calm vehicle traffic, organize pedestrian movements, and help cyclists find a route through the precinct. Changes to the intersection would benefit all users and put none at increased risk. Secondly, we suggest that staff investigate and report back on improvements to the existing bikeway on 7th Avenue and the possible bikeway on 14th Avenue. These may be better locations to accommodate cyclists of all ages and all abilities. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and do you have questions from Councillor DiGenova?
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much for coming in, for staying. I wasn't going to put myself on the queue, but I did when you mentioned that you weren't involved in the public consultation as a stakeholder.
Yes.
Had you made your, I suppose, your wishes to be a part of that consultation known to city staff?
When we wrote our letter to the city in January, we assumed that it would go through the process and end up in the engineering department, and we would get a call and told how the project was going. We didn't receive the call, so we contacted the engineering department directly twice, and we're never told about the stakeholders meetings, unfortunately. Now, I know staff went to tremendous efforts to reach out to people. However, as patients, I think patients in general have been underrepresented in this process.
Yes.
And I'm sorry to say that.
I was just going to ask you if you felt patients were underrepresented. I know Councillor Ball brought forward a motion quite some time ago, a few months ago, but patients who had signed up to speak to it weren't allowed to because it was called out of order. Do you feel that there has been adequate opportunity for patients to give input?
It's very difficult for patients to give input to this process because most of the people that I'm here representing at the Arthritis Center can't come to this meeting. They can't speak out. They're relying on me because physically I can get here.
Or they're just trying to get through each day.
Yes, right. The difficulties of many of the people requiring health treatment make it really difficult for them to come and present to you about their concerns. I think we should listen very closely to what Kelly had to say about her experience and how difficult it is to be that ill. When you are that ill, when I was experiencing that level of difficulty, I noticed that my world closed in on me. And my whole focus was on my own pain and trying to get to my destination to get my treatment. I was no longer nimble and able to get out of the way. As a matter of fact, I could look at somebody coming my way and I couldn't actually process that they were coming my way and I needed to move because my pain was and discomfort was so all-encompassing. These are the people who I'm referring to as patients. These are the primary users, in my opinion, of Health Precinct. I support bikes and increased bike usage in the city. My objection to it is that it's putting patients in danger. In any other situation, I wouldn't be speaking to this issue in this way. It is completely related to the Health Precinct. And what is a patient there, I consider, is its purpose, treating the ill in our society.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. You have questions from Councillor Ball.
Yes, and thank you again. It is important that you are here today. And just to comfort you, we have heard from hundreds and hundreds of patients who wrote us very eloquent and very, very important letters about their particular situation, all of which are different.
Yes.
Each one of which had a core, which was of pain and how impossible it is to cope when things are put in your way to get to where you need to. And I have to say, having spent so many hours doing the same thing myself, I understand the strength it takes for you to get here. And I know that everyone in this room really only wants this to work. They want to find a way to make it work for the patient. And the conversation did change. And I think it's important that you know that the conversation changed from being a bike lane was the most important thing to the patients and the priority of the need for the patients to still be accommodated, even if there is a bike lane there. So if there are any ways that we can look at the plan that is here and improve it, or if you have any suggestions, once you've looked at what the plans are, it would be really helpful to hear them.
Thank you. I'm well aware of the shift that's gone on from what was presented at the open house to what has been presented now. And I really recognize the amount of work that has gone into that. Unfortunately, from our perspective, they just don't go together. In this case, I'm only speaking about these 4 blocks.
I understand completely.
In the city of Vancouver, not anywhere else.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help.
Okay, thank you very much. And those were all of your questions. Okay, we have now heard from all of our speakers. I will now entertain questions from councillors to staff. All right, starting with Councillor Reimer. Sure. Yeah, let's run through those first.
If you want us to go through the questions.
Oh, did
Yep.
you? Oh, okay. Okay, so we heard a lot of issues from the speakers. A lot of these we've worked through as part of the process, and would like to give a few answers around those. So in terms of the disability parking on the street, right now there's one disability space on the street, and we see the parking that's out there right now being a real challenge for people to get to. When we talk to people who are using that parking, we have people who are, who really need to get close to that building, who have a Spark card, who are saying, hey, they're budgeting in 20 extra minutes to get to their appointment because they know they're going to have to circle the block for that long. Because right now it's completely full. So by converting a lot of these general spaces right now to disability spaces, we think that's going to work a lot better for the people who need to get there. We heard some concerns about who can get a Spark card. So the Spark card is, and that's the card that allows you to park in the disability space. The Spark card is tied to the person. So whether or not they're the person driving, the person can get the Spark card, and if they are being brought to an appointment where they need to park close, they can hang that in their window, whether or not they're the driver. There's a lot of work that we're going to be doing with the health precinct stakeholders and persons with disabilities and seniors in terms of the wayfinding plan. And from a parking perspective, that is really critical because there's a lot of parking spaces that are available that people don't know are there. And in terms of the on-street parking, our options are loading, parking, or disability parking. We don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of how we manage those spaces that aren't disability spaces. So providing additional metered parking spaces on the street, it's going to be very hard to manage those if they're not disability spaces in a way that they're actually serving the people who need to get there. There's a lot more flexibility in terms of how the on-site spaces are managed. So that's something we're going to keep talking about with the health partners. In terms of the loading zone, we heard a lot of questions about how long you could stop there. Right now, our passenger zones are 3 minutes, but in this area, what we've agreed to is 10 minutes for the spaces that are in front. These are the ones where there needs to be a fair bit of turnover where people need to get in right away. And then we are proposing spaces around the corner for people to use, and those spaces would be 30 minutes. So overall, we're going from about 5 passenger loading zones on the street right now to 11 10-minute spaces. And we're adding a number of other staging areas on the cross streets. We know from studies of how long people are using those spaces right now, it's typically 6 or 7 minutes. So we think 10 minutes is a good place to start. If that's really not working for people, we'll take another look at that later and see if we need to increase that length. We've also worked with HandyDart and SN Transport, who's the hospital transport people, on how long those spaces need to be, and they thought 10 minutes was a good place to start as well. We heard some concerns about the conflicts at the loading zones with the cycling facility, and I think that is probably the area where we've spent the most time on design detail as part of this, working with a lot of different groups, particularly, seniors advisory committee, persons with disability advisory committee. It's what we're proposing is kind of best practice plus. If you look at what kind of the best practice is, we are essentially doubling the width of the space that you have to get out. So there's generous space to get out of a vehicle, all at grade, not negotiating a curb at all, having a lot of space, even if you're loading a wheelchair out the side of the vehicle, to have a good kind of wide facility to be able to feel comfortable before you're encountering cycling traffic. The cycling traffic on that side is going to be going uphill, so it's going to be slower. In addition, there's a lot of design details that really are going to be slowing those bikes down as they enter those loading zones. So yeah, again, that's probably the thing we've put the most design detail into. There are also things like that we're proposing, including areas for people to wait under as they're waiting for someone to come pick them up, because we heard some concern about just about how long, you know, it would take to get to someone who's being picked up. The Blussen parking. Again, we heard about the concern there, and it's kind of not core to the project in a lot of ways, but it is one of the things that I think I'm happiest about in terms of finding as part of this process. We realized that there was a bit of a gap there in terms of the development permits. It's a really long story, and I could talk for a long time about it. But fundamentally, the Blussen building was built without parking within the building. And the next building over, the Siegel building, which is just about to be completed, was originally intended to provide some of that parking, but didn't end up providing that. And as part of the master plan, there's a lot of green space between the Blussen building and the Heather Pavilion that was intended to be greened through the master plan. Anyway, through the development permit, the permit had moved those disability spaces further away. And I think it had there's a bit of a communication gap there. So we realized through this, everyone kind of realized through this process that was happening, and it's allowed us to work with the health precinct partners on a development permit amendment, and it will be approved in principle today, or maybe it was approved yesterday. But in any event, we will be allowing that parking to remain with that access off of 10th Avenue. We heard from the Arthritis Patient Society, and we did meet with them. I'm forgetting the month. It was April. Yeah, and so I'm really glad they could come out today. They're a newer committee. I believe you were formed in kind of this November, December. Yeah. So we've met with a lot of committees throughout the process, and I think we heard a concern that they weren't involved in the most recent stakeholder meetings. I think what they were referring to was the collaborative process that we were working on directly with the health agencies, and that wasn't a process where we were bringing a lot of stakeholders in. That was a very much institution to institution. Let's figure out where we can clear some of the log jams sort of process, that then we took that back out to a number of committees and stakeholders, including the arthritis patients group, kind of once we had landed on a design through that process.
Is that all of the prepared answers? Okay, thank you very much. All right, we will now move to the queue, starting with Councillor Reimer.
Thanks. So you, I think, answered one of my questions, but just to clarify, Blussen, the spinal cord center, same number of spaces, same access as now, from what I heard you say.
Yeah, so what we're approving in principle is 6 accessible parking spaces on that side, plus a loading zone, plus a handy dart space. There's probably some flexibility if they come back with something a little bit different to modify that, but that's what the approval in principle will say.
And still accessible off 10th Avenue.
And still accessible off 10th.
Okay. So the issue then for me that remains is the arthritis center and the access to that. I hear you on some of the explanation on the patients group only forming a few months ago, and this process having gone on for some time now. Are there options? How many options have you looked at and discarded, I guess, is what I would say, because I don't want to start throwing out options that you probably have gone through dozens already.
We have been as exhaustive as we possibly could be in terms of finding solutions there, and we've landed on something, basically a design that, working with Seniors Advisory Committee and Persons with Disability Advisory Committee, we feel it's kind of the best compromise based on all the best practices we're seeing from around the world, and based on our design knowledge. We feel it will work really well. We completely understand that there's some concern out there because it is different than what people are used to. So it's going to take a little bit of time for for people to kind of get used to that, because there's always a bit of discomfort in terms of change and these new situations. But we're going through a lot of design detail to be sure that it reads really, really clearly for everyone who's using it, that we're doing everything we can to really communicate to everyone how it's supposed to work.
So Ms. Toleko's points about the signage, I have to say, as we've all shared our anecdotes about dropping people off, but personally have been a patient over an extended period of time with mobility issues at that time. So I can appreciate the sort of challenges that you were speaking to about when you're in that much pain, you're not really paying, it's hard to be agile for sure, both mentally and physically. Is there any opportunity to put down an actual patient-controlled physical barrier that could stop cyclists if the crossing is occupied? I have no idea what that looks like because I've never seen such a thing before, but does that option exist?
There are a lot of different things we could do in terms of that treatment. What we're starting with is something that's very much about kind of knowledge and kind of really communicating to people about how everything's supposed to work, including a lot of measures that physically make people slow down. I think one of the things that we see out there is people don't necessarily know what they're supposed to do between pedestrian crossings and bikes. And one of the key things we want to do is be really, really clear about how this is supposed to work.
And also Paul mentioned it, but the space, the loading area, the space that we're creating when people come out of their car is much wider than normal. It's about roughly the same as the bus stops on Dunsmuir. So there's ample space when people come out that they're not going directly into the bike lane. And then it's about the awareness after they start to cross. And several of the treatments that we've seen, there's things you could do, speed bumps or things to affect the bikes, but we also worry about the safety of what we might be putting in front of the cyclists as well. And so it's certainly about education and understanding that this is a slow area, a slow cycling area, and we will pay a lot of attention and audit it as it starts. I just want to stress that the existing situation is very poor, and from the starting point, this will be much improved over what's there now, and we'll continue to work with the stakeholders as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much. I must admit, my first three questions were all asked by Councillor Reimer, and I too had an image in my mind of like a railway crossing where something could come down for pedestrians to cross. I would like staff to consider, I know that we are making a lot of changes, but as we move forward, if things are still not working as well as they could be optimally for people who have difficulty in terms of mobility, etc., I would like to know that there are other tools on the table that we could explore. And I don't know what it would look like either. I can only vision a train stopping, and that's not what it is. But if we remain open to other ideas, if this is not working, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why we're setting up the committee to review everything after we implement it, is we realize that there are going to be things, there are a lot of details there that are really important, and we need to continue to work with the health precinct stakeholders and persons with disabilities and arthritis group and everyone to be sure that it's working as well as it possibly can.
Do we ever post speeds for bikes, for cyclists? I mean, just think about school zones and how all of us become so aware, it's 30K. And I mean, really, this is about not removing access for those, especially those who are destined, cyclists who are destined for this corridor. But there are some who do ride very quickly. And I know certainly anyway, do we ever do that?
So there's a few issues with that. One is most bikes don't have a speedometer on them, so it's hard for a bike to tell how fast they're going. I think in this case, the key thing in terms of controlling speed is just the design itself. So really designing to keep slower cycling as the forefront here. It's one of the things that we've found as we've implemented, more separated spaces for people cycling, is that they tend to move slower because they don't have all that pressure on them from the traffic that's kind of moving them ahead. And there's also the scenario that was talked about earlier, the mom with the cargo bike, and there not being as much kind of space to pass. We're also seeing kind of that wider demographic of people using the bike facilities, which tends to bring a more kind of calm behavior to them.
Right.
I'll also add, Paul mentioned it earlier, but we have the fortune in this case of the two passenger zones being on the north side of 10th, which would be the uphill direction. In the early stages of engagement, we were exploring, bikes being on one side of the street versus the other, traveling in both directions. And that, with the option of bikes being on the north side going in both directions, that was one of the issues that came up, was the passenger zones, because that would mean the downhill direction would also be there. So that helps us a lot, in addition to the other treatments that Paul was alluding to help slow down cyclists.
I'm glad you're thinking of many different approaches here. Regarding the parking lot, there was a suggestion made, don't remove street parking until the parking lot is done. I'm assuming that's the 117 space parking lot. And I'd like to have you respond around that timing of that, the commitment around that, the timing around that. Is it accessible without even going onto the street at all for the patients, especially the cancer patients, which are right there? And how do we control that lot so, because it's quite close to Canby, how do we control that lot so it's also not used by people who just park there and hop on a SkyTrain or something to go downtown?
So I guess in terms of the timing, we're still working with PHSA on when that will happen. That area within our plan is the second phase. So that does give us more time to bring that parking online, by the time that nearby street parking would be reallocated.
Mm. Okay, and do we have any way of controlling it, to post it for patients only or visitors to the health precinct or something like that?
Yeah, we'll work with the health precinct to stakeholders to kind of figure out how to best be sure it's used for the need in that area.
Okay. There were a couple of other really good suggestions that came forward from the Seniors Advisory Committee. Monitoring in terms of cleanliness of the sidewalks and streets, litter, leaf litter, or that kind of thing. And obviously, snow removal and ice removal is a no-brainer, but the kinds of vegetation that are in there, that's one. And the other is this idea of the nonprofit shuttles that might use the Diamond lot and can the city facilitate that, or is that beyond us? Is there any way we can start that conversation to see if that might not be able to be handled? So people would park there, then take a voluntary, a nonprofit shuttle. That is the question.
Okay, so the first question in terms of concerns about leaves, definitely we can continue, again, to work with the buildings to be sure that all of that is as, safe as possible for everybody. In terms of Diamond Center, maybe I'll leave that for Shelley.
So I'm Shelley Fleck, Director of Strategic Initiatives in Vancouver Coastal. Good afternoon. We have not, I have to say, we haven't talked about a shuttle service to move patients from building to building. So I did make a note, and I will take that back, and we'll have a conversation around that. We have talked, though, about using a valet service, if you will, for patient drop-off. So what we are talking about now internally is for patients being dropped off at the eye care center or Mary Pack or anywhere along 10th Avenue. If we know that either patients are having a hard time getting there, or they have someone dropping them off, and because of the drop-off zone, then they have to, drop them off, take them into the building, come out and park. What we are looking at is setting up a volunteer service whereby we would have volunteers out front who, when the patients are being dropped off by their loved ones, we would take them at the car and we would take them into their appointment and then let their family member or friend who's ever dropping them off go and park the car and come back. Because often that's what we heard from some of our patients and families is, there's a lot of anxiety about getting to the appointment on time and not being late, and where am I going to park and who's going to take me in, and you know, people feel stressed around that anyways. I was coming out of the eye care center one afternoon and some poor woman was picking up her husband who was standing by the door and she was like, you know, can you just tell him I'm coming, I'm parking. So, you know, we are looking at that internally to see what we can do at some of our buildings to help our patients and families, certainly.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks. Some of the councillors might not understand this question if they were out of the room, but I was wondering if this will be done about the same time as the Broad Street Bridge.
Councillor Stevenson, to the agenda item.
Actually, I want to talk about the passes and whether or not, how important those are to this overall plan, how integral. And we heard that from the chair of the seniors committee that, yeah, the smart passes. And we heard from the seniors committee that it seems to be taking some people a month to get them and they've got a problem, they need them immediately. And I was a bit concerned about that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll start and then Paul can add to it. Overall, citywide, our parking policies and parking programs very much revolve around the Spark Pass if somebody has mobility challenges. So we provide all kinds of privileges that come with that pass, that they're able to park in any of the permit zones in the city. They have handicap parking. If they have locations that they frequent, they can let us know and we can create handicap parking that's reserved for them. So that's why it's so important that whether it's seniors or whether it's persons with a permanent disability or that somebody, loved one with a temporary disability, that Spark program is available. And we haven't, over the years, we refer many people to that program that call us. They describe their challenge, and our answer is almost always the same, is that if you get a Spark Pass, you have these privileges throughout the city in our parking areas. And to date, we haven't had any of those people come back to us and said, oh, I couldn't get a pass, or took too long, or there were problems. So I'd encourage, again, people, if they have any types of mobility challenges, either permanent or long-term, to get the Spark Pass. And if they have any problems with that process, let us know, because we haven't had anybody come back to us. Once we've recommended it to them, they've gone and got the pass and off they went.
So we shouldn't have a case where somebody has got cancer and needs to go and waits a month like that if there's any problem.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any of those challenges. As I say, we refer people there and they are off and we don't hear from them again. They get the pass and off they go.
So is the program well known? I mean, it's amazing anywhere in the city, not just in the.
Well, it's probably, the answer to your question is probably not as well known as it needs to be, because we still have people calling us with mobility challenges asking what we can do for them, and we refer them to a program that they weren't aware of beforehand. We do, I'm pretty sure we have it acknowledged, well, I know we have acknowledged on our website, and I'll ensure that we have links to it. And maybe we'll make sure that we have presentations to seniors and persons with disabilities committees so they're clear about how it links to our parking privileges citywide.
And what's the criteria? Is there a minimum? Or?
There's a number of different criteria that your doctor would be involved with. It's about, how far you can travel and what your limitations are, and so it could be for many different reasons.
And the other disturbing thing that we heard was that some doctors are charging $100 for this just to sign, and that it costs $25 to start with, which is for some difficult.
I'm gonna look at my health colleagues, but I won't.
It's not
I can't comment on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
MSP billing issue, that's certainly outside of our purview as well. That's something that physicians deal with directly with the government.
You mean the $100 is a standard fee guide?
That would be within their fee structure, that's correct. And that's out of our control totally. We don't have any purview over the MSP billing.
Talk to your provincial government.
System. But this one thing I will take back as well is one of the things we can do to transition patients, especially those who are inpatients or coming to clinics and they have mobility issues. What we can do is certainly build into our discharge education material that, contact Spark BC and get your pass. And these are all the things that it can do for you so that we can tell patients as soon as they leave the hospital that there's this opportunity for them and they should get on it. The other thing we'll investigate is if there's a possibility even to get temporary Spark BC passes. So patients can be discharged with one, and it gives them some time to apply and get it for when they need it on a
That would be great. And
we'll take that back. And
are they time limited anyway?
I don't know, to be honest.
I was offered a temporary one for my knee surgery.
A temporary one for your knee. Okay, great. So, and finally, how many people would be on it? Does anybody any idea how many people are on Smart Passes now?
I don't have the number. There's many thousand, but I don't know the number.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Ball.
Yes, and thank you very much. Thank you for all the information. One of the things that's come up through a lot of engagement is people who are sick go there to be assessed and to find out what's wrong with them. So when they arrive there, they're looking for a parking place, they're really sick. They won't have a Spark Pass, nor will they have thought they needed one. So the question that keeps being repeated is, what's the loss of parking? And or is there a gain in actual parking for people who arrive there to be assessed or to have a doctor's appointment, find out what they need to do?
So if you include, the PHSA lot that we're still talking about, there's a net increase by about 40 spaces, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, by about 40 spaces.
A gain.
Increase in the area. I'd like to also remind council that we are talking about a very small number of spaces relative to the overall number in the precinct. There's 4,000 spaces in the precinct, and we're talking about, around 100 on the street.
Just on that street where people come, they need to go into the cancer center, they need to go into Mary Pack, they need to go into the eye care center, but they're finding out what is wrong with them. So it's not the same as having a chronic illness at that point, but they're really sick, but they need that assessment. So I just want to make sure they can still get there and want to be able to assure them that's possible.
And one of the keys is a lot of people don't know about the parking within the buildings. Some of it kind of looks private, and people kind of don't think they're welcome there. So one of the things that we want to do as a next step, or we're going to do as a next step if this is approved, is work on the wayfinding strategy that will really help those people get to that parking that they need to get to their appointments.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I had a few questions. First of all, it's my understanding that from hearing from Ms. McGinnis speak today on behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee, and in their letter, that they feel it would be prudent to wait. Actually, this is right from their letter. We feel it would be prudent to wait for the final plan before we offer a fulsome endorsement. It makes me wonder if you had mentioned supporting this in principle. So what further changes or tweaks or fine-tuning to the plan will be done? And I'd started to ask Ms. McGinnis that question. I was out of time, but I'm hoping that you can sort of convey how much farther this plan is going to go before it's completely finished, so that they would be able to either give their blessing or protest.
Yeah, so so what we've brought to council is the conceptual design. So we know kind of where everything's going to be going, but there are some areas that we still have to work on a little bit in terms of the very final details. And we're absolutely committed to working with Seniors Advisory Committee and persons with disabilities as we get into those details and as we move towards construction to be sure that it continues to work for everyone.
I should just say, in terms of our overall processes, while this process has received an awful lot of consultation, which has improved it, this is the normal time that we bring these to council in terms of the level of design. As we go forward here, moving into construction drawings, scheduling construction crews, we start to get to the point where it's much harder. Well, you can always change direction. There's just major costs involved. So this is the point where we typically come to council to get a council decision. And then from here, we start to need to make commitments to our construction crews, make commitments in terms of supplies. And so that's why we come at this point to get a decision from council. But we certainly will continue to work with the stakeholders as we finalize all of those detailed designs and construction designs.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Thank you. I'm also wondering regarding the Spark Pass. Councillor Stevenson actually brought up an excellent point regarding, in his question, I think an excellent point came out as to the cost of it. It's also my understanding that the process can actually be longer for people who don't actually have a driver's license themselves and have to submit proof of, like for instance, that someone else would be driving them, they don't have their own vehicle. I understand that it's a lot easier to get if you have your own driver's license. But if you don't and you have a family member who's dropping you at those appointments, it's quite it takes quite a bit of time longer. There's extra paperwork, and that family member has to provide their identification and accompany you to your doctor's appointment. Can you confirm that? This is just from knowing this from years of working sort of with people with disabilities.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to provide some more information to council on the program. It's not the city's program, it's not our program, but we can provide some additional information for you if you like.
Okay. I'm wondering though if we have such imminent need for this type of parking, if this city can somehow come up with our own program. It wouldn't cost people $100 where they could get a doctor's note or something like that that stated that this is the length of time that they're going to be using the BC Cancer Agency on an ongoing basis, or if they're using Vancouver General Hospital on an ongoing basis. This isn't going to work for emergency patients, but it's something considering all of the red tape that goes with the Spark process.
Yeah, we certainly could come up with our own independent program. We try not to do that. We try to look at other programs that are available and piggyback on them so we have added efficiencies. If we were to create our own program, then that would be funded by city staff. And when we did the West End plan, we added the means testing in terms of financial assistance for what we charged, and we piggybacked on the parks program so that we could use an existing program that's there.
Thank you.
There is a Spark program that's in place, so we use that.
I just have two more questions. I'll try and ask them quickly. One of them is on page 15 of the report. It talks about slowing down the vehicle traffic. It doesn't say anything, and the design element and the rationale, I don't see anything about slowing down the cyclists, and I myself have been hit by a cyclist, and I'll tell you something, it took me a long time to recover from that. I have that question. I also have a question as to how long the construction for this entire plan will be.
So in terms of the first question, absolutely. Particularly where there are potential conflicts with pedestrians, we have a lot of design detail that's intended to slow down the cyclist and make it really clear that they're intended to yield to the pedestrian. So that's a critical part of this plan. In terms of the construction, we're talking about phase 1 of the construction, which is the gateway treatments on either end, plus kind of a couple blocks from Oak Street to the east. We're thinking, we haven't got into the detailed construction phasing. We've started on that, and we know it's a difficult construction project because we absolutely 100% need to keep access to all the institutions throughout construction. So it might take a little bit longer just because we are being sure that we're maintaining that access. I think, do you have any more in detail, Dylan? That's good. Yeah. So, but we can update council. The plan is to start, if approved, we would start on the pre-work later this summer, and try to get construction done through the fall and spring. So that kind of time frame.
And I'll just add a point about the cyclist speed as well. Our experience and some data we've seen in other cities is with the protected bike lanes. That also, I think it was brought up when Ms. Paz was speaking, that tends to slow down people biking as well. because it's harder to pass the slower cyclists. So we would expect with the protected bike lanes to also see that effect.
Good. Thank you very much. Councillor Reimer, I think you had about 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I had a quick question relating to, in the consultation summary, it speaks about 10th Avenue Health Precinct to be designated a living lab for ongoing monitoring, analysis, and input from stakeholders and users, and yet I don't see that in the next steps and implementation. Can you speak a bit to that?
Yeah, absolutely. We started calling it an evaluation committee instead of branding it Living Lab. We were a little bit, we'd kind of been talking about that in passing, and we were just concerned that people would feel that they were being experimented on, if we use that term. We want to be clear that we're not experimenting. You know, we have a really solid design that we're working with, and that we really need to continue to evaluate it with key stakeholders.
Okay.
Oh, and just found out from Jacques, who was speaking to you earlier, he has recently applied for a Spark Pass for a relative and who didn't have a driver's license, I believe, and it was very quick and easy. So.
Great. Thank you.
Good news. Thank you. Okay, I've got a couple of questions. Let me start my own timer. Start timer. Nope. Nope. Anyway, one major question, because most of them have been asked, and this has to do with the phase one and what happens after phase one. So we have a situation here where we have 4,500 cars a day and up to 3,000 cyclists a day. The focus has been on whether or not cyclists are causing a problem. And we know that cars are actually the things that cause the injuries in most instances, although cyclists have to be cautious and aren't always. So I'm really interested in phase one with this gateways approach, and we'll be looking at signage, and which may or may not be effective. I totally understand that. I'm really hoping that we avoid sign clutter, but make something very clear that says, warning, you know, you're going to be a patient here someday too. So guaranteed, pretty much. So, and of course, on the eastern side, we're going to go to the one-way traffic, which will prevent people from using this as a rat running technique around Broadway or 12th Avenue when cars can get backed up. So once we do this gateway treatment, if this passes, are we going to be monitoring then the through-going cars? Because this may actually mitigate a lot of the issues that people are concerned with. It might take off some percentage of that car traffic that's trying to go all the way through. So I'm monitoring that and...
Yes, absolutely. Like the first phase, we'll do a lot of monitoring during construction and after construction. That's all part of kind of learning how it's working and being sure that as we implement the whole plan, it's working really well.
Okay, so yeah.
I was just going to add, you know, through our work with our health partners, we also collected a fair bit of data on the number of vehicles on 10th that were actually accessing services, right. You know, the health services there. It's quite high.
It is.
So there would be some reduction of traffic, but we don't anticipate that with the one-way conversion, that sort of thing, we're going to see, right. You know, a massive reduction
huge
in
drop.
Vehicles. Yeah.
Perhaps less circling once the other parking lot is up and people know that it's not general metered parking in those stretches. Okay. That's great. Thank you. Then I don't see anyone else on the queue. I'm going to move forward with the recommendations. I'm going to move A, B, and C, and I'd like to speak to that. The first thing I want to do is acknowledge how many citizens have spent how many hours on input to this plan. We knew was going to be one of our most challenging plans from the get-go. And I really, really appreciate that we always have had this mantra of pedestrians first, and we haven't always reflected that very well in our discussions here at Council and our direction to staff. So in this case, thank goodness, with big loud voices all around and the staff being right there and ready to go, it really came to pedestrians first and vulnerable pedestrians first. And that change, to me, is what really moved this from a place where it was, as someone said earlier, no way, no how, I'm quoting Colleen, I believe, or paraphrasing you, to something that, with, you know, cautiously monitoring, we're willing to walk forward with or wheel forward with in some cases. And I think that that's a huge change. I want to acknowledge how many citizens helped get us to this point, and to our staff for recognizing that. I think everybody in this room can tell an anecdote about their relationship to this area. We had a relative here, we've been sick ourselves. I used to live at the Nurses Pavilion, and I've worked at GF Street Strong Lab, I've worked at Heather Pavilion, I've worked in Laurel Pavilion, and I've worked at the BC Cancer Agency. and I worked at City Hall. This is my backyard, has been for over 30 years. And we all have stories like that, so we know this area well, and it's becoming more and more congested. So our current situation is chaos. It's so far, people make their way through it. If I were driving, I avoid it like the plague. If I'm on my bike, I will actually go into 12th Avenue and bike with traffic on 12th, which is not a very safe place some days before I'll go down through the health precinct, because if I'm late for a meeting, because I know it'll be very difficult to get through 12th, because I have to be very careful, because I don't know where the cars will be as they find parking, as they circle, as they come in and out of driveways, and I want to be cautious of patients as well. So we have a situation right now that's far from ideal for pedestrians, patients, cyclists, or cars. So I think that, as staff said earlier, this will be a big step up. Right from the beginning, it will be an improvement that we'll see over the current situation. Understanding that some people want to completely divert some types of traffic, cars or cyclists. No one has recommended completely taking pedestrians off the route, but the other two modes have been recommended, and that's not the way forward for this road. But it's a very challenging road. It's a narrow residential street, or a narrow side street that was not intended for the levels of traffic it has. So thanks to the staff for their work. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what happens once we do those gateway improvements, monitor the results of that, and it may be that working with our ongoing committee, the Living Lab, that we have differences that come forward as the next phase comes back to council. It may have tweaks based on what we've seen from those first stages. And I want to thank the health authorities for their work with us as well, because honestly, we needed your sign-on. We needed to get to a place where you are comfortable in saying, yes, we can do this together. Our patients, our employees, our staff can all work with this, including the many who cycle and walk to work and use transit. So thank you to everyone for your work. I do support this, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing it roll out. And you see it roll out. Okay, I think that works. And seeing what the next phases will bring to us in terms of increased safety for everybody in the area. Look at that speakers list. Okay, starting with Councillor Affleck to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish I could be as optimistic. I was taken by what Ms. Mason and Ms. Pringle said, as well as Ms. McGuinness. I have concerns about this report. I have forwarded a referral motion and an amend, strike and replace, as it were, to the recommendation that you've referred. It's up on the board there. There are parts of this report that are good, but I think there needs further consultation. I think that what we heard, especially from Ms. Mason and Ms. Pringle, is that the priority, that the cyclists are a challenge for the residents, and the plan that we've put for the people going into the services.
I'm going to move us to an amendment queue, so hold
Sorry,
that
yeah,
thought.
sorry.
And put yourself back on. Councillor Genova. Yeah. Okay, back to you. Where's your mic?
There we go. Thank you. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So the motion, the referral motion I put forward is focusing on what I believe are the priorities for the majority of the people that are using this neighborhood, this health precinct. So I've identified in the motion the actions that within the report that I think staff need to prioritize and focus on. The bike lane that would potentially create more havoc for many of these patients using the services there has been taken off the table in what I'm recommending here. What we're focusing on are actions 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, and 10, as just generally described in the report. I think those are the key actions that I think could be very helpful to the many people who are using the services, the families, the people who are going to functions, as well as getting the services that they need. It's a request to send this back to staff to focus on those actions and then come back and report to us by July for an implementation strategy and a budget for that. I have a challenge also with the $3 million that the first phase would cost us, as outlined in this current recommendations. So I hope I can get your support. I think we heard from the people here today that these are the priorities that we need to focus on in this health precinct, which is a priority area in our city for the health of the residents of our city. Thank you.
Councillor Affleck. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting the referral motion, and I think that this is the best of both worlds. It affords us some more time to look at this and think about this. Maybe if we're able to, as Councillor Affleck has prescribed in his referral motion, to gain some more support, look at further consultation. Maybe we'll receive a letter from the Seniors Advisory Committee stating that instead of that they're going to wait for the final plan before they offer a fulsome endorsement, maybe by this time we'll be able to see that fulsome endorsement. And of other groups, it'll also give us an opportunity to consult with I'm so sorry, the exact name, the Arthritis Patient Advisory Committee and others who may have felt that they weren't consulted on this. We've received many emails to our correspondence group with people who just did not understand what was happening until it was reported in the media recently. So for those reasons and several others, concerns of patients, I think family members, and those who would be sharing the road, I will be supporting this referral motion. I hope that we all can, because this will allow it to come back to us, which is more information. I'd rather see it done right than done quickly. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. After a great deal of thought, I can't support the referral. We've heard a great deal of actually kudos to our staff, and we heard from Vancouver Coastal Health and many of the user groups actually lauding how great the process was. And certainly seeing the depth of the report and 200 and some odd pages, I mean, that's huge. And you know, it's like anything in the world. We have to start implementing something to see how it works out. And we've heard from our staff over and over again, and it's indeed, even in the report, that they'll continue to monitor and do the design changes, and whether it's 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes for drop-off zones or what have you, we'll see how it works out. There's a very clear established consultative network that's been established, and now there's some others that could be included when appropriate to continue that work to make adjustments as we go forward. The current situation is not tenable now. We've heard this over and over and over again. And so, you know, I think that we need to get on with it, give it a little work, give it a try, and make those tweaks as come. I think that was a very, very, very clear commitment from our staff to continue working, as well as the Health Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I cannot support this amendment either. And the reason I can't, first of all, is that I believe that there has been more robust and collaborative consultation than I think I've seen on any project at the city, and I really trust our advisory committees to have provided that input. You know, not fulsome support from the Seniors Advisory Committee does not mean rejection. There were, you know, in fact, there were a number of very positive comments made, and I think there's an attempt to, or a desire to see our attempt to work out the solutions. I specifically cannot support the suggestion that we only focus on 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, and 10 actions, because I think 5, 6, 7, and 9 are really important ones for addressing the concerns. Action 5 talks about improving alternate bike routes on 7th Avenue and 14th Avenue. I think that these are, you know, this could be the enticement for some, maybe not the majority, but maybe an increasing number of cyclists who want to move along at a faster clip to move on to those alternate routes. So I think that one we do need to proceed with. Number 6 talks about treatments to encourage lower speeds by cyclists. Again, something I think we need. Action 7 is to make one-way vehicle, the street a one-way street for vehicles. And again, I think that will reduce the congestion and the confusion and the difficulty of different users on that street. So I think it again will ameliorate the problems and increase the potential for a good resolution. And number 9 is around local resident access by retaining some permit parking, and I cannot see why that is the problem. We need to realize that this is also a neighborhood in which people live. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Stevenson.
I'm also totally opposed to referring this at all. I mean, there has been an enormous amount of consultation, as Councillor Carr has said, in my experience as well, I can't remember, maybe the West End plan had about equal consultation. But also the health authorities are completely in support. And I know that all of us were waiting to hear that. I remember not all that long ago when the Seniors Committee was absolutely opposed. As Colleen said, she was going to die on that hill. And look where it is today. And there are a few things that need to be tweaked is basically what the Seniors Committee was saying. And so to use them as a rationale to oppose this, particularly when the Persons with Disabilities Committee has absolutely endorsed it. So I just, I don't really understand the rationale. Councillor DeGenova said she wants to wait till it's done right, not done quickly. Well, it certainly wasn't done quickly at all, and it was done right. So I'm totally opposed to this referendum.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. You took the words out of my mouth. If this is quick, I'd hate to see what slow looks like. I also oppose the referral for reasons that have been stated above. I know that there's several members of the Seniors Committee that I would hear from if I was not doing it right after this. So I will take us then to a vote. The clerk can take us to the vote on the referral. Okay. Waiting for the results. There we are. We had 3 in favor and 6 in opposition. I'm looking for that screen to come up so I can read off the oppositions. I'm going to guess that the oppositions are Carr, Jang, Stevenson, Deal, Robertson, Reimer, and Ball. So, no, sorry, not Ball. Sorry, not Ball. Sorry. Oh, I'm not. Okay, I couldn't see that from my screen. Nope, that's fine. So the referral amendment fails, and we are back to the main queue. Oh, I guess we were still in the... Yep. There we are. Oh, where'd my queue go? Oh, it's the question queue that we were in. That's why it wasn't coming up correctly. Okay, so Councillor Affleck, you have taken your time. I'm going to move us on.
I don't think I have.
Oh, no, you're right. You moved us to referral, so you've got your time left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. That's unfortunate. You know, I think that this route is a commuter route for bikes, contrary to what Councillor Carr was saying previously. Moving those bikes to other routes I don't think is feasible. I don't think they want to. I think as a cyclist myself, going down 10th, it's a kind of a freeway for bikes in that part of town. It's how you make your way across the city very quickly because of the fact there's not a lot of hills. So I can't see it being feasible that they're going to move somewhere else. So my amendment or my attempt there was to provide the cyclists the route that would exist on 10th for them to use. But at the same time, and have them work within the traffic, because if you ever see cyclists on 10th, they go at the speed, if not faster than the traffic, 30 kilometers an hour along there, and work very well with the car traffic as it stands. My intention was to provide better crossings, perhaps slow the traffic and the bikes down on 10th so that the shared space would be better. And I think that there were parts of this report that were good, but I didn't think it was necessary to create to prioritize the bikes over everything else. And that's what I think this report does. It prioritizes the bikes over everything else in this 3-block area, which is the health precinct of our city. This is an important area of our city for access for all ages. It's sort of ironic that we are prioritizing bikes of all ages, but we're not prioritizing all people of all ages and abilities in the case of this report. I think the report is wrong-headed in that approach. I think that it's not putting the priority of the people that need it the most, which is the people that are using the facilities in this precinct, which is what it was built for and designed for. My attempt was to provide an opportunity for us to allow all residents, whether you be a cyclist, a car driver, a patient in a taxi, in a bus, in a whatever, that you could have utilized and accessed the space. Unfortunately, you didn't support the amendment and it has failed. And so it makes it very difficult for me to support this overall report, because embedded in this report and prioritizing this is not the people who use the facilities on this 3-block area. It's prioritizing the wrong community in my mind, and we need to prioritize the people using the facility in that 3 block, the healthcare area of our city, the most important part of our city for healthcare currently, certainly until St. Paul's is built in a new location. This is where the majority of our residents go to take care of themselves, and I think that us making it more difficult for the residents, and that includes all of us as we age, and move and start utilizing these services more. And we already heard from fellow council. I heard from fellow councilors here who are utilizing these facilities already and have. So it's unfortunate that I can't support this report because it's prioritizing the wrong community in this situation. So, thank you.
Hey, next up we have Councilor DiGio. Hang on a second. I'm going to reset the timers because I never moved us off the question queue. All right, there you go.
Mine said 0, but I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to thank all of the speakers who came 2 days in a row, and I'd like to thank our staff as well. I know that there's been several long hours, many meetings, and it went from no to some yes, and some maybe, and some still no, but I do appreciate the consultation that went into this. However, I think that what I've heard from the correspondence that we've received, and I have to remember that it's a Wednesday afternoon, it's very difficult for people to take the entire day off work and come here and speak to us. There's a number of emails we've all received as well on this issue, and I have to weigh those in my consideration. I appreciate that Councillor Affleck had put forward the referral motion. I think it would have given us some more time for some wholesome consultation. I think that there are parts of this plan that are excellent, but where I am very concerned is the priority that is given, the prioritization to cyclists over hospital patients, over perhaps even I've heard from some of the speakers say perhaps doctors should park farther away. It worries me. I wouldn't want a doctor 2 minutes further away if someone was having a heart attack. I think that this all needs to be considered, and also although it might not be our job as a city to provide parking, and as one of the speakers mentioned, it's the hospital's job to provide the parking. I think that just as it's not necessarily our job to subsidize housing at the City of Vancouver, we do so through grants and other means because it's the right thing to do. And I think it's the right thing to do to consider the city's most vulnerable, and it goes beyond the city's most vulnerable. Vancouver General Hospital is the second largest hospital in Canada, where people drive down here from the interior, where they are constantly parking their vehicles or renting vehicles to get to the hospital, where they're not just coming from our city or from Metro Vancouver to use this facility, as well as the BC Cancer Agency. And I have to say, I myself have tried to get around St. Paul's Hospital. Don't try stopping on Comox Street. You can't. It's one way now that they've taken the bike lane away, or now that they've taken the other parking away and the other two-way traffic away. I just received an email from someone who said that it was suggested that they drop off their family member there, and they had vehicles honking behind them because you have to stop traffic to drop someone off. And I just think that we need to really consider all of those different concerns, every one of those scenarios that might be an inconvenience to those of us who are able to sit in this room today, but to someone struggling with a debilitating disease or is receiving palliative care, or as we've heard from some of our speakers, it's a struggle just to get up in the morning to even get to the hospital. I would hate to put them through that. Also, I'm not quite firm on how long the construction would take. I'm quite concerned that the Broad Street Bridge has been in construction for years. If you're one of those unfortunate people, unfortunate enough to have a debilitating disease or cancer, at the same time we're in construction, I'm quite concerned. I also looked at our city advisory committees, and I really do appreciate all of the hard work, the hundreds, if not thousands of hours that they've put into this, and our staff hours, the hours that they've spent with our committees, with the public, and with the stakeholder groups. I'm a little concerned when I do hear that groups such as the Arthritis Patients Advisory Committee weren't consulted. I know people with arthritis, and it is a struggle. For those reasons, and because the referral motion, I feel that really met in the middle here and would have allowed perhaps a unanimous vote of council, unanimous support for this. it has failed, I won't be able to support this plan. I think that we really need to consider that there are places in our city where cars should not be. As a park board commissioner, I can tell you that I fully believe in that because I protected green space from that, from paving it before. And I think that we need to also consider that in a health precinct, one of the biggest in Canada, the best hospitals in Canada, we need to prioritize those vulnerable patients first, just as we do in other areas for bicycles. And there's a time and a place for each, and this time it's time to prioritize those patients first. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And may I first just thank everyone who came to speak, to those members of the advisory committees, the seniors, the people with disabilities, the active transportation advisory committees, for the unbelievable number of hours and open-mindedness around getting to solutions around the problems faced in this corridor, and to our staff for the also unbelievable number of hours in this project, and also the open-mindedness around a new way of consultation. Because for me, one of the most amazing statements made at this meeting today was made by Mr. Courteau, co-chair of the People with Disabilities Committee, who said this is a model for a way of consultation, which is best practice in consultation, that it was new, it was meaningful, our concerns were addressed, it was collaborative, and that I think is the hallmark of a very, very good piece of work. I like to, and the fact there's going to be ongoing monitoring of this situation with an opportunity to respond to if something's not working as well as we may have thought, because there's some innovative things being done here. That too was a hallmark, I think, of a very good process. It's been stated clearly, this is not a plan that puts bikes first. It started off that way. That was where the problems arose, and there was a shift in attitude. And this plan puts people who are vulnerable, pedestrians and patients, at the top of the agenda. And accommodations are being made by other users in order to put them at the top of the agenda. It's clear to me that everything from increasing the number of parking spots, hopefully we're going to get a new parking lot, that 117 space one, as quickly as possible, to ways in which we could also make much more convenient pick up and drop off, so increasing those spaces and the amount of time. To better crossings, better lighting, signage, all of that speaks, I think, to that change in goal. Yes, bikes will be kept on this route, but it will be different experience for them. I'm absolutely confident in that. I think for me, I look at this as a potential, just the way I'm a car driver, and I drive differently. I'm not a fast driver, but I drive differently around school zones and parks because it's clear there in my environment, 30K, go slow, children crossing, balls coming across streets, etc. You get those signals, you change your behavior, your attitude changes, and that's what I see by labeling this area a health precinct with the accoutrements to that. That's what I believe will happen. Some cyclists may choose to go to other routes where there isn't that necessity to slow down, and I don't know how many that will be, and I'm very curious to put that into action so we can assess the effectiveness of doing that. Some who aren't so worried about the hills, for example, and rather would have a continuous route at a continuous speed. So for some, it'll be fine to just mosey on down and get slow and look around and make sure you're very cognizant of the environment you're in, which is a different environment than a normal street. I know that some people are still concerned. They don't necessarily trust that the changes will be effective enough. but I'm confident in the thoughtfulness and the rigor by which staff and our advisories committees and the health authorities and the whole variety of stakeholders with which staff have collaborated, that they have come up with solutions that give me the confidence to say that this is a report I can support and that I trust will have positive outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Mayor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, a big thanks to everyone who's been here to speak and has worked so closely with our city staff. And a huge thank you to our city staff for the work on this. I'm strongly supportive of the recommendations coming forward from this and appreciative of all the work done. And in a situation that looked nearly impossible to reconcile, given the challenges, the constraints of the narrow street and all the different uses. And I will note the importance of keeping that, keeping trees and keeping it a green corridor. I know many times when I've had friends and family at VGH who were able to get out, being able to go out and walk, it's a beautiful green corridor. And when folks are in the hospital, I think it's always nice to be able to have access to that space. I think the changes that are being made are a great balance of all of the different uses and challenges along 10th. Noting, as I agree with many of the points that have been raised, and just particularly by Councillor Carr, the importance of keeping patients safe and pedestrians, those who are vulnerable, it really is paramount here. I would say also the emergency room access is the other piece, improvement to that, as I'm sure many of us have had to use those services, and it hasn't always been easy. So I think those fundamental improvements are really what's crucial here, and making sure that access to our healthcare facilities, the crossings, safer crossings for pedestrians, the drop-off points, access to for patients and hospital operations. I think there's massive improvement in all of this. There will be challenges, I'm sure, with everything shifting and everyone getting used to a new way of flowing through there. But it's such a difficult street right now with all the different uses. So I think this will be a huge improvement, a lot safer and respectful of that hierarchy, making sure that people who are vulnerable and on foot take priority here. And I do think it will be quite different for those of us who are riding bikes. I think it is crucial that the improvements to 7th and 14th, 15th are done, because I think that upper route in particularly will become a really important commuter route. It's certainly one that I've used a lot. It's less hills than 10th and 7th, and for the east-west commuters, I'm really hopeful to see that take some of the bike traffic off of 10th, and 10th won't, I think for the very reasons that Councillor Affleck stated, when there are separated bike lanes and I think the complete street approach to this, people won't be whipping through there in the same way. I think cyclists end up on separated bike routes being, I think, more careful than trying to weave and bob through traffic. So I think it'll be a different mindset for everyone using the corridor with these opportunities for best practice and building a complete street and making sure that everyone can get through it safely. So I really appreciate all the work done, the exhaustive work done by everyone involved, and making sure we do as best we can with this. And it's a significant investment for the city and for this important health precinct. I think it's well worth the investment, particularly with the safety outcomes for everyone involved. So thanks again for all the great work.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. We'll now move on to Councillor Ball.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank all those who wrote to us, because it was their letters which were very long and detailed and very, very helpful and in-depth, and did help the Seniors Committee be able to have those ideas as well as the ones they had themselves, and brought them to work with staff. And I have to say, this is a remarkable collaboration. It truly, truly was a remarkable collaboration, the like of which I haven't seen in all the years I've been at the city. I've seen many wonderful things, but this was quite special, and special in a very interesting way because it came with one idea being interrupted with another idea, and that idea being combined in a very seamless way. And I have to say, the committee was tireless. Both committees, the Persons with Disabilities and the Seniors Committee, were tireless, and so were our staff, because they did listen. I was there at every meeting. I heard every comment and saw the ability of our staff to think, oh, that's interesting. Hadn't heard that one before. I will think about that and try to come up with a solution. And I think that that's the most interesting thing for me here is that there are some solutions here, things that we need to try to see if they work, because indeed everything you do on a street is a lab. If it works, great, you've got a great street. If it doesn't, well, we fix it. And so I truly feel with staff's assurance that they will be continuing to work with our Seniors Committee's continuing interest, and the Persons with Disabilities' continuing interest in making sure it does work, and informing staff that we will be able to come up with a street that truly does work for the hospital, its patients, and everyone who must be there. And I think the best thing about labeling it the hospital precinct, it does give people the idea, don't bother coming here if you don't belong here. If you don't have an appointment, you shouldn't be here if you're not a doctor or a nurse. And that is, I think, one of the things that we can give that message by saying what this area truly is. The other collaboration that thrills me, and I have to say collaboration is thrilling when it works, is having VGH and the other organizations that have come together to work with our staff to try to find the very best solution possible. And so I'd like to thank everyone for the work that they have done on this. It has truly been an amazing experience, and I hope that we get an amazing result when we see it happening. And I, like everyone else, am in trepidation about the implementation. How do we do that? But I'm sure that our staff will be down there watching to make sure those of us who can barely walk some days will be able to get to our appointments and make sure that it works. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and once again, thanks to everybody and all your hard work. It's been pretty great to watch and see a lot of airtime and letters and whatnot and discussion has been about a bike lane. And what this report really is not so much about a bike lane anymore or even streets. It's actually about the creation of a health campus. And that is fundamentally different than anything I've seen before in these chambers. Like, we're actually creating something that's, you know, beyond just an engineering solution. That's an important distinction because it harkened me back to over 20 years ago when we expanded the med school at UBC, and we had to actually build new facilities, including the Diamond Center at VGH, out at UBC Life Sciences Center. And at that time, we were reviewing, you know, health precinct documents from around the world, whether it be UC Berkeley, whether it was Johns Hopkins or what have you. And it said you had to do everything you can to accommodate everyone and reduce those conflicts. There's going to be conflicts because you have doctors and researchers and nurses and cyclists and car drivers and patients, research assistants, medical students. We've heard some of the problems with the med students we had, and so on and so forth. I actually started to write out a whole list of all the different users I can think of just in my own job, and it just kept on going and going and going and going. Catering staff, nursing staff, you name it. Each had different times, different periods. And then we think about the different types of patients, cardiac patients, you know, folks with arthritis, folks with, you know, I'm in psychiatry, mental illness. They have, you know, you name it. It was all over the place. And number one principle was to reduce the conflicts. And I think this plan does a very good job of that. And there will be tweaks. You can't have a perfect plan. In fact, all the healthcare documents and health campus documents I reviewed all say that healthcare campuses evolve. And they evolve as technology changes, as healthcare changes, as patient needs change. And a long time ago, you know, things that we're dealing with now, like dementia and seniors issues, are now top of mind, where we didn't see that much before. We saw more pediatric stuff. Certainly in my career, it's really switched over the types of mental illnesses we're seeing. And addiction is this huge thing now that I never trained in, really. So this plan sets a very fundamental, strong foundation for the creation of a health campus that has buy-in from all the major groups that we need. And it will continue to evolve as patients' needs evolve. And the stories are very, I take them very seriously when you talk about your experiences that happened in 2015 or previously or whatever, but it has changed since that time. It's 2017 now. And certainly in my other job, I see changes that happen on a weekly basis, and we have to adapt and change. So I want to congratulate everybody for the hard work, and really, as far as I can see, really does take into account patients' needs as much as possible. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Councillor Reimer.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think that when I went on the queue originally, many of the points that Councillor Chang has made were the ones I might have made. So I will just have a couple brief points that if this were a blank canvas, I think we'd be having a very, very different discussion about how to build a health precinct, how to build a transportation network. Of course, we'd have an unlimited checking account, so we'd be building a beautiful rapid transit line there, and this would be a much simpler discussion. The reality is it's essentially a neighborhood serving street that has become the backbone of the largest health precinct in Western Canada, and is also an essential east-west corridor that currently isn't served by rapid transit. So you have an extraordinary number of active transportation users in addition to all the challenges of the health precinct and the economic activity that goes just adjacent on Broadway. So is it better than what exists? I think I was very compelled by Mr. Dabler-Pony's answer to that yes, it absolutely will be better than what exists. And also BCH yesterday, the comments that Ms. Case made, that nobody is thrilled with this, but it works better for everybody. And that's how these extensive consultations go, to try and find solutions in these extremely constrained environments. The one thing I did want to make sure I said is that there is no doubt in my mind that it's going to be a lot better for all of the various users that are there, but it's not going to be perfect. And I'm particularly compelled by the comments that were made by the two folks who came from the arthritis patient community. And key to me is really the evaluation committee and the feedback loops that exist there. So I suspect that there will need to be changes to accommodate more safety. A lot of the plan rests in parts on people's behavioral adaptation, and that is very tough to predict. So it's very key to me that that evaluation committee is intact and really working on a feedback loop and short timelines to be able to adjust for people. But I will vote to support it today because I think all of the other alternatives lead to worse outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I also want to thank the staff profoundly for the amount of work and literal hours and hours that has gone into this by so many of the staff, and working with the committees, the Seniors Committee, People with Disabilities, to try to move this to a place where it is today from a place that was very different a while back, as Colleen has mentioned. I was on the queue earlier and then decided to wait because I wanted to hear what Councillor Ball had to say. I was really concerned about it, particularly after the last vote. As we were both on the advisory, we were both advisors on the Seniors Committee, and I was quite concerned that we might be going in different directions, particularly after I heard Councillor Affleck and Councillor DeGenova from the MPA. And so I have to say I was so pleased to hear Councillor Ball and her rationale for voting in favor of this, because it's exactly my rationale as well. As Councillor Carr said, it's absolutely nonsense to say that bikers are the priority in this, as Councillor Affleck and DeGenova maintain. They're certainly not. And the staff has been very clear about that. The report is very clear about that. And that's why the various committees are in support, and the health authorities. I don't think for a minute that the health support authorities would have ever supported this if they felt that what this was is something to just allow bikers to have their way. So it's been really important that everyone has come together and that we've come up with such an amazing report, or the staff has. It has been suggested that this could be referred so more things could be considered. I don't think there was anything that wasn't considered when this report finally came into fruition. I think it is the best report that could possibly have come up, and I think we'll all be proud of it, and obviously we'll all be watching carefully for its implementation. And the only regret I have is that Jerry didn't come up and tell us if he was still having trouble with the Burrard Bridge and whether he could time that to this.
Yeah, I don't think we're seismically upgrading a sidewalk on 10th.
Maybe not.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Louie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep my comments short. The initiative is long in coming, I think. Staff worked hard to find the various pieces and look at the various pieces and make them fit together. There will never be a full solution, a perfect solution to this, because I think the area will change as well. The dynamics will change, and more people will come, and people will come for various different reasons. I do think that something needed to be done, that this will help, and as a result of these actions that we're voting on today, we'll have a better working, more efficient space for all these various users. I would say that as a cancer survivor, I have walked the area, I've driven the area, and I've biked to the health facilities. And I know that I'm not alone when I say these words, that there are many cancer survivors that have done the very same. And so it's not that one set of users has priority over another. I think that we certainly should make sure that we try to accommodate all users as best we can. But it's not, I think, for the sake of one that we should forsake the others. That's not how we would want our city to work. We want to support each other as best we can whenever we have the opportunity. And so I think that this is a good step forward, and we should vote for this. Those that think that it should be all for one segment, I think that's a mistake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Louie. My final comment as we move us to the voting queue is just that I'm liaison to active transportation and have been a patient, both having my niece replaced 2 months ago and at the eye clinic. And I have never seen so many renderings of different versions of potential solutions, thinking of every single possible user. And I'm just incredibly proud, seems like an odd word to be, of another human being who, is a fully independent adult of their own. But I'm incredibly proud of our engineering and planning team on this, because they're truly creative and innovative in their approach to things, and working with all the stakeholders with different approaches to find a solution that is the best possible for all of the users and perfect for none, which we all knew would be the case. So thank you for that innovative and creative approach to this, and tireless. With that, let's please move us to the voting queue, and there it is. Okay, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, we have 8 in favor, 2 opposed by Councillors Affleck and Councillor DeGenova. It passes. Thank you very much, everybody. I look forward to the implementation and monitoring. Wow. Okay, it's now 5 o'clock and we are moving back to item number 1 on the agenda, just for something completely different. So the way this is going to go, folks, is we're going back to item 1, which is False Creek Flats. We had just finished hearing from staff. They may have a few more questions they wanted to answer, and then we have a round of questions from counselors. And somewhere in here, we're going to take a short break for some food. We'll figure that out shortly and let you know as soon as I'm sure. And then we'll have 2 more items after that. We'll have item number, where am I? Item number 3, and then we'll go to item number 6. Long day, folks. On false, we're done with the speakers. Yep. Okay, so we need the change of staff here. All right, the change of the guard. Thank you for staff for waiting so long. I knew we didn't know how long this item would take, and you've been waiting a long time. I acknowledge that. Yes. What did I miss? No, we have to finish it. We went back in order. You know what? No, she wanted to debate it. It went back on the queue in its normal spot. I'm so sorry. That's good. So it's after this one? She wants to debate it. So. Yep.
For the people that are here, there's a bit confusion about what's coming when and where, so maybe you could...
I just walked through that. Yeah. So, I just walked through. So we're going back to item number 1.
Yes.
That we've heard from the speakers. We've heard answers from staff. There may have been some answers that they hadn't gotten to. I'll check momentarily. We had a queue of questions from counselors, which the clerk made a note of and is going to replicate for us. And then we're going to go through the agenda to item number 3 and then item number 6.
3, and so will there be a break in between?
We're going to be stopping for a quick meal break. I'd like to make it as short as possible. And I'll canvass us, the food will be arriving. When I see the food arrive, I'll canvass us for how short of a break we can tolerate. But
so Rent Bank next, and then the final one after that.
And then the complete streets.
Thank you.
Right. In the order that it started in.
Thank you.
Yeah. So then there's the queue. It appeared before me magically. Thank you to the clerks for keeping track of that. Okay, so to staff, I'm going to try and remember where we are. My head is spinning. To the staff, did we hear all of your answers to the questions that were emailed in? We did. Pardon? Okay.
Hi, Karen Herzig, Assistant Director of Planning Downtown Division. I just wanted to extend Gil Kelly's regrets. He had to actually leave and speak at a conference today. He just asked me to pass that on, but the rest of the team is available for questions.
Thank you for that.
We have answered the questions that we have.
We have answered all those. Okay, so we will now go to questions from councillors, and we will start with Mayor Robertson. Yes. There we go. Okay. You are on.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions. First of all, a huge thanks to staff and everyone who's been involved in the False Creek Flats planning process. I know it's been a big effort, and it's a huge opportunity and deserves all of these efforts. And really appreciate all the detail put forward in both the presentation and all the reports that have come forward now. So my questions maybe just start on student housing, and with Emily Carr campus under construction and opening later this year. Obviously VCC is right there, not technically in the area being discussed, but immediately adjacent on Great Northern Way. The student housing issue has always been a big challenge across the region. Can you just speak to student population at Emily Carr and issues around vacancy rates in Mount Pleasant, Strathcona, and the challenges that we know students are having for housing in the area, particularly given a new campus being plunked down right on Great Northern Way there?
Does this work? I think I'm not sure if I've got 100% clarity on all of the specifics of that, but I think from our understanding, the student population, I believe from what I've heard, is around 2,000 students. I'm not sure the exact numbers. I apologize. I think the plan recognizes that there is, with that incoming student population and the housing stock in Mount Pleasant, that there's likely the potential pressures. But I think, yeah, I'm not sure if you wanted to add on.
Yeah, the plan that's before you today does, like Corey said, recognize that we do need more student housing and that we don't want to put pressures on the adjacent communities, and is supportive of adding more student housing within the Emily Carr campus. So we would be looking at exploring that into the future.
Okay, that's helpful. I think that's going to be really key with the new university moving over there. And certainly the vacancy rate challenges in Mount Pleasant and Strathcona wrapping around. A question on retail, and we've certainly had lots of feedback from various stakeholders and residents in the area, concerns about the need for more at-grade retail and street life along Great Northern Way, which has already been developing quickly, and this will obviously accelerate that. Just wanted to ask in terms of the opportunities as you go east on Great Northern Way. Certainly it would be consistent with a lot of the work and planning and city building that we've done to date to have a lot more street life, and given the massive scale of jobs and students that we're adding to that corridor in particular. Can you just speak to retail opportunities?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple different layers in terms of the street activation, which I think we touched on a little bit in the presentation. Definitely from a retail use perspective, it's something that we'll continue to include in a new I3 district. So the zones that are currently I3 will continue to have a portion of retail. We're definitely looking to encourage the kinds of businesses that might have accessory to retail, so in terms of light production, light scale manufacturing type uses that have an accessory retail component, so that it's not just a pure retail, but also things tied to the actual production of things within the False Creek Flats. And then I think, as we mentioned as well, we're looking for a variety of ways to activate the street life, and some of that's within the buildings, and some of it's encouraging businesses to start to spill out a little bit into some of the public spaces and places between. So I think between those various contributions, I think we'll look to try to activate the kinds of framework for public life as we outline.
Okay, appreciate that. My final question is just around naming, and there was a bit of discussion about how the Flats moniker ended up being on these reports in particular. Certainly would like to see some combination of new names and historic names from Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and just a question around process. We have a civic asset naming committee. Council obviously has the final step in that. Any exploration done to date in terms of a process, an expedited process as we roll this out? It would be good to have the name and some of the key names and branding clear around that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the broader area, I don't think we've given much thought to that. As mentioned, I think I'm assuming that the business community, I think Petra at VC had touched on a little bit around the desire to build a brand that's recognizable for the area. So we've definitely, in terms of building that identity, I think some of the ideas within that economic strategy allude to that. I think in terms of public assets and some of potentials for us to implement some of what's being discussed is quite possibly in terms of our approach around the public realm and some of the key connections, and in particular that broader network of walk the line, which might introduce a number of opportunities to address that process.
That's your time, Mayor Robertson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Councillor Reimer.
Robertson has asked every single question I might have asked. So.
Oh, well, that's very impressive.
Really?
From sitting next to each other. Symbiotic. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Louis is not in the chamber. We will come back to him or not. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have 5 questions. Some of them might be very easy. Just regarding the idea of a fourth option for the east-west connector. will somebody on staff get back to the Strathcona Residents Association and the people who are concerned really about the impact on the parks? That's why they've come up with the fourth one. It will just reassure me around the process and that.
Yeah, I might get someone from engineering to just give us a bit of an overview on that, on the process and where that's at.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Pardon me, Councillor Carr, I just came in, but I think the question is related to
The fourth option that
Yeah.
was presented by, yes, by Mr. Fry.
I'm just going to look, I think maybe next week, I think is what we're trying to already set up a meeting. So it's already in the works, and if it can't work out in terms of scheduling next week, we're definitely committed to meet and discuss the fourth option.
Excellent. Thank you. I really appreciate that. A second question, housing. There were a number of people who wrote to us around the concern, and even stated, the concern that by introducing housing into an area increases the land values, and a real concern that this is going to negatively impact the affordability of the industrial lands. And is zoning the answer to that? Like how very clear zoning, where is that, or do we have the tools?
I'm sorry, the question was about
Housing and how we differentiate. If we put housing in as an option in some of the zones, it's some of the, as you develop the district schedules, the concern is that if it's really adjacent to the industrial lands, or if it's mixed in some way, that it will increase the land values and thus become very difficult for in terms of increasing the land value on the industrial land itself.
Right. Yeah, I think there's a couple different issues that I think we were picking up from the members of public who were speaking to the issue. I think one of them is around the impact on land values, but there's also a number of challenges that were raised by the public around proximity and some of the potential complaints that come together. So I think in what we're putting forward in the plan, we're really looking at trying to differentiate the various sub-areas based upon some sort of overarching directions that we laid out. So in the areas where we're really looking to intensify around transit, I think where we're trying to introduce industrial uses, we're anticipating, if you think of kind of the spectrum of the variety of industrial uses, there's some that will be more fitting, I guess, with other uses like other office and residential uses. So we're anticipating those would be the ones that would be drawn to a higher density environment. Good. And we also recognize that from a housing perspective, there's a full spectrum as well. So I mean, looking at not all housing is the same and not all industrial is the same. So the plan will look at how we're combining those.
Yes, and how differentiating. Good.
Yeah.
I really think that's an important thing to focus on, because we don't want to jeopardize our industrial land by increasing or inflating land values. In terms of the jobs, and the real emphasis on jobs, there was one section of current jobs in the Falls Creek Flats area that hasn't been mentioned in the report, but having done a recent condo reno, I'm aware that there are a huge number of businesses in the area that supply materials for construction. Everything from tile to carpets to lighting to building supplies. Now, is that still a part of the vision for this area to retain? I mean, I don't think rentals are going away. I think they're going to increase. So is there a sense of including that?
Yeah, a lot of those uses we've sort of bundled them up as kind of production, distribution, repair, and I think they fall within there. And there's a lot of different plumbers and different contractors that are servicing the downtown and the surrounding areas. So a big part of the plan in terms of securing that core industrial function is to make sure that those city-serving industrial
I just don't want to see them disappear. I mean, we can, that'd be great. I mean, mini storage, fine, but not those ones. Resiliency. No one's talked about the resiliency in terms of this area. So I want to know what level of sea level rise are we planning on? And are we talking to the resiliency officer, the new officer, in terms of this area? Because it is a vulnerable area in our planning.
I think the sustainability group, the folks who are involved with that discussion prior to the arrival of the new officer, have definitely been involved in these discussions. I think we're using the typical building height levels, I guess the 4.6 meters in the floodplain. We're also in the plan exploring, I mean, we have a real good opportunity just with where the flats is today and where in terms of development, where we have St. Paul's in the northern kind of quadrant, and there's also the 7 acres of city-owned land at Main and Terminal. Those two sites in kind of combined allow us to provide a bit of a elevated new build site on the western edge of that. The area start providing a bit of a protection.
If I could just make sure that we are on top of the science on this one, because we're just planning this area, and I think we want to be very progressive and cognizant of how vulnerable we are. Final question, public benefit strategy. I'm intrigued. I mean, we're talking about some density bonus sites, but also not necessarily, as Gil Kelly said, using normal residential condo development to generate the public amenities, but instead business. And I was struck by the Vancouver Economic Commission idea of a new way of using public benefits in terms of San Francisco model, generating a nonprofit run light industrial space. I wonder if somebody could just explain to me how that might work.
Do you want to speak?
Yeah, so we haven't figured out all of the details yet, but essentially we're looking at leveraging either value or land on private development sites generated through density bonusing to be put into either a fund or into actual spaces on site that can be managed and maintained as affordable industrial space kind of in perpetuity for a 20 or 30-year period. That will require us to actually build up the capacity to develop, retrofit, manage, and maintain those sites over time, and that's where the Vancouver Economic Commission comes in, and one of the biggest pieces that we're putting forward in the economic development strategy is that we actually need to incubate a nonprofit industrial development corporation as a standalone organization with close ties to the city that would operate very similar to something like BC Artscape or an affordable housing development agency, but specific to the industrial space.
Thank you. Before we move to Councillor DiGenova, I have word now that we're going to be taking a dinner break from 5:30 to 6. Apologies to everyone who's continuing to wait for this day to end with good decisions being made. So 5:30 to 6. So we have time for a couple of more councillors to ask questions. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. I was hoping Mr. Kelly would be here, but as he isn't, I'm hoping that staff will be able to answer some of the questions. I was quite surprised to hear from Mr. Stivell that UDI had many reservations about this plan, and he himself and some of the other industry leaders who came to speak to us had issues with, I suppose, perhaps missed opportunities for this land, and perhaps not having the courage to have more density on the site. Could we see this site as having the best of both worlds, as many of the speakers described, some industrial, but also making sure that we utilize as much as we can for housing, especially considering sort of that creative hub as it's right next to Emily Carr? That's my first question, and then I have other questions as well.
I think, I think for the approach of the plan has really, I think, the questions and the concerns you've raised and the issues you've raised, I think were central in terms of how we've tried to develop the policies that we have before council today. I think one of the things that, and Mr. Kelly sort of alluded to it a bit, one of the things that is a little bit lost sometimes when we talk about gross densities across the entire 450 acres of the flats, is there is a bit of a different approach in the areas well served by transit and some of those, the other industrial zones. The other piece of it is about 95 acres of that land is being utilized for rail, freight yards and passenger rail. So as we start to peel some of those uses out and we explore more the areas around transit, and I think he had mentioned some of the numbers, but in terms of the densities that we're talking about in terms of job potential within the areas of the health hub and the creative campus, it puts it kind of above, even at the 2040 build out of the 23,000 jobs for those two sub areas at a density that puts it above the downtown local area. If we start to look at full build out, I mean, it's more than double the downtown area. The CBD on its own is obviously much higher at 460 jobs per acre, but I think what we've tried to do is really focus the growth around transit and really intensifying those uses in the well-served areas while retaining the industrial back of those.
Can I also add, Tom Wanklin, good evening, Senior Planner, Downtown East. I can add that at the current time, the zoning allows for a maximum of 3 FSR and a height of 60 feet. And on condition, you could go or ask to go to 100 feet. What the draft plan is proposing is an increase from 3 to 5 FSR, which is very nearly double, and an increase in height to 150 feet in the mixed employment zone, in the most intense area. So we are seeing a substantial improvement in the availability of development capacity. And what is important is, as Mr. Stivell himself said, the opportunity for inclusionary zoning to be able to leverage that extra density to deliver affordable space for the artists and industrial workspace at the grade. So that is how the plan is trying to shape the density opportunities.
Thank you. Another piece of correspondence we received that was quite strongly worded was by a former planner here from the city of Vancouver, Larry Beasley. And he actually not only offers commentary, but I think he's written some referral motions to the report. And I'll just do some of my time because the question is regarding this. In this letter, I will offer my commentary that leads to the following recommendations. The council refer this draft plan back to the Director of Planning with instructions that it be further reviewed by an independent panel of creative sector leaders and independent panel of housing and real estate leaders with expectation of plan elaborations from this process, and that the Director of Planning be requested to integrate the work on this plan with work soon to commence on creative hubs in the inner city. Now it goes on, there's another recommendation, but I'm wondering why an independent panel of industry leaders was not struck, and would we not be looking for the same type of result? The hospital, looking at a hotel, I understand in that area, of having another center for our city. You know, I'm not saying it will be downtown, but just as we have the Olympic Village Center, and there's, you know, the live above, shop below, and perhaps portion of that, and considering the special concerns with the rail, could be industrial and light industrial. Is there any consideration to that, or was there any consideration to having an independent panel, as
That's your
Mr.
time.
Beasley asked for?
Well, I guess in terms of the panel, I don't know exactly what that would look like, but in terms of how we structured the engagement for the area, we definitely tried to reach out to a broad sector of different employment businesses, and definitely working with the Vancouver Economic Commission. They were very much reaching out to similar, to various sectors as well. So the way we approach that kind of, I guess if you will, an independent panel is through our advisory committee. And there what we did through the planning process was brought together about 35 different members of a variety of different stakeholder groups. And those were not only local in the False Creek Flats, but also spoke to broader citywide issues, including some of the, like Board of Trade and those types of voices, providing a more citywide view. So that was our attempt in terms of engaging in that process. And I think that allowed us to at least reach out to those different communities and make sure that the various voices were be able to be reflected in what we brought forward.
Your time is done there. Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson, you're up.
Well, actually, I think that the mayor asked all the questions I had too, so they were
He's amazing.
Yeah, on everything. And I see he's up again, so.
Okay, thank you. I have one quick question, which you can tease me about later, because I was giving him a hard time about being the last speaker. Okay, so one quick question. We've talked a lot about space for not-for-profit arts organizations, and I really appreciate the answers on that. And there's also a concern about the creative industries displacing artists. So what I'm really interested in is what we can do, working with the VEC and our own staff, and I see we've got some of our staff here, about tying those two more closely together. So that in fact there's a spectrum of creative industries which starts from independent emerging artists right through to someone who's started a multi-million-dollar digital gaming company or something. Because honestly, artists don't have a point, they don't choose not-for-profit or for-profit necessarily. They might travel through all of those paths in their career paths, and we want to make sure they can do that seamlessly within this area. Are there any thoughts around that? Alex Sales or either one of you? You both? We don't want to create a barrier between someone becoming a for-profit and where they are.
Right. Alex Sales, Cultural Services. Yeah, I think those are really thoughtful feedback that we heard from some of the artists and some of the nonprofits in the area. And based on that, Community Services is hoping to work with the planning department to further address the issues of integrating sort of the creative industry, the artists, and the nonprofit sector, because as we know, it's critical in the flats, and this type of development really pushes them out as things get more expensive. So as we work through to the next phase around the district schedules, we'll work at tweaking that, and then around the implementation, we'll work with planning and with the VEC on that, because I agree. I think it has to be a much more holistic plan about how we support nonprofits and artists within that area.
Maybe even some mentorship or partnering programs.
Exactly. But I mean, we have to remember that typically we need to use a nonprofit or co-op structure to support artists, because obviously it's a huge challenge to support artists individually, because we're trying to support the community and create long-term legacies. And then just to add in, with our new managing director here, Branislav Henselman, we're moving forward in the fall with our creative city strategy. So these types of issues will really start to be rolled into that.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Robertson, did you have more questions? Mayor Robertson, did you have more questions? No, I'm ready to move the motion. Okay, with that, it is 5:30. There will be why don't you move the motion, then we'll immediately go to, I'm going to put us on the main queue. Put yourself back on. Okay, move the motion, and then we will, before we debate, we'll go into our dinner break.
I will so move.
Okay, and I'll let you speak to it when you come back? Okay, I think we all need some blood sugar right about now. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're going to take a break. Do you need a second? No. Okay. I'm sure you do. We're going to take a break until 6 p.m. Thank you, everybody. In recess until 6 p.m. Marianne, welcome back. It's been so long. We have, in case you've lost the thread, we are on item number 1, and we have just had a motion of the recommendations in the report moved by Mayor Robertson, who can now speak to his motion. Mayor Robertson. Yeah, you should have. There you go. I got
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move the motion, moving the recommendations, and I've added a C, which the clerk can put up on screen here. And that adds a couple components that I'll speak to in a minute. First, a big thanks again to our staff team who've worked very, very hard on this for years, and we've had great input from the community as well. I'm really thankful for all the people that have been involved in this process. Lots of businesses involved, and that's entirely appropriate when we're very focused on False Creek Flats being the home for many more jobs in Vancouver. This now is zoning that supports growing the innovation economy and creating many more jobs in the core of the city, responding to the huge opportunities that we have right now with job creation and in innovation, technology, and all different forms of innovation. I think our staff and the VEC did a great job of outlining all the different facets in the innovation economy right now that are already active on the flats, and many business opportunities that we're seeing on our horizon. Huge job growth that's possible if we have the space to house that. So I appreciate the focus on making sure jobs are paramount, and we're creating enormous opportunities for new job space and a diverse mix of that job space in the different zones around the flats. The key piece with having 2 post-secondary institutions now located on the flats is a game changer for us. I think with Emily Carr moving in there, with VCC right there on the edge as well, we have to be mindful of that integration with education, which will undoubtedly create business opportunities, but it also means I think we have to respond to the need for student housing, which is one of the pieces I've added in C here, is ensuring that there's adequate institutional student rental housing. And those words are very important to really put a very strong frame around what kind of housing is justifiable on False Creek Flats. We want to be sure that it's very specific to the institutions, post-secondary institutions, and student housing that is rental housing, to make sure that we're serving that precise need. And we're steering clear of any speculation that might arise related to other potential housing happening on the flats. We want to be sure that we're focused on that, on the Great Northern Way campus spot in particular, which we anticipate being a future Millennium Line station at Thornton Street there and Great Northern Way. So that piece is important. The other piece that I've added as well is ensuring that we are providing enough opportunities for retail, for street life to happen, particularly along that Great Northern Way corridor. And I know the staff worked really hard to integrate that and create those opportunities, particularly more on the western edge and the creative campus. We just need to make sure with all of the students and businesses that are growing and will be thriving along Great Northern Way, that we have that opportunity along that corridor as well, and ensure that it's every bit as vibrant as other neighborhoods that we love so dearly in Vancouver. So those are really 2 key pieces. I appreciate a lot of the feedback that we had on opportunities to round out the innovation economy here, and for different pockets of with the green economy and clean tech, with creative, and ICT with health sciences, and with food industry. And my history goes back to my big part of my business was on Malkin in Produce Row there, and it's a really essential part of what False Creek Flats is, and a really important part of the city's food economy. And I love the highlighting the importance of the food economy and food jobs on the flats and making sure there's a strong presence and placemaking that supports that in a not just along Malkin and Produce Road there, but also towards the west. I think there's an opportunity, and I think how appropriate that we have healthy local food integrated as well with the big new health campus that's going to pop up there. We need to be connecting those dots as well. So again, a big thanks to staff. I think we're going to see a big boost as well in the creative sectors. We had lots of voice from arts and culture and the maker folks that have been involved in this, and we want to be sure again they've occupied a bunch of great space there and helped to turn the corner on False Creek Flats and set the table for what comes next. And just really thankful for everyone's input on all this. I can't wait to see the changes start to take shape. Lots of it is already in the works, but I think this is a key piece now for the city to deliver real clarity around the future growth of this important part of our city core and ensuring that that we're keeping tabs on that and making it an increasingly livable and economically robust neighborhood. So big thanks again to everyone involved.
Thank you, Mayor Robertson. Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, I wanted to start by echoing the thanks to staff. I think every plan has its challenges that we've done for sure, and I'm guessing since planning, the concept of neighborhood planning and community-driven planning was started at the city. But this one really is the first of its kind in terms of, we had many years. I think the only corollary I can think of is the downtown planning that started in the late 80s that sought to put people living near where they worked. This is the exact opposite concept where we're trying to get workspaces near where people live. The challenge there, of course, is that you don't have a bunch of residents there who are able in this flats area to give the kind of feedback, and yet we still are trying to build that kind of complete community that residents and workers expect in an area. So given the constraints and challenges of being the first of its kind, it really is a very impressive piece of work to see what staff have brought forward and just the level of granular detail that you've been able to go into with stakeholders and the Economic Commission's quite intensive involvement. Really, I'm hoping is sort of the dawning of a new age of significant economic planning being well integrated into the kind of community planning that we're doing. There was a councillor that talked about being worried that working class Vancouverites will have nowhere to live, and I think that's a full-time concern of council and many of our staff and certainly the community. But my concern equal to that is that working class Vancouverites will have nowhere to work, and that's what this plan really seeks to address. We heard today from sampling, I think, across a broad spectrum of the kinds of people that have incredibly viable ideas to bring to the market, products that we are quite supportive of and the kinds of policies that we're bringing forward to the community. They're 100% aligned with the city's goals, and yet until this plan, we could not say that we were 100% aligned with them in terms of being supportive of how they turn those ideas into a bricks and mortar space that's able to create the goods, the services that they're talking about bringing into the marketplace. I think the thing that has been most compelling for me is the slide that was shown in the questions and answers that showed the number of people who live within 5-minute walk, within a 10-minute walk, and then understanding that 500,000 people are within a very close transit, active transportation, or walking distance to this really puts some fine point on how essential it is to be able to preserve job space. So I think the leadership position here is to stand up for artists and entrepreneurs and innovators and not let False Creek Flats go the way of so many other areas around False Creek. Not to say that those aren't beautiful residential communities, but when you see the potential of this and understand what could have been there, all the more important that we move forward. All of that being said, as somebody who bikes, walks, takes transit, and goes down there quite often to visit different green or innovation or creative or food enterprises, it is it's astonishing to me that the only food that you can get is Subway, Tim Hortons, Starbucks, Taco Del Mar if you're feeling really adventurous. And that's it in a city that's known for its food culture. And with 30,000 workers and 1,800 students expected there, I am extremely supportive of the amendment from Mayor Robertson to support local serving at-grade services, particularly food. But work hours can be quite long in these industries, and knowing that there's a Band-Aid somewhere nearby, or if, like me, occasionally your tights rip, you have a chance to go find some somewhere, I think that's a pretty important thing in an area that's looking to be this robust. So large plans are very tough. It's hard to be perfect, but I think this comes really, really close. If there was one tiny thing I could change other than the retail, it would be the name, but I think that opportunity exists. I looked up the flats online and found out that it's the name of a condo development in over 36 cities in North America, as well as a similar area in Ottawa and the name of a restaurant in Estevan, Saskatchewan. So I think there's some opportunity there to perhaps up our game on the name, but if that's the only thing to be critical about, I think it's a really resounding success, and I'm pleased to vote for it.
Councillor Reimer. Councillor DiGenova is not here. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I too am happy to be supporting this this plan, and I think that there was a very engaging process with the community. Starting off with, I think people remember that first open house, which served liquor and lots of good food, and everybody loved it from the start. So I think that process, it really was a good one. I do want to make a comment, though, on the fact that some people have written to us and spoke to us today about wanting more time in the process, and it makes me remark on the, or reflect on the earlier report that we were dealing with the 10th Avenue program, where sometimes people feel like they get all this input and then they want a chance to really shop the draft, you know, to spend that extra time in the draft, and that's where other improvements are made. And I think that was a great process, and I think that those people who may have commented this time around this one about wanting more time would probably have appreciated that process, because sometimes just you're looking to see, are my ideas in there or not? And or maybe there's some different ideas and they have comments on those. But anyway, it's just a process issue, I think, that we might want to think about for the future, and certainly for local plans. I love the fact that in my 6 years on council, this is the first one where the director of planning gets up and says, this is a local plan and it's all about jobs. I mean, there's not another area where really I think that you can say that to that extent in the city, and how important the maintenance of the light industrial land is. As one of our speakers said, I think it was Louis Schwartz, this is the last bastion of light industrial land in the city. So how we manage it and how we move forward, from the point where some people are saying, well, the area is not that exciting right now. It's got some things happening there, but it's a bit drab, and some people don't want to buy into it at this point in time. They wish they would, though, when you think of how it will emerge. It means that it's sort of a diamond in the rough. It's an area that we all recognize has more potential than is evidenced right now. It's a changing area. We know that that the kind of industry that was there's only remnants of that left, although rail-oriented service industries for certainly are still there. Love the produce row, and that is still critical in serving our city. So there's but here we are emerging as really a global hub in the creative economy. So it's this really interesting, pivotal kind of movement forward. I'm very proud of Vancouver that we are grabbing that opportunity in terms of moving forward with a new economy that still has elements of the current in it, because they are essential elements, the back of shop kinds of activities. I'm very happy with the mayor's amendment in terms of adding in the notion of amenities. That many people mentioned. They want the restaurants, they want maybe an opportunity to have coffee or shop or whatever, in a way that does not, one hopes, going to undermine the viability of the industrial activity, but as said, enhance it. One of the amenities that no one's mentioned, but I was really happy to see, was childcare. I mean, this is an area full of people that are going to be working, and childcare, that's the third top amenity in terms of money, I think $19 million, and yeah, I think that's a very smart move to put that into this area. I can't say enough how people have said to me, outdoor spaces are also critical when you're working. You really want to be able to eat your lunch outside on a nice day. So those plazas, the areas where they can maybe take a walk, get a health break, that's another critical piece of the plan. Some people also mentioned that they'd love to see an incorporation of some of the real history of the area with, in the outdoor areas, some elements of First Nations history and traditional use of the region, which I think would be, I think, a real positive. And I do note that the East-West new connector is in process. It will impact this area, but I appreciate the responses from staff, from you as staff, around the fact that there will be engagement with people now about some concerns that were raised or ideas that were raised, and I look forward to the response on that. So all in all, I think it is a really kind of bold and innovative plan that sets a very imaginative outcome for the area that I think people can really grab onto, and so I'm happy to be a support.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank staff for putting together what is, I think, a measured approach for the area. This is an important area for the city, an important area for us to protect, for the way the city operates. We need our industrial space, but we also know there's big demands on development for homes, for retail, for all these other things that the area clearly is vulnerable to. So I believe that the plan provides a good spectrum of all of those things, while not giving up the main point of it, which is an industrial area. So I will support it and look forward to further development of that area as far as the other things that will come to us over the next several months, and if not years, regarding hospitals and and viaducts coming down, all these other things that are happening. It's definitely going to be a major change in that area, but with a priority, as we know, on keeping it protected for the industrial space that it was meant for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. I'll just make a few comments before I throw it back to the mayor for closing comments. I love the plan. I love the area. Back when I was on the park board, we were talking about the future of Trillium. And that's when I started paying close attention to this. And I went into Larry Beasley's office, and he brought out a stack this high of reports and studies, and that was back in like 2003. So been fascinated by the area ever since, and to have a plan come forward that focuses on some of the things that I love paying attention to, like the food economy and the arts and culture sector and the innovation sectors. I just think it's an enormously exciting opportunity here. And again, I just want to make sure we don't push out those people who are already there and relying on those low rents that's been mentioned endlessly, and you're well aware of it. But I'm looking forward to this being the kind of place that is a destination as well, because it's just a funky, fun place to go and hang out with other really interesting people. So good work. Thanks for all the work. I know it's been a big process. I've been to a number of the open houses. The only one I've ever been at that not only had a food truck, but a beer truck. I was pretty impressed by that. But thanks, and look forward to what looks like very strong support here. So let's take us to the voting queue. Okay, Mayor Robertson. Oh, do you want to closing? I forgot to ask you for closing comments. You want? All right. All right. So, all right. Say one thing. Sorry, I'm on the wrong queue to put your mic on.
The only thing I wanted to add in my closing comments was a special thanks to Corey Dobson for his incredible work leading this process for our staff team. All staff have worked really amazingly well, and the Economic Commission but Corey has been lead on this and for many years now. And big thanks to you for all of your hard work and excellent work.
Well said. And now I can expose that the vote is, in fact, unanimously in favor. Thank you very much. Congratulations, team.
Last plan.
Have fun walking down the hill for some celebration. Okay, we are now on to item number 3. Yes, item number 3, the grant to Network of Inner-City Community Services Society for Vancouver Rent Bank. Now, Councillor DeGenova held this item, and she is not able to be here at this time, but I believe that Councillor Ball, you may have some questions to staff on behalf of Councillor DeGenova. If you could put yourself on the queue, then. Okay, there we are. Okay, let's hang on. I saw the staff have been loitering. They're all right. We got everyone in place? Good to go. Councillor Ball.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, it closed on me. Everything closed up.
That's right.
So I do have a few questions which Councillor DeGenova has asked and which have come to us. The first one of which is perhaps staff could answer about the need for the rent bank. How have things changed over the years when we have been trying to accommodate people who don't have homes by building a lot of rental space? How does the rental bank fit into this situation now? Is it still needed?
Through you, Madam Chair, the rent bank is still needed because we continue to be in basically a rental vacancy crisis, especially for people who are low income. As our housing reset showed, the people, even though we've been building housing at a high rate, we continue to have a gap for families that are making less than $80,000 a year and singles making less than $50,000. We have a gap in that they're paying way more than 30% of their income. And what the rental bank allows them to do is have a small loan that allows them to bridge the difference. And we expect, or we have found through our study that's attached to the report before you, that it prevents them from falling into homelessness. The $50,000 or $49,600 grant that we're recommending is to extend the pilot that Council has previously approved, first on a 3-year basis and then on a subsequent 2-year basis, to allow the rent bank to continue to function. They're in a year where they're working hard to partner with Landlord BC and raise their own funds, and we're bridging them while that happens.
And just another question on the same issue. In terms of the funds, is there a reason we weren't able to put it into our budget, our annual budget for the year? Or will we be able to do that in the future if the need continues?
We had expected, based on Council's approval, that the rent bank would be self-sustaining, and it's only emerged in the last quarter that they are going to need this help for another year. And we've been able to find the funds within Community Services operating budget.
Thank you. And it's good to see that people have actually respected the payback issues and that they have dealt with it well. So thank you for that in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Zhang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question on the change to the council report. I didn't quite understand the change in methodology. In the memo we got, third paragraph, it says the original analysis extrapolated the 408 questionnaire responses to the total number of loans. I didn't quite understand what that meant. Is this a bootstrap technique or something, you know?
Through you,
colleague from UBC's here. Oh, good.
we have our colleague from the University of British Columbia who did the work, Dr. Catherine Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to speak to that question. It was actually that we had included an extrapolation based upon the numbers in our report, to say if that of the 408 people who indicated their housing, what if all of the people that we had evidence about had indicated their housing, what would the number have been? And so what we decided after a couple of days, well, maybe that was going to be confusing to people, so why not just leave the numbers as they were in the statistical part of the report? And so we sent that revised report to the staff, and that they had already included into the report the previous numbers, and so then it was just a matter of changing those.
Okay.
So I don't know if that
No, it helps. I just wasn't quite sure what you meant. Now I understand. Okay, that's great. And in your experience, as you've done the analyses, I'm sure you're very familiar with other rent back programs. Would you say that the Vancouver rent back experience has been as successful, more successful, or less successful than other jurisdictions?
Well, I think there's been varied experience with rent banks. I think all of the rent banks that start out as one municipal program end up finding that they may run into a finance crunch. And so say, for example, in Ontario, they ended up taking that to a provincial level. It was the Toronto Rent Bank before. And so there may be different models, different ways of doing it, where maybe you pool the different municipalities. So we have New Westminster, I think, who else, Prince George, and Surrey, and then also possibly Richmond.
Okay.
But you know, so you could actually come up with either a partner model with federal government and then provincial government.
Okay. Great,
But
thank you.
Vancouver is, I think, shown a good model, especially as Councillor Ball mentioned about the repayment rate. It's done quite well in that regard.
Great, thank you. Another quick question to staff. Part of this grant is for 1 year because we're trying to build capacity for the rent bank to leverage and get sustainable funding on their own. How's that process going?
It's just started this spring. The rent bank is partnering with Landlord BC and working to get private sector landlords to support the rent bank because it's in their interest to keep people housed and paying their rent as well. So we'll see how it goes. City staff sit on the advisory committee, so they're getting the quarterly updates and will be able to keep us apprised.
Great, thank you very much. If there's no other questions, we're happy to move the recommendations.
Okay, the recommendations have been moved. Second. Oh, we're in committee. Sorry, never mind. All in favor? Oh, should we go to the, do I need the queue? Yeah, we need the queue. All right. Too many screens.
Can I have a final comment?
Yes, since we're voting.
Well,
no, you
point
can't.
now.
All right, so it's unanimously in favor. Thank you very much. Yeah, now that we've voted, please have a final comment. only the mayor gets away with that.
Well, thank you to all my fellow councillors for your support.
Only after 9 hours.
It has been
only after 9 hours of a meeting.
a remarkable success for the Rent Bank.
It's a great program. There you
I'm
go.
speaking.
Great program, and thanks for sticking around. Yeah, that's right.
Somebody's mic should go off.
Yeah. All right, we are now on to our final item of the day. Hard to believe, isn't it? 6:30. Okay, so we're on to item number 6 now, Complete Streets Policy Framework and Related Bylaw Changes. I am going to guess that there is a staff presentation.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council. Dale Bracewell, Manager, Transportation Planning. Just actually want to introduce to you a couple of new staff members, part of actually what is our Complete Streets planning team. Rich, please come on up. Rich Carmona, our engineer, and then Sam Connie, our planner, who have really helped out with this report over the last few months. I also want to acknowledge the collaboration that we've done in this report with our planning and design and sustainability colleagues, and I'll touch upon that as I explain about Complete Streets in the broader sense of the framework. To start with, thank you. There's the beginnings and just, perhaps I need to hit the forward button. So today before you we have 3 recommendations. So what I'll explain is that the policy framework for Complete Streets and its origins is really coming from Transportation 2040 and what does the term Complete Streets mean in that context. But also the discovery that we had in this process as we're starting to look more for the opportunities that might be ahead of us as we try to look to achieve the mobility and safety targets that you approved for Transportation 2040, and ultimately a consideration for a modernization of that street and traffic bylaw. And then the third one would be just the ability to get through the enactment phase if you so choose to move ahead with the bylaw. I guess why Complete Street does again come from the foundation of Transportation 2040. Ultimately, the foundation has the elements of the walking and the cycling and the transit. And at that time in 2012, we felt it was more important to not use the umbrella term of complete streets because we really needed to set out the directions and the visions for each of the hierarchy of modes that we had coming out of 1997. And then by 2015, when you were presented with the Renewable City Strategy, it had advanced quite a bit in North America. There are now actually over 1,000 municipal, state level or regional governments that actually are using complete streets as really the defining thing that we were already calling Transportation 2040. Major cities in Canada, Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, and Ottawa, again, many of them had similar sustainable transportation goals as ours 2040, but have also brought it under this umbrella term of complete streets. And so the idea, of course, is we were already doing this in the context of the visions that you gave us in 2040 as our policy directions, but it really is the term that brings it all together when you're talking about a project or a particular corridor, again, consistent with the goals. And it, of course, does also relate to the relationships and the support of our other citywide strategies where transportation and, for example, health connect and social connectedness, and your Director of Transportation gave you a really good understanding of that in terms of social interaction and Greenest City Action Plan. And then the new, but something that we'll be working on moving ahead is the Integrated Rainwater Management Plan. And then ATPC had a motion suggesting that we also move in this direction. So the report outlines to you that today we're predominantly talking about complete streets in the realm from a transportation perspective. And that's, of course, designing then for people of all ages and ability and all modes of travel. And then how do you integrate that transportation planning amongst all those modes? All while, as you're doing that, and of course the focus needs to be looking more towards the walking, cycling, and transit, but as mentioned yesterday in congestion management, we need to care about the vehicles, we need to care about access, we need to care about emergency services, highlighted today again at 10th Avenue, and make sure those are met. It might be different and the access might have some different considerations, but how do we integrate all that planning together? And I do want to start, I'll say this a couple times, a complete streets planning for Vancouver, while we're blessed again with that grid network, we really do need to think of a complete street network. I'll touch on some of the things. There are some streets that are just going to need to do some things really well for certain modes, and that means we have to really think about the reliability and the connectivity of an overall transportation complete street network. But I do want to acknowledge, because much of the work that we're already doing is working with our partners in planning and urban design and sustainability for the larger perspective of complete streets, which is really from property line to property line, from the adjacent land use and the weather protection all the way through to better sidewalks that, again, are also those public spaces. And so how do we do that also in the context of being seamless? Because when we do that well, that's ultimately creating the neighborhoods and the complete communities that really achieve many of the broad civic objectives, not just the transportation goals themselves. So as we do that, we recognize that we're looking kind of multimodal in the design process, which of course improves in any bit of phasing and incremental towards those modes over time. By advancing now more into complete streets planning, and really just want to give you the sense that we're really trying to look now ahead. This gives us an opportunity to prioritize which of these corridors, depending on, again, some of the priorities and focus areas we might have in the future. And then I'd say that the biggest opportunity that we're seeing is the improvement on integrating the coordination and delivery. So we really want to be integrated with our sewers and our waters and our utilities infrastructure, as well as development to see and to be advanced as possible in terms of the delivery of the Transportation 2040 goals. So there are about 10 principles that we've outlined again, and these all are foundations from Transportation 2040 or other citywide policies, which again, going to the first recommendation is why it says it's for information. We're really trying to provide you the framework of how we brought all these elements together and how we're talking about them in projects. So transportation you're very familiar with, and many of these have been talked about over the last 2 days, but I want to highlight a couple, which is the curbside management. And so again, being more thoughtful about the future planning and what those needs are going to really need to be over time, as of course we look for more and more of those uses that want to use the on-street, trying to provide those in new developments. But at the same time, we really want to be considering, we brought to you last December the idea of automated, connected, electric, and shared vehicles. And so how do we also, again, look towards the future in complete streets planning that's adaptable as possible? It's flexible. Great conversations yesterday in congestion management about smart infrastructure, ones that we know now, but also ones that we want to be prepared for and ready for. And then ultimately, again, the value proposition of congestion management really is around reliability. But again, the broader perspective of complete streets, working from everything from the land use to weather protection and the context that each of those streets provide, commercial, resident, some combination, institutional, industry, as you've been just talking for the False Creek Flats. To bring that all together, and then now in one more layer, also looking for what might be the opportunities within the streets and the public rights of way for stormwater management, but also working with our park board colleagues. Been great efforts towards healthy street trees, and we want to continue that in all efforts for complete streets. So when you bring it all together, and this is a rendering of what would be an example of a complete street in a mid to high rise with high destination, where then all people in all types of modes are trying to get to the vibrant sidewalks that are covering you for those rainy days, but have sidewalks that give you non-cluttered, clear widths in addition to parts of the sidewalk adjacent to it that bring a lot of vibrancy. And then dedicated places for people to drive and dedicated places for people to bike. And then that curbside management, which again, over time can take all sorts of forms and shapes. And it might be a lot of vehicle parking, and then over time, those become parklets and those become other stormwater management. So just an example of over time, how complete streets may evolve in Vancouver. But I do want to really be realistic. We understand and know, based on how we've been delivering Transportation 2040, that there is not a typology of complete streets that we're presenting to you today, nor in the future. There won't be a one-size-fits-all. It will always need to be a thoughtful engagement process with the public and the adjacent residents, but also just the functions of the street. And so again, I want to remind all of us about the goals then are going to have to be very specific to streets. But again, thinking about a complete street network, it's absolutely important. I mean, arterials are easy to define in terms of kind of the larger distances that vehicles and trucks and of course our transit buses take. But we also share in some of those arterials with TransLink as part of a major road network, doing more of the heavy lifting in the regional vehicle trips. Truck routes, we want to talk about those in the context of also supporting a regional goods movement coming into the city. And we want to be able to do more. Again, Director of Transportation provided you some ideas of what I'm terming transit friction busters. And so when we do that, we need to recognize we want to do maybe more for transit reliability and priority on some of these streets. And again, that guides some of the complete street thinking because we're thinking about a green network. And then much more oriented to maybe some of our local streets, but we're only halfway through your 1995 Greenways plan. And so along those corridors, we're going to have a greater focus for walking and cycling to begin with, even as we do complete streets planning. The other variable that's important to be thinking of and suggests why there won't be, again, a series of typologies is that our streets, now many of them are 66 feet, 20 meters, but we have different types of right-of-way. And again, as we're trying to do complete streets planning, looking ahead gives us a chance to earlier on recognize, even before developers come ask us at the city, we might have already planning towards saying, well, even if it's not going to change the curb to curb and where vehicles go, again, because we want to do great things for the walking and the public realm and public space and stormwater management, we could be seeking potentially, even if it's localized, additional street right-of-way or just pedestrian setbacks. And so the available right-of-way helps guide that, and leveraging then therefore the development opportunities as they arise. As mentioned, we want to be informed and working with our planning colleagues about the land use, the considerations of future potential changes, but also then just the sheer amount of activity. Even a business commercial entity is not necessarily the same each time, and so what does that do in terms of the people moving aspect and the civic life of those land uses? And the other is we all love and cherish some of the unique special places that Vancouver has. And we want to begin this complete streets planning, again, with not a one-size-fits-all. We had a very, very good, productive early meeting with some of the Gastown stakeholders and saying, as we would begin an area transportation plan for Gastown, and we will bring in the words complete streets, but a complete street network, we will approach that differently in terms of the environment and things that will make that unique, while still, of course, engaging in conversations that help meet the Transportation 2040 goals. So it was in doing this and kind of thinking ahead about what we wanted to do in complete streets planning that we recognized something it's beyond complete streets. It really comes back to how does a city want to move? We're at that 50% walk bike transit, but we're trying to get from 50% walk bike transit to the 2/3 target in 2040. And so then as more emphasis needs to be coming on accommodating growth in those modes, we went back to the street and traffic bylaw. And it was a real surprise to us that we actually recognized for us, at least in terms of how far back it goes, it's actually the greatest part of the foundation that we have right now in our street and traffic bylaw comes from 1944. And as per the report, it notes there has been some minor modifications, but it makes sense then when we looked at it that many of the abilities that council has already given to the general manager of engineering services, I'll just refer that to as the city engineer, really relate to the ability where things don't have to come to council if it relates to how to move vehicles and or change parking lanes towards that. And so that's okay. That's been something I think that's been stewarded well and delegated authority already given to the city engineer. But what we realized is we when we needed to come to you in terms of walking and cycling and transit, those as it's currently written do require council approval. And so that's where we discovered and thought perhaps this is an opportunity to consider a modernization of the street and traffic bylaw to complement what is the delegated authority for mostly, again, vehicles, but some of the decisions that require, perhaps some reallocating a right of way for walking, cycling, or transit. And sometimes, again, on your local street bikeways and greenways, we've come to you with some minor diversions for car traffic. Again, still ensuring access and mobility is provided, but perhaps a one-block diversion in terms of being able to achieve the walking, cycling goals, and also to complement that transit when we're talking with Transing and trying to make betterments as per now what will be the 10-year investment plan, particularly around routing and terminus of transit routes. And so the idea behind the suggestion of the modernization of the street and traffic bylaw is really to give an opportunity for staff to be more responsive to the opportunities that we're already seeing, and we're a fast-growing, rapid-changing city, and of course fitting in with the goals towards walking, cycling, and transit. I do want to pause here though, because making sure that it's clear that what was written in the report, this is the idea to have the opportunity. Staff want to and intend to come to council for resolution on what we feel is anything that's major in terms of a corridor decision and a major reallocation of road space that wouldn't be considered local, more of a citywide movement and function. So that's written in the report. I'll probably mention that one more time because I want to make sure it's absolutely clear. It's not intended to suggest a modernization where all the decisions would be delegated and things wouldn't come to council, but it's really where those local opportunities prevent themselves. And each of those would require, and we would follow through on meaningful and scaled consultation depending on the measures and the interventions that we'd be proposing. Briefly, I won't read this, just to clarify though, this essentially is your recommended bylaw amendment. The remainder of the street and traffic bylaw more or less stays the same with some minor definitions noted by, and I just want to also kudos to our colleagues in legal services who really worked well and helped us with the wording. Looks like you got some good computer updates going on at the same time. But it's a good time to pause and explain. So really in the report we were trying to highlight it's this paragraph that would be the new addition to modernize the street and traffic bylaw. But I want to also explain again that each time we would be, if this delegated authority was provided to us, absolutely staff are committed to appropriate and meaningful consultation. And each time, even if it is a local spot improvement, we would be guided by that consultation engagement. And we would ourselves say, even if it was small, maybe that's also, again, going to be something that we want to bring to council. Sorry, just I guess waiting for this to catch up. Maybe then just, again, we've also referenced that we would look towards, of course, the General Manager of Engineering and the City Manager's Office to guide. Council at any point in time could direct staff to still bring one of the engagement processes around transportation to Council. The other one that we've been discussing, there we go, we're catching up here, the commitment to consultation is we seem to be in a habit now, and as we do our panel survey reporting out, giving you updates on spot improvements. So we could come back to you in a year from now and explain these were the decisions that still came to council reports. These were the ones that perhaps with the new delegated authority we proceeded on. So at a high level, the complete streets planning, kind of back to more of a kind of a corridor level, we have been advancing thoughts, just whether it's active transportation corridors or pedestrianizing places like 800 Robson, improving the mode share and safety. What we would like to do then with the complete street planning framework is, again, really spend more time with our street rehabilitation coordination opportunities to better understand early on. There's Fraser Street is one that just come into the queue for us as staff and saying, hey, there's actually going to be, can't remember if it's sewer water. What are your thoughts? That one might be way too early for us to even respond to. But the idea is that year by year, looking ahead, how to coordinate that. Rapid pace of development, a good example of what's already happening is along Canby Corridor in phase 3. And so again, planning and engineering, we're working together on how to best respond to that with a long-term complete streets planning in view. Real good kudos to the Northeast Falls Creek team. They're a great example of bringing in complete streets and a complete street network, because again, there's not one typology being looked at for Northeast Falls Creek, but as we go about looking at newly constructed streets, and I think when you see the presentation on the new St. Paul's, you'll also see a lot more of that complete streets planning in mind right from the get-go. A destination-rich streets, where earlier I mentioned that these are the streets that really all modes want to get to and really contribute to public life. And so doing a lot more earlier planning on what some of those might be in the future. And then there are a few opportunities. I'll mention Nanaimo is one that was mentioned in the Grandview Woodland Plan, but the one that keeps coming to my mind is Blanca, and can't think of perhaps how we could possibly have enough vehicles on that amount of asphalt. And so perhaps just some complete streets planning might lead to an opportunity for whether it's a row of street trees or a protected bike lane, but the idea would be to start looking at those places across the city and making some suggestions to help move the mobility and safety. I do want to acknowledge, though, that considerations. It's not going to be easier as we look at and engage in a dense urban environment, that road space reallocation. And so again, the commitment to meaningful engagement, and wherever it's a corridor that would be significant change, we actually go through 3 phases of engagement, a listening and learning, a designing options, and then a recommended design. The idea of working alongside and trying to be more advanced with development is important, and I think that gives us some really big wins in terms of transportation, safety, mobility, but there's also weaving together and knitting. How would that look over time if one development has a more advanced public realm and then there's more coming online? So we've got more work to do there. But also just want to recognize that we also want to keep going with the integrated and interdisciplinary approach that we have in engineering and transportation planning with our planning, sustainability, green infrastructure, and public space together, so that we really deliver multiple city objectives. Briefly on funding and delivery, it does, again, because there's not going to be one typology of a complete street or a response as a complete street network, that it doesn't suggest that it would be additional significant capital costs, because the idea is that wherever we can, we'd like to coordinate and minimize those costs. Often the phasing and incremental can lead to lower cost treatments to begin with and wait for a time or a development opportunity to bring it up to more the higher quality permanent treatment. The funding sources would remain the same for all the transportation improvements, capital planning, including the development cost levies, where it's a rezoning and development, the community money contributions, or just the rezoning conditions themselves. And then glad to report, as per 2 weeks ago with the TransLink update and the 10-year investment, more opportunities for us if we can do more of this complete streets planning to get more tapping into the TransLink funding on the major road network, the cycling infrastructure, and then this is the first year where we're looking at walking to transit. And a bit of announcement on that, we've been at least shortlisted for our first walking to transit for the Joyce Collingwood area, a recently approved community plan by City Council. And so to get to the conclusion, we really still are in the early days. I think we received a couple questions from council since yesterday. We don't have, for example, goals and metrics yet to report out on. We've already begun some of that complete streets planning, again, really in response to things like the redevelopment. The idea would be, as we've explained the framework here, to more broadly communicate our complete streets program and then really start getting into the strategy of identifying which would be those potential corridors. It's not going to be, even in the short term and medium term, where we're going to have most of the streets looked at from complete streets perspective. But the idea is to then identify which ones would be most important, again, layering on the street renewal, and then ultimately shortlisting some to prioritize and suggest that they be considered for design and implementation. Just yesterday in New York City, this was actually intended to coincide with the same time, but just want to bring to Mayor and Council's attention that the Global Designing Cities Initiative is a great effort building off of NACTA, which is the National Association of City Transportation Officials, which City of Vancouver has been a member of for the last few years, and essentially advancing kind of a common vision for many of the things that we're doing in Vancouver from across the globe. And so we have endorsed that Global Street Design Guide, and it's also now a way and opportunity for us to continue on the networking of best practices. As I mentioned in the council report, we do look for some of these for our external guidance and opportunities. And so just the chair of the Global Designing Cities Initiative is one of the former commissioners of the New York City Department of Transportation, Jeanette Sadak-Khan. And so this is a quote from her, from one of her recent books. Until a few years ago, our streets looked the same as they did 50 years ago. That's not good business, to not update something in 50 years. We're updating our streets to reflect the way people live now, and we're designing a city for people, not for vehicles. And so I thought that was an appropriate quote as we conclude our presentation on complete streets planning, and for your consideration, the modernization of the street and traffic bylaw. And I believe our director is also going to say something before we get to questions.
Good evening, Chair, Mayor, and Council. Lon Leclerc, Director of Transportation. I just thought it would be helpful if I said a few words about the, in particular about the recommendation about the assignment of additional authority. As the person that manages the authority that's delegated to the city engineer, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about that. First of all big projects, all projects where council express interest, we bring to council. We also bring to council tough decisions. and I only want to say that because when you look at the authority that is granted to the city engineer and managed by myself, it is hundreds of changes to the street network on an annual basis. I personally have to sign off and seal all the designs for street plans. I also have to sign off on every street sign change that takes place in the city. Of course, we're doing that to be responsive to the residents and the businesses. That's our ultimate goal. We're trying to keep a really strong partnership with those two groups. And when they see troubles out there, we respond to those. And just to give you an example of the kind of my exercise of those authorities over the last year, a couple hundred of them. Actually, I asked my staff to calculate how many of them are created by us and how many are directed by others, which is an interesting question. So about 8% of them are changes that my staff or I have initiated. 92% of them actually come from residents or businesses identifying a problem in the neighborhood. And the way that works is when they identify a problem, we go out and do an investigation. Often we confirm what they're observing. It might be a parking problem or a traffic problem. If we see that problem, we try to think through some corrective action on that. We actually consult with the immediate adjacent area. In case of a business district, of course, we'll always consult with the business district and say modifying a loading zone or a passenger zone or a turn restriction. This is something that we do as a regular course of business. And then, of course, we make the change. and hopefully the change solves the problem. And I just want to say that from the time of us receiving the request to making the change, on average, that's 59 days. I want to say that because the real notion of the remaining authorities that are not delegated to the city engineer, which are really related to the width of the sidewalk, the width of the roadway, and to diversionary measures. Really, those are often those are lost opportunities for us because in terms of new developments, as Dale mentioned, often we have the opportunity to make a change to the street, which everyone agrees with, but it is very much a timely thing. The work is going to be built next month, and to take it to council is actually a bit cumbersome. And so it's difficult to take advantage of that opportunity. In terms of the diversionary measures, really the benefit is lost in the world of traffic calming. So our ability to kind of trial a closure to solve a shortcutting problem is missing. And in reality, a really great way to kind of find out how to solve a shortcutting problem is to experiment with it. To try a closure, to try a couple turn bans. So that's the opportunity with the additional delegated authority. I just wanted to give you a sense of the types of consultation that goes on right now. Thank you. Oh, and I guess I can answer any questions.
Done now? All right, let's start with Councillor Reimer.
I have 4 questions. I might start with the bylaw ones, and I had one on the policy framework. So the first question, yesterday you were talking about how it would be, I'm not sure if you used the word essential, but you certainly communicated that it would be quite important to have this authority to be able to effectively deal with congestion and the implementation. Can you flesh that out a bit for me?
Yes, the biggest benefit, I would say, is towards dealing with the shortcutting as the component of congestion management strategy. Just because the ability, in the past, we went through a lot of effort with community neighborhood plans when shortcutting was observed as a problem, and we would go out and we would consult with the community, we would come up with a plan, we would take that to council, we'd implement it, and that whole process could take years, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And often it wasn't effective at solving the problem. And so more than anything, I think that our congestion management strategy will function reasonably well because the goal of that strategy, a lot of the authorities that will help us manage the traffic on the arterials, like parking restrictions, the laning of the streets, are generally sitting within the city engineer's authority right now.
Okay. Second question, so for example, the procurement, we raised the amount that had to be brought to council, but there is a requirement for a report back on approvals made at the staff level. Would you foresee such a thing happening here?
Well, again, from our perspective, we don't see a change in the types of things that we would generally bring to council. The kind of things that I would say that wouldn't come to council that would get done, this is the responsive piece, is the type of things that generally everyone's in strong agreement, and it seems like an obviously good idea. That's the type of stuff that just gets done. So in terms of the things that we do bring to council, it's actually very similar to all the things we've always brought to council. I don't know if I'm wording that correctly, but okay, in some respects I'm saying we're modernizing the language of the bylaw to reflect our current practice and modifying it to better take advantage of the opportunities to be more responsive in areas where we don't have authority.
I understand. We're asking you. I'm one of the main generators. Well, I'm hoping most people aren't emailing more than I am around these issues coming up in neighborhoods, and you need it to be responsive to those types of issues.
We would like to be much more responsive to those issues. That's right.
So next question. There was a quote, and I apologize, Mr. Bracewell, because I feel like I'm putting you in an awkward position, but there is a discrepancy between something that was reported in the media, which actually is not a quote. It's a reporter's interpretation of what you said. And the report. So the reporter says, but Bracewell admitted the proposed bylaws don't set any parameters over which kind of projects do or don't need council's approval before going forward. As I read the report, it very clearly shows parameters and the bylaws. So could you
Yeah, I think the wording of the question in that media interview was real hard thresholds. So sorry, that was, I think the quote is accurate in terms of how I was responding, but the question was much more towards, is there an absolute, I'll use my own words, black or white, is there an absolute minimum amount of construction dollars or some sort of threshold? And so that was the response that I gave.
Okay, but the way it's laid out in the report and the bylaw, there are definitely general categories, one of which is not major bike lane implementation or new road or something of that nature.
Yeah, correct. In the report, I believe some words were like, major, significant, road space, citywide network implications, and that's the staff intent, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So last question, and you're probably the right person to ask it to. I know we're just receiving the complete streets policy framework for information. But I was interested to know, it does kind of reference accessibility, but it's never really clear whether that relates to people with mobility challenges or just any person. And we know that in the earlier debate today certainly highlights that not all transportation users are, the equity issues for people can be quite significant. So you might be, one pedestrian and one cyclist, but the pedestrian has no other option, whereas the cyclist may have many options available to them. So to get a sense of how that would be captured, I don't feel like it's well captured in the current language, and I'd like your sense of whether it is, and if not, how it might change.
Well, I would say it's both, kind of similar to, as I was explaining, kind of the transportation perspective and then the broader complete streets perspective. And so absolutely it's access for all people in all types of modes. But when we're saying it is access for people of all ages and abilities, that's all types of mobility for people walking and cycling as they're kind of either full on their journey, or maybe that's the end of the different multimodal type of journey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify something Councillor Reimer brought up, which is, she likes to bring up our legal duties and responsibilities in council a lot. We have a report and then we have a bylaw. In the end of the day, our duty is to follow the bylaws. Not a report might be written, but necessarily your job and our duty is to implement bylaws or follow the bylaw that is within the rule. The report itself, they're connected to, in this case today, but in the future, your duty is to follow the bylaw, correct?
Absolutely. We in terms of the decision making that we can make as staff, we are guided by the street and traffic bylaw.
Not the report. Just want to make that clear, because the way Councillor Reimer was asking the question in my mind was the two were embedded with each other, and I just want to make sure that it's clear that the bylaw is what we're talking about when you talk about what you're supposed to follow and what we're supposed to rule upon.
Yeah, so the bylaw controls the delegated authority. The only other thing I will add, though, we're also professional engineers, and we have engineering judgment and judgment.
Yes, no, I'm not. I don't want to. Okay, I don't want to get into a question of you're absolutely 100% guys. You're skilled.
No, I just want to be clear. There's the judgment piece is something that we have to use currently and moving forward too.
Right, but that's more based on safety and structure, and your judgment as an engineer isn't based on public opinion, is it?
We use judgment.
You don't wear that ring.
Councillor Affleck, you might want to let him finish.
I just want to make sure you're taking me down a road
for example, for a specific project consultation, is it something that we have just information that we just notify people, or is it something that we have to have several phases of advanced consultation? So we use a lot of judgment in terms of what degree of consultation we would use for a project. When we bring information back to council, we have to use judgment. Engineering department, as well as the city manager, use judgment in terms of, do we provide council briefings? Do we provide an update? How many times do we come to council, and when do we come? So while the bylaw gives us legal authority, we also have to use our professional judgment, not just engineering, but
I understand that. And I respect your ability for judgment. Obviously, I'm not an engineer, and I'm surrounded by politicians here, and their judgment sometimes is different than an engineer. I guess the other question that sort of it became within the bylaws, when this bylaw, I'm talking about the bylaw, not the report, was being written, and I think you were well aware of my concern about the portion that is, I think, very broad. Was there an opportunity to refine it and to create those parameters? Or is that impossible in a bylaw to create parameters that can restrict you or give you more clarity on how what things you can bring to or are supposed to bring to council potentially?
No, it's entirely possible if council so choose to kind of give some additional guidance to the wording. We did kind of work with legal services on some thoughts around that. In the end, the advice is to have something that is not simple, but something that's clearly understood in terms of what then would be the delegated authority. And so we've made our best effort in this report and great support from legal services with that language and in terms of that section D. But again, we could receive additional guidance from council if there were some additional parameters that you wanted to put on it. But this intent here is to try and consider delegated authority that would match up with the delegated authority already existing for the city engineer, mostly related to vehicles, and provide more of those opportunities for the walking, cycling, and transit opportunities.
But we're not lawyers, so bylaws are generally written by the legal department, as you mentioned. So I don't necessarily feel comfortable throwing in a revision to a bylaw. I mean, what would, in your mind, what would that wording be, do you think? Any idea what you may have recommended to the legal department that would have created that kind of boundary?
No, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't either say.
It's a challenge.
Yeah, so the idea of putting thresholds on the things that we would have to take to council, it is really hard for us to describe what that is because a dollar value threshold often isn't it, because sometimes things that are very cheap or very low, inexpensive, in the sense it might be just sign changes, can be very controversial. And so, and may take an extensive amount of consultation. So it was hard to think like, of anything that would actually create a nice little threshold and say over this amount, this must be taken to council, everything less than that wouldn't. Even if we did create that bylaw, just so you know, a whole bunch of stuff that is fully within the city engineer's authority will still take to council, just because it's a big deal or because it's a tough decision.
I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I too am wrestling with this very issue, and I must admit that I'm trying to find wording which would enable staff, U.S. staff, to come back to council with recommendations around parameters, limits, circumstances under which a delegated authority is fine to use and circumstances under, and I understand the challenge to that, but obviously we're hearing back from the public very strongly on this issue, and so I'm struggling to find the wording for that, just so that you know. I asked a bunch of questions that haven't been answered, so I sent those to you before, and I gather the response was you don't have goals or metrics yet. I think that's your response, is that so for me it's hard to, with, you know, this is the beginning, it sounds like, of what will become a much more detailed, a much more much more specific kind of process in the future. But I'm going to ask these questions, and as best as you can, answer them. If there were circumstances, if you could think of circumstances under which there's delegated authority, and by the way, when I read the bylaw, I have a different interpretation than Councillor Reimer. It does not have any parameters limiting that authority in my reading of this. The wording that seems to have changed, and correct me if I'm wrong, is section D for number 4, to designate by order streets or portions of streets as transit routes and streets or portions of streets that are to be used exclusively by one or more class of vehicles or traffic, which I include bikes in that, right? And to order the installation or alteration of sidewalks, boulevards, lanes, or other infrastructure or devices to accommodate or facilitate such traffic. Unlimited, that to me reads like a bike lane could be created, sidewalks expanded, like it's very, very broad, which is why I think I understand the residents' reaction to this. So help me here. what is the kind of, I'm not looking for the wording to change that bylaw, that's legal. I'm looking for wording that can enable you to come back to council with clarity around kind of classes of decisions, or if it's not money, what is it, that will allow me as a counselor and I think the public to know, okay, if it's a matter of, taking advantage of an opportunity to shift a bit of sidewalk here, or make sure there's better, like the route is slightly changed on a bike route, maybe that's okay. But this is so open-ended. It sounds to me like it could be a whole street bike route, right?
Yeah, so when you look at the delegated authority from 1944, it is broad. It is very, so in the sense that there's a lot of things that happens within it. It's not unending. So say, for example, a parking change, we could say we're going to make the entire whole precinct is going to be 2-hour limited parking or something like that. There's no limit to the amount of change that we can implement. We could limit it. We could do a few parking spaces, or we can do an entire neighborhood across the entire city. Of course, that's such a big deal that we would take it to council, but there is no limit right now. If you look at the current authority versus what's being proposed, there's just a few exceptions that are not within the engineer's discretion or authority, and that is the width of a sidewalk, which is an odd one. Because it's one that generally we work really carefully on with developers and planning, and a strong agreement on the width of a sidewalk. But oddly enough, if we're to change it, theoretically, I think we're supposed to come to council under the existing authority. So there's that, and the diversionary ones. Another really important one, in particular for controlling the shortcutting traffic on neighborhood streets. And again, if it was a big deal that had wide-ranging impacts, or that council's expressed interest in, we would bring that to council. However, if we think there's a quick fix that we can just put it in place and success occurs and the neighborhood's happy, then of course we would like to proceed quickly and responsively to that change.
So what's a quick fix? Give me some examples.
Well, okay, we got direction on closing Charleston to motor vehicle traffic. That was something that council decided to do. We put it on a wish list on one of our councils, and council decided to direct us to do that. That's a really good experiment underway right now, and it's a really great. It was a terrible street to bike on, but now as a seaside bypass, it's actually a really great street to bike on, and that's a good alternative to the construction, since we have the seawalls disrupted. If we had that authority on our own, of course, we could implement that change, whether it's temporary or trial or pilot or permanent, based on the actual circumstances.
I'm out of time.
You are.
Maybe another example I'd give, because I see some of the representatives are here from different neighborhoods. So Commercial Drive, it's obviously is a major topic. So a change to Commercial Drive is one that we absolutely consider significant. The consultation would be extensive, and we would come to council. A traffic calming measure that might be a block off of Commercial Drive would be one that we might want to try, see how that traffic calming device works, if there's a temporary closure there, and if it's successful, leave it, and if it's not, then adjust it. So those are kind of, in one sense, those are the two ranges of the scale, but it's the same sort of device. You're making one wider, you're making one narrower. The authority to do that comes in the bylaw. And then and the reason I brought up judgment wasn't an engineering thing. It was that we as bureaucrats used to have to use our professional judgment, regardless of which department we're in, whether it's the planning department or the engineering department, any of us, and with the city manager, to use our judgment to say, okay, well, this is one that's going to require extensive consultation. This is one that we should bring back to council for decision, or check in with council at an early stage to get some direction. But that's that judgment that determines the legal authority, tells us whether we're allowed to make the sidewalk wider or not. We have to decide what sidewalk, what length of sidewalk. We currently have the authority, as Lon said, to regulate parking. So if we add a loading zone in front of a restaurant, Lon does that every week. If we were to ban parking on a block of street, we come and talk to you first. But the authority is whether or not we're able to regulate parking or not, or ban parking.
Thank you. And Mr. Dobroni, while you're up, thank you very much for that clarification. That's a good example. Just to follow up a little bit and then ask something a little bit different before we get to our speakers. So just to clarify, right now you can do this with motor vehicle versus motor vehicle moving or still, and you can't do it with other modes of transportation. Is that?
Yeah, we're able to increase capacity on roadways and decrease capacity on roadways.
So you already have that authority, but it only applies to motor vehicles.
We're not able to increase the width of the sidewalk, for example, and a closure of a side street also requires. So,
yep.
I mean,
so
those are essentially the two: is changing the width and closure.
Because I think that, I mean, I can understand why people are worried about this, but
Yes.
to me, it's the same authority you have now, but modernizing it to include the modes of transportation that now are our priorities in the city. Now, you couldn't do something that wasn't already in policy, is that correct? In our policies. You wouldn't go against something that we have said as a transportation.
So one is the legal authority
Right,
to do
the other
it,
is
and then
policy.
the other is a policy that guides all our work. So we
Right.
do those to advance our policies.
So it would only be something that we've asked you to work towards a goal anyway.
And to be, straightforward with it, sometimes these change during the process. We talked about 10th Avenue and the health precinct. We started on a path, and based on feedback and what we received, we changed direction a little bit. We changed direction again based on what we received. So sometimes as we start to work on a project, the level of input we receive, the direction we receive, changes the direction.
And given the significance of that, you would still have brought that to us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So some of that commercial drive, that would come to us.
Oh yeah, commercial drives.
We're not getting out of that. Just to be clear. Good, because I think there are people who think that we're using you to hide behind, and although, that's some attractive, sometimes it wouldn't work because people would still get the notifications and would come to us. So
nothing that these guys do in transportation is secret.
Right.
Water and sewer.
Yeah.
Whether we install a 6-inch main, an 8-inch
Right.
main, or a 12-inch main is something that
that's right.
we make those decisions. Nothing that these guys do is secret.
Right, and we run for office to make decisions and guide staff activities, and you do it very well. So I'm comfortable with this, but I want to hear from the speakers and their concerns and make sure they're addressed. But I understand why people are worried about this. It's a little bit on the sidewalk design, because I know that we've had sidewalk designs and guidebooks in the past. Will this actually go into the sidewalk design side of things? Because that's been a sort of a rolling issue for a number of years now. These utility strips and whether or not we allow shops to have fruit spilling out from the market into the sidewalk area, patios. Is that going to be, I know it's not streets, but is that going to be related to this work?
Well, it's actually already underway. Engineering is doing a comprehensive update to its entire design standards because we have so many projects. Actually, we really need to finish those and let a lot of consultants are actually wondering kind of what those guidelines are, and so we need it for ourselves, but also for other projects in development, so we can have a more consistent urban domain.
Right. So I think we've got some old guides that don't even refer to bike racks, and we know we need a lot more bike racks in the city. So, okay. Great, because I'm really super keen on that side of things too. Thank you for those bits of clarification, and now we are going to go to our speakers, starting with Tanya Paz. My goodness, a full day. Welcome, Chair of the Active Transportation Policy Council, and currently missing an Active Transportation Policy Council committee meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
Shalom. This is my third time talking to you today, but I wrote this part when I thought it was the first time. So sorry to be so late in thanking you. This is my first time seeing you, not quite, in this official capacity since you approved it. So I'd like to say thank you very much for supporting financially 2 summer 2017 massive participation cycling events. I've heard from a lot of people who were pleasantly surprised. I think most of us didn't know this was coming, and it just happened, and we were like, a lot of people were like, what? And there's a bunch of people who don't even know. So let's hope they are. I'm using the term massive instead of mass because, the past, whatever. I never went on one of those, but I did. But let's hope they are massive. Let's hope, and I think it's significant. It will be, anyway, thank you. And also from yesterday, Maybe it's when I was on the board of trade that we talked about goods and services always together. But I'm hearing from the city, we're talking about goods movement all the time, and I just wanted to give a shout out to services. Like, let's not forget about, all of these plans, the plumbing, flooring, painters, maybe even management consultants who also need to be able to get around and also foster Vancouver's economy. So there's my 2 cents there. Complete streets. That basically means from property line on one side of the street to property line on the other side of the street, all that public space in between, how we treat it. And I think it was my very first ATPC meeting in April 2012. I brought my suitcase, went to the meeting, and flew to Buffalo. And the very next day, the very first meeting, my introduction to Buffalo to volunteer there for a month, was they were presenting in a beautiful old building their New York's Complete Streets policy, and the city of Buffalo was embracing it. And yeah, I don't know, it's sort of beautiful, full circle, something's going on here. Since then, ATPC members have studied Complete Streets and provided recommendations, best policies. I wouldn't call it necessarily best practices, the policies from other cities, I mean, Reading, Pennsylvania, if I remember correctly, Calgary, Alberta, and maybe, oh shoot, I just forgot the third one. Anyway, Austin, maybe, something sort of like random ones that seem to spell out quite well how that might work. So this bylaw change came to ATPC too late for us to discuss it for more than about 5 minutes. So this is now, I'm speaking to it as coming from me in this position that I hold. The city engineer wants to be able to make some of the transportation decisions instead of having every bike lane and sidewalk widening go to city council. And then they think they'll have the resources to do more thorough public consultation without preparing council for every change. It looks like it'll be more efficient. This, for me, I think this normalizes walking and bicycling. I was admonished by someone in 2007 for saying publicly that it was alternative transportation, and I never said that again after that. But I think a lot of people still use that term. And anyway, so obviously large projects will still go to city council. One staff person described it as an opportunity to react in real time without the requirement of council approval. Now we sometimes say no to opportunities, he said to me, without the resources to write a council report for every change or we recommend. No is just quicker. So, I'd rather we open up to possibilities here. So, and the example they've given, of course, is neighborhood traffic calming. This same staffer said, instead we could come up with a simple solution, consult with the local people that it affects and go do it, distinguishing the macro projects from the micro projects. So what I'm saying is, as long as it's consistent with Transportation 2040, Renewable City Strategy, Healthy City Strategy, I'm missing one, aren't I? Anyway, all of those things, that should work. I think there are enough checks and balances here. I did have people email me, a couple people said, okay, maybe we like Jerry, maybe this particular city engineer, we see the track that they're on, or this particular city council, what if that changes? What if the city engineer changes? Do we really want to do this? And so, again, they'd have to either reverse, or I don't know what they'd be doing, all of those policy reports, a complete total direction change. I don't, it's kind of like moving towards coal or something. I don't know. I don't see that happening, I guess. So it can happen, but yes. So, and of course, a city councillor can still move that a project come to council. And if others agree, then it would. So I think, and there are going to be projects like they intonated here that they're going to find is too political, and they're going to want to pass it over to you. So I think there are, and they report to the city manager, et cetera, so who reports to council. So I think there's enough checks and balances here that this makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you have questions from Councillor Affleck.
Hello.
Hello.
Imagine a world where there's a city council here who love highways. They just want to build highways everywhere. And that's their philosophy. And this bylaw came to the council chamber. what would you say to that council? Would you be saying the same thing? Sure, go ahead, have control over the streets. Build your highway from corner to corner, street to street, end to end. You be okay with that?
Are you trying to get me all riled up? No, it's fine.
Well, I just try and put it in the opposite side of the
No,
spectrum,
I'm kidding.
from where you're coming from.
No, I understand, and I did reflect on that. So that would mean that that particular city council, the highway-friendly one, would have to reverse or remove, Transportation 2040, the Healthy City Strategy, the Renewal City Strategy.
Well, they can maybe find a street.
Complete streets.
Some of those don't fall in. I mean, there might be a.
Yeah, it seems to me that there are a number of policies that really state where this city is headed. That was the one I missed, the Greenest City Action Plan, sorry. So, I would be here fighting all of those.
But you wouldn't fight the bylaw change? You'd be okay with the bylaw?
I'm saying all of those policies would have to change in order for that to be the case, and I would be there fighting that all of those policies be...
Including a bylaw change?
And then as well as the bylaw change.
So how can you support it here just because there's a council that you philosophically potentially believe in?
Maybe I'm not making myself clear. It's because all of those policies are already in place as well, the ones I listed.
Yes.
So it would be a significant reversal.
Okay, so after a couple of years, this imaginary council.
And remember, you don't have to answer.
You don't have to answer my questions.
Yeah.
You don't have to deal with my imaginary world at 8 o'clock on a whatever night we're in tonight.
An ATPC meeting upstairs night.
So you've come to the council for 2 years and every battle you've lost, and they're building highways everywhere. And now they're going to bring in a bylaw that says, and guess what? The engineering department have complete say over where they want that highway to go. You're going to be, oh, that's fine. That one's fine. I'm okay with that.
A project that's significant, like a highway, I would think that the city engineer and certainly the city manager wouldn't want to be responsible for those kinds of costs. I mean, those are significant costs, and they would take it to council. So it seems to me...
A $6 million bike lane in Point Grey is a bit expensive too, but it's all perspective,
I'm not an engineer,
right?
But I think the highways cost more than that per kilometer.
Yeah, maybe.
So I'm okay with
I'm not going to say for that future council money means nothing, but...
It's like bureaucracy, and then you've got your politicians and how they interact. And I'm familiar with. I feel like I'm familiar with the process, and looking at this, how significant that would be. All of these highways being built in your world.
It's not my world. It's somebody else's world. It's an imaginary world.
So yeah, I think they would be taking at least one of those highways to council with the budget they would need to create it. It seems to me.
Yeah, but I'm just asking if the bylaw then came in at the end of it, you'd lost all these battles, and then.
Like in the meantime, all of these situations on neighborhood streets that could use some traffic calming could move forward. So it seems to me the bigger picture there is I have to have some faith in the bureaucrats in order for this to work, and some faith in the elected officials, and some faith in the general public and what type of, whether they're going to vote for a highway-friendly council at this point.
No comment, but it's an imaginary world. Imagine.
Okay.
Thank you.
To Ms. Pass. And those are all of your questions well managed. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Renia Hatz from the Cambie Village BIA. Welcome after a very long wait. I've seen you in the back hallway off and on all day.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council. I'm going to start with the letter that I am going to read out, which is from my Board of Directors, and then a couple notes after that as well. So first of all, the Cambie Village Business Association has great concerns over the proposed bylaw amendment to the street and traffic bylaw as proposed in the report that was introduced to Council. The Transportation 2040 plan is one we were told would include consultation with key stakeholders for each project within. The proposed bylaw amendment would take away that consultation process, or could take away that consultation process, and any input by stakeholders. The role of the city engineer and staff, although with all due respect, would become paramount and would exclude not only public consultation but even bypass council's input. The city engineer is not accountable to us, city council is. The City of Vancouver's agenda of complete streets priority list puts the automobile and the car parking at the bottom of the list. Although this might work in some streets, this is not realistic in all areas of the city. By your own definition of a high street, Cambie could see the current equilibrium switch from one that is working for all to one that would favor cyclists over motorists, cyclists above parking, which is already at a premium. In Cambie Village, we understand that our customers, clients, shoppers, and visitors arrive via all modes of transportation. They walk, they drive their cars, they cycle, they push their baby strollers, they take the bus, they take the Canada Line. We do not feel a need to ever prioritize one over the other. We currently do have access for all and wish to keep it that way. The Canada Line offers 3 stations. Several bike routes feed into Cambie Village. We have great parallel ones such as Heather and Yukon, which also happens to have on Yukon the yet-to-be-named bike-friendly park at West 17th. We're currently expanding the number of bike racks we have on and around Cambie at our expense. The BIA is picking up this tab, and we're including branded ones, which the first 2 were installed this week. Car parking is available on the street on Cambie, with some metered areas, some not. And we even have an area that's metered separately to reflect the needs of the movie theater patrons at the Park Theater. In addition, we have a couple of private parking lots. We also have several bus routes leading to and from Cambie. These reflect the needs of UBC students in the school year and are lighter during the summer. Access to City Hall, VGH, BC Cancer Centre, Broadway Corridor from Cambie is hassle-free. So as you can tell, we take great pride in how well this works for us, not to say that there isn't any room for improvement. We worked with the City of Vancouver and with TransLink on a variety of committees to get to this point, and we look forward to continuing talks as needs arise. We fear that this bylaw amendment would take away any chance of working together on any upgrades or changes down the road, taking away any need for the city engineer to come back to council for any proposed future projects and giving him or her authority with no further consultation. Cambie Village property owners and businesses have first-hand experience in the complete tear-up and rebuilding of a city street during the construction of Canada Line. It is with this experience in mind that I've been sent here to speak on my board's behalf, and that we ask you as a council to reconsider the bylaw amendment. As a BIA, we put our efforts into creating a viable community for all here in Cambie Village. We clean the sidewalks, we beautify them, we make them safe and accessible. We consider pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. We encourage a community to gather with our festivals, events, benches, and our landscaping. We represent the property owners and the business owners, but we include local residents in our plans. So meaningful, engaged consultation with all stakeholders is the only acceptable way to move forward on the Transportation 2040 plan when it applies to the BIA. We all want a viable, livable, sustainable city, and we want to be a part of the process. So that concludes the letter from my board, which includes 2 lawyers who had great concern about the wording in the bylaw amendment. And as I heard here today a few minutes ago, we had Councillor Reimer and Councillor Carr see completely 2 different definitions, and the answers came from the engineering department, not from the legal department. I know that my board is greatly concerned about the legal wording that's left there. And I think Councillor Affleck created some scenarios there to explain where the slippery slope could happen. We've heard the words here today. Also, I see my time is almost up. We heard here today from engineering things like one experiment, we want to try things. I want to point out that mom and pa shops are not experiments. We faced that already in Cambie Village during Canada Line. We don't want to face it again. And we'd like this to be reconsidered with more legal input and more legal rewording of this. Again, I'm going to bring it back to the slippery slope and definitions.
Okay, thank you. You have some questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for spending your evening here with us and relaying the concerns of the Cambie Street BIA. My question is, can you imagine any circumstances under which you would feel comfortable with the city engineer having authority that doesn't come with a motion of council to do something around a street in your local neighborhood that related to sidewalks or walking or bikes?
I think the only way I would have any comfort in that and that my board would accept is that we were consulted, that we had input.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just ask a brief question. Were you aware of the delegated authority that the engineering department already had?
No, that wasn't part of what we had in front of us when we were looking at this. And like I said, again, there's 2 lawyers on the board who looked at it, and they're the ones who had cause for alarm in the wording.
Right. No, I understand that. I think that the delegated authority that they currently have is vastly not known. And that's why I was just curious as to whether you were aware of that ahead of time. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out. Those are all of your questions. All right. Next up, we have Mary Lavin, another very staunch person for surviving this long. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Mary Lavin. I live in the 2900 block of Point Grey Road. Relinquishing to city engineers the power of decision-making for Vancouver streets puts the fox in charge of the hen house. Citizens of Vancouver did not vote for a city council to make these decisions in order for that council to subsequently forgo its responsibilities. Changes to permanent infrastructure alter citizens' lifestyles, public safety, and the well-being of residents along essential transportation routes. Those are substantial, crucial responsibilities that citizens need to be able to hold councillors and their respective political parties accountable for at election time. This council, by opting to move the goalposts after having been elected, shifting decision-making to the unelected body of city engineers, would be establishing a very slippery slope. Council would be able to evade unpopular decisions for which they would otherwise have to account at election time. Council would be permitting city engineers to abuse excessive power, unchecked by their employers, the taxpayers of the City of Vancouver. It is undemocratic for a governing body to deny citizens a system of checks and balances. It would be dangerous for roads, neighborhoods, and citizens to acquiesce to city engineers' sudden, unrestrained grab for carte blanche decision-making authority. Democratic due process requires public consultation, public hearings, and the ability of the citizens to know and respond to these vital matters. Citizens did not elect a dictatorship of city engineers as unelected councillors whom citizens are unable to fire for underperforming. Those of us who lobbied hard against Phase 2 as unsafe on Point Grey Road know only too well city engineers' continued stonewalling of citizens and sham public consultations. City engineers assured us that their dramatic, multi-million-dollar recommended Phase 2 design, with all its road safety concerns, was open to change with resident input, but it was presented to council, approved, and implemented essentially unchanged. We have experienced overt false advertising by city engineers. When they propagandize redundantly, we want to hear from you. Nothing could be further from the truth. At meetings, our questions and concerns about road safety were met with silence, blank stares, dismissive and contemptuous attitudes, mistruths, and meaningless declarations such as, well, I'm an engineer, so I know what I'm doing. First-hand resident stakeholder evidence of safety hazards on Point Grey Road, including videos of scores of cyclists.
Yes, you want to get back to the topic at hand? I actually support that. You need to limit your comments to the merits of the report before us and not make commentary about the staff.
Citizen written correspondence with city engineers often yields no reply, a delayed generic response.
To the staff, please.
With all or most questions left unanswered, unprofessional informality, inconsistencies, incorrect information provided.
That's that. If you can't stick to the report before us and not comment on the professionalism of our staff. Okay. If you want to, Ms. Lavin, I'll turn your microphone back on, but you have to stick to talking about the topic before us and not make comments about the staff. Okay.
I'm just about to do that, if I could be permitted to finish.
You're back on.
Without any mandatory reporting to council, the evidence strongly suggests a deliberate abandonment of transparency by city engineers.
Nope, you're done. You're now making comments that are not accurate about the professionalism of our staff, and that is not acceptable behavior in this chamber. So the next speaker is Teresa Gray, please. Ms. Gray, are you here? Is Ms. Gray here? No. Mr. Pogar, you made it. Final speaker of the day. Thank you for your forbearance.
Within the time, is it 4 minutes?
Nope.
Yeah, oh,
good to go.
Good evening now. Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I am the Executive Director for the Commercial Drive Business Society, and I represent close to 650 different businesses and property owners in the Commercial Drive area. What I take from I actually revised my opening a little bit, and speeding up changes to the Complete Streets program, rewriting a bylaw amendment to provide more authority to City of Vancouver Engineering, ultimately providing engineering with a delegated power, in turn allowing engineering to bypass the requirement for approval by Mayor and Council as it pertains to complete streets. That's what we're talking about here. The policy, framework, and bylaw changes, as recommended, are not definitive enough. They are too far, too broad-reaching. It provides engineering with a blank palette with no checks and balances. It does not allow the policy to meet its many objectives. Because of this, I'd like to start by proposing, if I'm allowed to, an amendment to the policy whereby the policy should omit and or remove any single road business improvement areas from its core wording. So this bylaw would apply to the entirety of the cycling network outside of these and potentially all business improvement areas. Heather, you said it yourself, you're elected to represent and make decisions. The bureaucrats are not. If this policy and bylaw changes are approved as it is written, open-ended, it would also remove not only from the public from the engagement process, it removes our elected officials, our mayor and council. This fails the civic policy objective outlined in the policy itself. The report also states that the objective of improving local commerce should be met. This policy not only fails to meet the objective of improving local commerce as outlined, it also fails to fully consider the feedback provided by the local business community as their concerns have still yet to be addressed. The report also states we must carefully consider local context, which has not been fulfilled to date. Concerns raised by seniors and persons with disabilities have not been addressed fully. Concerns from local cyclists in the commercial drive area who reside, live, and spend time at the businesses and in the commercial district. Their concerns have not been addressed or fully considered. In our local resident surveys, constituents have told us that they do not agree with the plan to implement a complete street on commercial drive. In fact, it was interesting when we did the surveying. Over 90% of the people we spoke to ride bikes, own bikes, but also close to 90% of those same cyclists said, don't put a bike lane on commercial drive. Put it where it already exists, make it better, add connectors. Okay. Cyclists have told us, they have told the city they want to be away from cars. Why are we intent on putting cyclists in a bike lane where they said they would prefer not to ride their bike? Why are we putting them where they don't want to be? As the report states, not every street can be easily retrofitted to become a complete street, and this is especially the case with commercial drive, as the topography and lack of alleyways make the proposal almost impossible to build as proposed. A single street BIA, which I should point out, most of the 22 business improvement areas in Vancouver are one single street. Much different from downtown, where bike routes have seen some success. And one of those reasons is that there is an opportunity to place these routes on less retail-heavy streets where possible, or it was possible. Downtown also enjoys the densest area population by square foot in North America, if I'm not mistaken. This supplies local business with enough patronage to thrive. Downtown also has the luxury of many, many parking lots and parkades that serve the destination shopper. Putting a AAA bike route in a single street BIA is in fact an experiment. If it does not succeed, there is no going back. There is no opportunity to revise and make the changes to make it work. What's going to happen is those businesses will ultimately fail, either through the construction process or at the end of it, and that will be the measure of success. When Transportation 2040 was introduced, it was said that there would be opportunity to provide input. And as this policy contains non-definitive wording that is left to much subjective interpretation, along with the potential to dislodge the public engagement process, while also jeopardizing opportunity for input on this matter, is the Commercial Drive Business Society's stance that this policy and aligned bylaw changes should not be approved. I'm going to close now, and I just want to mention that we did submit some information for comment in previous meetings. It hasn't been recognized as a comment on the Vancouver.ca website within the Grandview Woodland planning area. So I'd like to just go on record that we will follow up with a submission comprised of letters from 20 businesses asking that AAA bike routes are not built directly on Commercial Drive. I'd also like to resubmit a public petition of over 5,000 people that support that stance.
Okay, Mr. Parker, you're well over time.
Yes.
Okay, you do have questions from Councillor Affleck, and we do have all that paperwork. You don't need to send us another binder of petitions. We have it.
Could I ask that you please apply it to the Vancouver.ca website as a comment?
I'll speak to our staff about
section?
that. Yep.
They've actually already promised to do so.
Okay, we'll check up on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, so because obviously you have your specific issue, which you've addressed significantly, but has that led to cynicism that makes you feel that this bylaw change is therefore challenging? Is that what you're? I mean, that
no,
other communities will face some problems, or I'm trying to from a city overall issue, taking your issue aside.
I referred to the Commercial Drive area because it relates directly to the complete street projects, which this policy drives and this bylaw would affect. It would give carte blanche opportunity or slate to the engineering department to make subjective decisions, which should be that of the mayor and council. I mean, that's it. It's pretty simple, right?
Great, thank you. Thanks for staying for so long, all of you guys.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. Those are all of your questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We now have heard from all of our speakers. I will go on the queue, and I am going to move the recommendations. I know this is a challenging issue for people. There's a lot of... Did you want to answer some? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, if I can provide a late answer maybe to a question that was asked a little earlier in the conversation. The question was about reporting out and a parallel with the procurement policy and how there's annual reporting. So I hear and understand the concerns and the conversation, and so that's certainly something we could do. We do an annual transportation report out now. We do our panel survey. We reported this year on cycling spot improvements that we did for the year. So we certainly could do an annual report out of examples of how these changes are being made, and that gives council a regular opportunity to see some of that judgment and discretion that I described and see whether that causes any concerns or not. So if there was a suggestion to add that as an amendment, that would be easy.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I've moved the recommendations. Well, you've used all of your time. Well, this is quite controversial. I will, I've already just moved us to the main queue as well. Will it change your vote? What is the wish of council? Do we wish to do another round of questions? Okay, good. There you go. You got back to the question queue. I'm going to leave you all on the main queue where you were in order. Good. And Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you, fellow councillors. Yes, thank you. I noticed that the recommendations, there are 3 recommendations, and the second one talks about approving in principle the proposed amendments to the street and traffic bylaw to facilitate street modifications to support Transportation 2040 and the delivery of more complete streets, as detailed and set out in Appendix A. So Appendix A is the change to the street and traffic bylaw. And I'm very confused by this recommendation because I see the part in this recommendation, and this is one of the questions I did send yesterday by email to staff. I didn't get an answer to it, though. And that is, I don't understand what the actual changes are in this bylaw 2849 that relate more generally to the report. I see the changes and I think I understand them to be Part 4, 1, Section D regarding the authority of the city engineer, but I do not see anywhere else in this where there are more general directions regarding complete streets. I can't see any language around that. So I'm just wondering why the wording is as it is in recommendation B.
I might start, and we've got Grant Murray here as well from the law department. I think the difficulty is it's an added tool, and then a lot of the conversation we're having is how you use the tool. And so I use parking as an example, that either we currently can regulate parking. The whole West End parking plan we did was something that was already within the city engineer's authority, but we brought it to council because of its significance. But the tool to regulate parking was one that we already have. So this change that we're bringing forward is to add to the tools that we have to make changes, and then recognizing that could raise a concern about the scale of how we use that. So the tool is around widths. So if we were to increase the width, whether it's a sidewalk, whether it's a street, whether it's for a bike lane, the adjustment of widths. Another example is the diversion, the closures. So those are the two tools that are being added in a broad sense. And so that's a change in the bylaw that allows us to use those tools. And then we get into a conversation very quickly that we've been having about, well, how would you use it, and to what scale or what degree would you use those tools for? So those changes are to fundamentally change the tools that we have available to us. And that's why it's embedded in the bylaw, and that's why it's not directly apparent in terms of how we would use those tools. It's just simply changing the widths of whether that was sidewalk or street or for a bike lane, or whether we're able to divert or close a corridor, one of those same. And that's why I was suggesting that may be a way forward on this, because again, it's not that we would, I was trying to think what in the past we've done and brought to council that we wouldn't bring to council in the future with this authority. And we actually couldn't think of anything that we wouldn't have brought to council. Really, this is about things that we didn't do. It was missed opportunities that we...
Give me some examples of that. I'm very confused about what it is that you've been frustrated with that you could have done if you had this authority that you wouldn't have brought to council, but will allay concerns if you say these examples.
So we get regular communications from neighborhoods about shortcutting or traffic concerns. We don't have the tool to put a diverter in and temporarily close a street without coming to council. Before
you already have that authority regarding cars. Is it you would stop bicycles or
no for a closure of a road, not to close a road. To close a road, we need to bring that to council. So before I feel comfortable coming and standing before council to close a roadway, we go through quite an extensive process of counting cars and working with the neighborhood. And so for a lot of these, we've got a backlog of requests coming in saying, what about traffic on my street? Can you look at it? And we're not able to get to those because our only tool is to do a fulsome traffic calming plan for the whole neighborhood and bring that to council. And you've been around that, you've seen some of those.
Yes.
And those are major pieces of work. What we could do with this in the future is if we get one of those requests from a neighborhood, like we do now with parking, is we could go out and do a quick cursory review and say, okay, we'll work with the neighborhood to say, what if we try maybe a 45-degree closure there? Have a discussion, say, let's try it for a few months and see how it works. And then we could put that in with the neighborhood, try it, and maybe that creates another problem here, so we try something different, or there are no complaints, and we decide after a period of time that we would keep it and make it permanent. So those are the types of things that we have certain things that we can change and certain things that we can't change without coming to council with a more fulsome process. And we're just saying in this new world that we're entering, I think that was Councillor Affleck's words about this new world, we're saying we can see that we could be much more effective and more importantly, more responsive to the types of questions we're getting if we had some added tools at our disposal from what we have now. But I fully understand the concerns that are being expressed, which concerns about us running amok with this added power. And so that's why I'm trying to give you examples of the added power we already have in terms of we can currently, law under my authority can ban parking in the downtown, all the street parking in the downtown, because we have the ability to ban parking. So it doesn't say you can only ban up to 4 stalls or 1 stall. Either we have that tool or we don't have that tool, and we currently have that tool. But when we use it, we might do it without coming to council to add a corner clearance or do something very specific where we just talk to the residents. Or in the example of the West End, we have a very fulsome plan where we involve council, we involve the community, we do several rounds and we come and do it. But the tool, the authority, is already with us. And so what we're highlighting is we're looking at the complete streets process or world ahead of us, and we're seeing there's a couple of obvious things. Sidewalk, that we can't make an adjustment on the sidewalk widths because it's around the width without coming to council. And so when we do a full neighborhood plan, then we obviously would do that. But we have developments taking place on some of our corridors where we're not able to do a full neighborhood plan, and we're missing some opportunities on those developments. The developers will put in a certain width, and we don't have the ability without getting to council to increase the width. So that was the best thing that we could think of in terms of providing some kind of safeguard, was to say, well, what if we'll track the times that we use it. We wouldn't, again, there's no secret, so everything we do is very visible and everybody hears right away. And so when we use it, we would keep track and we would bring those to council to say, here's a list of the examples we used in the last year, so you can see how it was used. All of these, we were very clear in the report, we would do consultation in advance, whether that consultation is to notify a couple of property owners because it's very localized, or whether the consultation starts to go beyond that. And as soon as we start to go beyond that, then we move into the world of bringing it to council because it's significant enough that we want council direction.
Thank you. There's a lot of time, but they're good questions, and I think we're all interested in the answers. I don't want to break protocol here too much. I'm going to clear the questions queue, and because Councillor Carr got her questions asked, there's Councillor Louis. Yeah, have questions from Councillor Louis?
I do have some questions. Maybe some questions to the lawyer, Mr. Murray, since we dragged you in here. Just to be clear, there is legal authority for council to delegate this type of authority, is there not?
Yes, that's yes. It comes under a variety of sections of the charter, but and in fact also the Motor Vehicle Act. But okay. My understanding is that this is perfectly authorized.
Okay. Second, it is a form of delegated authority, and there's a number that I'm aware of. In engineering, we've been talking a lot about it, so I won't go over that. But for instance, in procurement, we delegate some authority to our senior managers, and there's thresholds that are set, and there's annual reporting that comes back to council on any procurement levels that are either above certain levels because senior management exercised their authority, and that's a level of delegated authority. Would that be similar?
It is similar, although the difficulty here is that there isn't as crisp a line between what. It's not always about money here. So it could be a very simple thing, or it could be a very complicated thing.
So let me go to another delegated authority that comes to mind. It's our Development Permit Board, which is another delegated authority of council, and our Director of Planning delegated authority, which allows discretion of our Director of Planning to make form of development decisions on behalf of council, because we delegated that authority to them on the final form of that development. Would that be similar?
Yes, and Vancouver is unique in having that authority to grant that to the Director of Planning as well.
The police, chauffeur permits, for instance, the Chief of Police could grant or deny. That's according to our bylaw that we've written. And then if they suspend the chauffeur's permit, the chief constable gets to decide on the length of suspension. That's a level of delegated authority written through our bylaws and through the chief of police. Is that not similar?
Yes, it's another form of delegated authority.
And so it appears that we have. Are you aware of any others? Those are the ones that comes to mind for me.
Certainly the Director of Planning and the Development Permit Board have quite a bit of delegated authority. The Director of Licenses is delegated in the charter itself and also in parts of the license bylaw, certain authorities. There's an awful lot of delegated authority that exists in the Vancouver Charter and that's been entertained in many of the bylaws. I think the animal control officers have some delegated authority. There's lots of examples of this. This is an expansion of the delegated authority that pre-existed in the street and traffic bylaw, from what I understand, for more than 50 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Chang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To Mr. Dobrevoni, perhaps. As I listen to the submissions and the various statements from folks, it's people are scared, as I see it, that somebody has a new toy, like my father, when he got a new tool, he decided to try to fix everything in the house with it, even if it didn't work. To power-tripping bureaucrats who are smarter than everybody else. This is what we hear, right?
They're pretty smart.
And it's really the fear, as I understand it, is the loss of checks and balances. So, for example, if you get this new tool, you're going to, somebody claimed you're going to run amok with it. Others would say, well, no, we're very professional. And you suggested reporting as one way of ensuring the balances are there, the check is there, and that the make it very transparent how it's being used. I understand why you want the new tool, but in your opinion, how often should the report back be? Should it be once every 6 months, once a year, maybe twice every 6 months for 2 years, and see how it goes? And what would be doable and for you, your department?
Well, I would say it's a question of council. I suggested once a year. It would be your comfort level. I suggested once a year because right now we come with an annual transportation report, which we just had. We provide a number of annual updates. This year we added spot improvements, identified a number of cycling spot improvements that were done over the course of the year. So I thought that was a nice regular cadence that would fit with our council agendas already, that we do annual reporting on our mode share. But certainly if council wanted to go more often, we could. It seems sometimes that we blink our eyes and 6 months is gone. But certainly that was why I suggested once a year.
Okay.
And it's interesting, the concerns, I understand them, but engineers were often criticized for being far too conservative and how cautious we are. I'm reminded of the story of a little boy in grade 1, and the teacher asked, what's 1 + 1? He says, I'm pretty sure it's 2, but I'm going to go with 3 just to be safe. And they said, you're going to be an engineer.
No, it was Scotty from Star Trek who always said, no, Captain, I can't do it. Yeah. And he always managed to get warp factor 9 or something going. So if it was an annual report or every 6 months, whatever, and then council would see this report, it's public, correct? And we say, wow, the engineers are running amok. Then what would we do? I mean, is this a point where we would, haul the engineers before the coals or go to law and say, let's rescind that bylaw or what? What are the options if council doesn't like what it sees?
Well, in reality, you would hear about it much more quickly than that, because if we looked at doing something that didn't have the consultation and some support, you hear about it right away through emails and phone calls. And so you wouldn't have to wait for a year. And basically, from our side, we might start thinking that this is relatively straightforward. Let's try. As we start to do it, we see that there's a lot more concern in the neighborhood than we originally thought. We see that the process starts to expand, and we would, in those cases, make the judgment to say, no, this is bigger than something small, and we'd bring something to council, either a memo to council or a report to council. So I would think it would be quite rare that we would get all the way through a year, and then all of a sudden you would say, oh my gosh, look at all these things that, well, at the end of a year, you might say, oh my gosh, look at all these things that happened that I didn't hear anything about and the public likes. I think it would be very unusual for us to go a whole year where you say, oh my gosh, look at all these things that happened and everybody's angry, but nobody called me or emailed me during the course of the year to tell me they didn't like the fact that the engineers were running amok. As I said, the work that this group does is very, very visible. The work that we do in many other areas of engineering, you only hear about if people turn the tap and the water doesn't come out. If people flush the toilet and it doesn't go away, that's the only time you hear about those areas, because all that work is being done generally behind the scenes.
Great. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer.
For legal, unless you want to try your hand at legal, I'm fine with that. So I'm probably at a bit of an advantage here because I have two screens, one with the old bylaw and one with the new bylaw, but you may remember the content. So the old bylaw appears to be identical to the new bylaw. So sections 4.1, 2, and 3 from the old bylaw are exactly the same as sections A, B, and C in this new proposed one, with the exception of the words "at any intersection."
I think in A also the word by order is 4.1A replaces 4.1. That's paragraph 1.
Okay, so now they have to order as opposed to just mark or designate.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sure legally that's very important, but it sounds functionally very similar.
It had to do with section 124 of the Motor Vehicle Act.
Got it. Okay, so A is functionally identical.
Yes.
B is identical. C allows them to regulate, direct, and control traffic on any street, and then also adding intersections.
Yes.
Okay. So really it comes down to D, that is different or new. Okay.
D is the substance of this.
Okay. And if I thought it was kind of cute the way the engineer used to be described in the old bylaw. It's amazing that's never been updated, but that seemed important to update as well. So D is really the substantive matter. So what that refers to is being able to work on sidewalks, boulevards, lanes, or other infrastructure. Yes. Essentially. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't allow for the creation of new streets. They have to be streets that are existing.
Right. And it allows one to work on sidewalks. So the example that Councillor Affleck gave earlier about highways, all those things would have been possible under the old bylaw. This is almost identical to it, unless there was a sidewalk on the highway. That wouldn't have been possible under the old bylaw, but this would allow the sidewalk on the highway to be regulated by order of the engineer.
I'm not entirely sure that that would have been permitted under this under the previous scheme, but D certainly does expand the authority of the city engineer, and it authorizes the engineer to do the things that are set out there.
Okay, so transit routes, sidewalks, boulevards, lanes. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reimer. I thought I had some questions, but A, my brain isn't working as well as it was 11 hours ago, and B, I think they've all been asked. So we'll move us back now to, oops, Councillor Affleck. You're good? You're good? Okay, I'm going to move us back now to the main queue, and I had moved the recommendations. I'll make a few brief comments, but it's been a long day. I recognize the challenges here, so I'm going to move the recommendations with D, report back to council on an annual basis on what implementation has occurred under this bylaw change, and what would have, and the difference between what have been, my words are not perfect here, and how that has changed from the previous bylaw. And that way we can monitor it closely. We get a report back well before the next election, so both the public and ourselves can look at how this has worked and whether or not we need to take a look at it. Because I understand the concerns, and the complete street on commercial would not go through without coming back to us under this, but I understand the need for that assurance. So, So I'm going to move it that way with that addition of the reporting back on an annual basis, and we'll be watching very closely. Again, I have good faith, but I understand that people need to see the execution of this properly, and to understand why we are so comfortable with it, or some of us are. So those are my comments, and the rest of the complete streets I'm absolutely thrilled by. Really looking forward to the whole wall-to-wall consideration of the public realm, including public squares and modes of transportation and fun spaces and patios. I think it's a very exciting piece of work. I'm really looking forward to that. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I have just sent a referral motion to the city clerk, and I did CC all of you on it, so you should have that motion. My referral motion states, a motion to refer the report to staff, including the legal department, to detail and report back on the parameters and limitations under which the city engineer's authority may be expanded to achieve complete streets.
I'm going to move you to the amendment queue. Okay. Get your microphone. Okay.
Do you need me to? Okay. And with commensurate amendments to the street and traffic bylaw. So in other words, I am at this point not prepared to move forward with a vote on this. And the reason is that I am just right now still full of questions, and I feel like some of my questions have been answered, but not all of them have. And I had felt when I read this that probably it was section 4D that was the operative section of the bylaw change, but it took more asking about that to figure that out. And I think when we're voting on something like a bylaw change that has increased or that has expanded delegated authority, I think we should all be super clear about what it is we're voting on and the reasons for it. So I've asked for a report back that includes the parameters and the limitations and why it should be expanded to achieve complete streets. I think that this is unclear by my read of the letters we've received in and by the speakers tonight. It's unclear in the public as to why this is essential, and there is a fear that it could be broader and bigger and an authority that may be abused. I don't fear the abuse of it, but there is obviously a concern about understanding why it's needed and what circumstances it's needed under and what the limitations would be on it. We've heard verbally from staff that they would absolutely come back with any bigger issues. It's unclear what that actually means, but I trust their judgment on that, but I think we need the public trust on this. And so I feel very strongly that we should not vote on this tonight, that we do need to send it back and get back these kinds of details to be able to proceed forward.
Okay, Councillor Affleck, to the referral motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I had written a very similar referral motion and sent it to the clerk, so Councillor Carr and I are reading each other's minds or something. I think this is, well, Councillor Carr kind of hit it on the nail. I mean, this is really an issue of the residents of the city feeling concerned about how we make decisions at the City Hall, and they're concerned, as am I, that the current bylaw, the way it's written, and that specifically that D section 4 is too broad, and doesn't create the parameters of control. And as much respect I have for the staff, who are amazing and great, I feel that this not only creates potential problems in the future with future councils and future staff, it could have immediate impact, and in general, the residents of the city, the people of the city, are already somewhat distrustful of this City Hall, and this will make that problem worse. And so Councillor Carr's referral motion, I hope you see the value of it, and that my fellow councillors here will see that, and the mayor, who in the last election promised to do a better job at listening to people. This is exactly what they're talking about and what you were promising you would do a better job at. So hopefully you'll respect that and accept this referral motion, and let the legal department do what they do best, which is write legal words in a document that we then can decide on at that time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you. And I certainly do not think that this is about the engineering department we know personally. It can't be. It's about the future and the people we don't know. And I think that is what the letters that are coming into us and the phone calls that are objecting. It's fear of the unknown, of what the unknown person may or may not do. And I think we have to respect when people write us reasonable letters expressing their fear and their worry about an issue, that we need to do the most we can do, not the least we can do, but the most that we can do to define what those parameters are so that we don't have that fear out there. And so any way that we can actually define what this actually means so that people go, okay, I understand it refers to this. It will be much easier. It's the amorphous fear, I think, that is out there. So if we could just make this not amorphous and clear for the ordinary person to be able to read, rather than somebody who reads these endless documents all the time, I think that it would be very helpful to the public and would not be offensive to the great people who work for us, but would simply help us make our citizens feel more comfortable. So I would really appreciate having those parameters. I would appreciate them being made available to the public.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ball. Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the intent of Councillor Carr's amendment, but I can't support it. You know, I thought about it. I've been thinking about this since it was raised in much more political context through the chair, Councillor Affleck, going on about this is a way of hiding behind staff and whatnot. And I don't hide behind anybody. It's very clear as councillors, for example, what are the checks and balances on each and every one of us as council? It's a report out. We report out our expenses. We report out our stocks and bonds and other holdings. We report out real estate holdings. We report out other properties, incomes, jobs, gifts, and so on and so forth. Even our voting record is for public display. That's the checks and balances, knowing how it's being used. And I think that is, at the end of the day, clearly it's worked. The politicians for many years having to report all this stuff up so there's no fooling around or abuse of power, as people worry about. And what dispels the myth is actual facts. So let's see if it's being used inappropriately. Let's see how often it's being used. And an annual report is fine by me. I think it's public, it's digestible, everybody could see it, there's nothing hidden, just like my expense claims, just like everybody's expense claims here, how much money we make at other jobs or whatever the heck we do. It's all public record. And so is the use of various bylaws, whether it's the ones that are already reported to us or yet another line in a report. That's all it really needs. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor Reimer.
I don't support referral. If I thought it was going to get to greater clarity on this, I would support it, but we've spent feels like a couple hours, may not have been, but it at least feels like a couple hours. Getting back to the point of the understanding I had before, there was misinformation out there in the media about what this represented. So I don't feel like spending more time, if that individual chooses to continue to misrepresent it, is going to deal with the issue. The reality here is that this is a bylaw that has existed for 73 years in relation to streets. It is being extended to intersections, transit routes, sidewalks, lanes, and boulevards. That seems like the most basic of modernizings, not of the authority, but of the nouns that are included in the authority. I don't hear anyone saying that we should rescind the bylaw itself as it's existed for the last 73 years. So I don't think the issue at hand here is the content, but rather an opportunity that some councillors seem to be availing themselves of to create confusion where none need exist. I would really encourage you to bring up the existing bylaw and the bylaw as it's proposed, and perhaps in the future when we get reports, these can be side by side so it's easier to sort of discern how minor these changes actually are, so that we can listen to people. And when I say listen to people, I mean the many, many people who email us, and you all get these emails, people looking for responsive city government on very minor issues that from a perspective of a citywide approach, but extremely critical for them. We heard them last night just in a public hearing. These are things that the chief engineer is asking for the ability to deal with if they're not happening on a street, but rather in a lane, an intersection, a transit route, or on a sidewalk. And I think that's a reasonable thing to do in 2017.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. I also won't be supporting this. Councillor Jang and Councillor Reimer have basically laid it out. I would just add that there is no doubt that our legal department has gone over this very thoroughly. We know how our legal department operates. Nothing gets past them without it being well vetted, and you can be sure that was the case. And we've had a legal speak tonight, and there is no issue. I was thinking earlier, as Councillor Reimer has pointed out, it's too bad that these bylaws weren't side by side for us to look at, because we then see how minor this is. This, in my opinion, has not been a big deal in the public. There have been some. I have certainly not been overwhelmed by emails on this or phone calls on this. I have had a few. And I think there are some people who are concerned, and in my opinion, it's because they don't understand the bylaws that well. But there are those, as the speaker, who came tonight and basically slandered our staff. And those folks will never change their mind. They probably haven't read the bylaw. I don't really know that. But I would suggest that by and large, most of the public, when they understood the rationale of this, would be perfectly acceptable. They're perfectly reasonable. And now we've built in this year to come back and report. So I just think there's a mountain being made out of a molehill here, and I'm not supportive of this referral at all.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Let's go to the voting queue on the referral. So we all switch screens and okay. So we have 3 in favor and 6 opposed. Opposed by Councillors Deal, Louis, Stevenson, Mayor Robertson, Councillor Chang, and Councillor Reimer. The referral does not pass. We are now going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, you had moved your referral. Did you wish to keep speaking to the main motion?
I would like to speak to the main motion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm disappointed about, obviously, the referral, because I think that maybe I can only speak for myself. I think there was, for me, lack of clarity around exactly why we needed these changes, what kinds of circumstances under which the expanded delegated authority of the city engineer would be desirable, what kinds of parameters might be placed upon things, including reporting back, which did get added to the motion. And so for something that I think is very significant regarding decisions made by this council that have been amongst the most contentious in the 6 years I've been on council, and I think of Point Grey Road as one of those examples. I think we need to be very diligent in ensuring there is as much public transparency around decision making as possible in the movement forward on complete streets. I will be voting for the first recommendation, which is to receive this report. And I will be very clear and state to all of you, I support the policy direction around complete streets. I'm not in disagreement with that. I think that is the wave of the future. We're in the 21st century. This is where we are headed. And I don't have any quibble with that. But I think that this specific part of this recommendation is not clearly understood, not by me, and I think not by a lot of people in the public who have raised concerns. And that's why I think we needed to put that on hold, on pause, and detail it out and come back. So I think that we're making an error in not doing that, and I deeply regret that. But I do believe that the policy in general will be good, not just for, in that I'm speaking about the complete streets, and I'm looking forward to more detail on it, will be good in general for the city, not just in terms of complete neighborhoods, because it really matches up with complete neighborhoods, but in terms of economic advantage within the city, and certainly in our greenest city objectives, our healthy city objectives. So kudos on that line. And as I say, regret around the fact that we're not really giving the chance for ourselves as council and certainly the public to really be supportive of the city engineers' authority around moving forward in an expanded role on achieving those complete streets.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Louis. To the main motion? No, you're good? Okay, Councillor Affleck, to the main motion.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much more clear we can, I mean, Councillor Carr's attempted referral, I don't understand how you guys can't see how impactful this might be in such a negative way, and how the people in the city aren't the concern that the residents have over this bylaw change and the significance of it to them. I don't understand how you cannot see it. How you can be so arrogant to think that this bylaw change has no meaning for democracy. It does. This is about making decisions in public. This is about good governance. You're throwing that away. You're throwing it away like you've thrown it away for 9 years. You don't respect the people of this city. You've clearly made that very obvious over the last 9 years, and tonight you've nailed that down packed. You are clearly have no respect for the people of this city.
Councillor Affleck.
And you're throwing it away.
Do not ascribe intent.
Well, I can't help but...
you save the political speeches for a year and a half.
If I can read the bylaw to you, Madam Chair, to help you understand what you're doing tonight if you vote in favor of this. You're moving decision-making about one of the most important things we do in the city, which is deciding how our streets are built and designed, into the back room of City Hall. I can't believe you're going to approve this. It's insane. I don't understand how you don't see the challenge. You guys, anyways, obviously I don't support it, and I won't support this. And I think the people of the city are going to show you how they don't support you.
Councillor Jang, to the motion before us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through the chair to Councillor Affleck and to the people of Vancouver, I do listen. I do care. I heard very clearly your concerns around some of the bylaw changes. Largely, a lot of it was through the chair misinformation by Councillor Affleck. I was listening to him on the radio. I was like, oh, geez. Anyways, once again, how do we stop any sort of misuse of a bylaw? You report out on how it's being used. Just as Councillor Affleck, Councillor Ball, the mayor, myself have to report out our expenses, have to report out our activities, our travel, and so on and so forth, our gifts. I even declare a box of cookies every year when I get it from somebody. Our voting record, you name it. It's all on public record. So there's no backroom dealing that's all innuendo. Really what it comes down to here is giving our engineers the tools they need to build a modern city, a livable city, one that can actually really function in the 21st century and not in the 1976 of Councillor Affleck's world. So I'm very much in favor of this. We listen to the residents of our city. We report back on everything that's being done. If they don't like it, they'll let us know. And as you all well know, if the engineers ever did something that people didn't like, we get an email about it, PDQ. And in fact, I got more on whales lately than I did anything else. Anyway, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, I wasn't, excuse me, going to say anything until Councillor Affleck went on that tirade. And I have not known Councillor Affleck to be so insulting for the past 6 years. And I think it's just unfortunate that rather than enter into a debate and enter into the merits of of what we have before us, Councillor Affleck, that you get to such a low point and you say, oh, you know, the voters are going to take this out and so on. We've gone to the polls a number of times, and Councillor Affleck, your party has lost.
Stevenson, let's stick to the report as well.
So
let's State of the report.
So I think to make this kind of accusations and these kind of insults is really beneath you, frankly. As far as the bylaw is concerned itself, I think I made my remarks quite clear earlier. I'm obviously in favor.
Are you done? Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Just a few comments in my own closing then. To get back to the actual facts in the report, I think Councillor Reimer and staff expressed it really well. It's a bylaw that's been on the books for a very long time, and it's not been updated since the era when cars were the only transportation mode that was taken into consideration, where that's why we paved places, was for vehicles, motorized vehicles. We now have any number of policies that also refer to other modes of transportation, including pedestrians and cyclists. But don't forget pedestrians are in here as well. So sidewalk widening is something that's been asked for in a number of neighborhoods, and is going to be very popular in some spots. I think people are going to be really excited when the sidewalks get better. And this delegated authority has been here for a very long time, and we actually have delegated authority in many of our departments with many of our senior staff. We are going to get reports back on a regular basis so that we can rest assured that this indeed falls into the regular order of business that we carry out here at the city. So without conflating this with emotion and hyperbole, I think it's a very rational move to update this bylaw to reflect our current policies throughout the city, which have to be followed under the bylaw. So with that, again, I'm really excited about the Complete Streets projects and moving forward with the creativity that is going to encourage throughout our staff and with our neighborhoods in terms of envisioning a future in their neighborhood that really pulls people into the public realm in an exciting and animated fashion where they can meet each other and have a great time out in the public realm. So with that, I will take us to the... Okay, we will sever A, B, C, and D, D being the report back to council every year. Just A from B, C, and D? Okay, that's fine. So we'll go to the voting queue. So let's please vote for A. Okay. Councillor Ball? In favor? Okay, so that makes eight in favor, one opposed. So Councillor Affleck is opposed to A. So now let's vote on B, C, and D together. Councillor Ball? Can we get an assisted vote for Councillor Ball? Okay, so we have 6 in favor, 3 opposed by Councillors Ball, Carr, and Affleck. The motion passes. Thank you very much, everybody. That is the final item on our agenda. Where's my blue piece of paper? There it is. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We'll now convene in regular council. Oh, sorry, I need to give you your microphone. There you go.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Deal. We will now convene in regular council to deal with the recommendations and actions of the from today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Robertson and the Chair, Councillor Louie, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Deal.
Here.
Councillor Jang, Councillor Reimer, Councillor Meggs is on a leave of absence for civic business, Councillor Ball, Councillor Carr, Councillor Affleck, Councillor DeGenova, not in the chamber. You have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations. Moved and seconded. And all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And we have one bylaw on the agenda for consideration by council. Does any member wish to hold it for debate? Separate vote or for conflict of interest? That bylaw is a public hearing enactment bylaw from the hearing that was on February 24th and 26th, 2015. Councillors Ball, Jang, and Meggs were absent for the public hearing on this item, so I'll check with you if you are going to be voting. Councillor Ball, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? Okay, that's a no. Councillor Jang? Yes, and Councillor Meggs is not here, so we will now vote on that bylaw. Would someone like to move adoption of the bylaw? Bylaw 1, moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Jang. All those in favor of the bylaw? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So the bylaw to amend the zoning and development bylaw re 1070 and 1090 West Pender Street is approved, and we need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Deal, seconded by Councillor Jang. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. This meeting is adjourned. Good night.